We are live. Is it an auction note? No. We are live at Coletco, and we have Julie here for a quick interview, and Otis. And Julie, they are very curious about the pies. So can you tell us, when is the next pie delivery?
Never.
Never was her answer.
No pies.
Well, there is a James Bond movie, Never Say Never.
Pies.
And
Pies.
okay, let's just all remain calm. We're live, and Mike, I want to let you know, Mike, I've been here for a half hour, and I didn't know I was going to have a family reunion when I got here. So, yeah, so my mom's here, Otis, Miss Julie, everybody's saying hi, Julie, and hi, Jill, hi, Tanner, hi, Ed, hi, Otis. Here we go. Now my family's trying to buy a golden doodle. Oh gosh, here we go. Now Otis is well behaved because he's been properly trained. Okay, here we go. The feed is live, and first thing I'm going to do is show y'all a magic trick I learned last night. Where's my deck of cards at? Let's get everything shared. It's Big Thursday Night Metal Night. Huge Thursday Night Metal Night. Huge Thursday Night Metal Night. Let me see. I don't know if Craig's already on the chat. Either one of them. I got to talk to both of them. Oops. I was afraid. One more day. All right, we're going to be blasting some Pantera here in a second. Strangling Black. All right. All right, everybody. Seething Black. All right. There was a 12 o'clock crate. Sticker price stuff. Tanner's like, great. Facebook Live. Facebook Live. Right. Holy moly. Austin Powers. Moly, moly, moly. I was almost about to watch those last Sunday night, but I couldn't find them, and I didn't want to. I'm pretty sure that we've got like a bunch of movies I want to watch up in the loft. I was up there the other day. There's all kinds of movies on DVD. I was like, dang, look at all these movies. I just need. I have an Xbox. Yeah, for employees. Yeah, might set up a mock like old Blockbuster. Hey, a lot of people do that. People try to replicate those old Blockbusters, and they want to relive going into a movie rental place from back in the day. Thank you, Laura. Laura got a couple last-minute auctions there tagged. I forgot what I was doing now. But I guess my Xbox will play those DVDs, and I'm like, golly, look at all these movies. Instead of renting them on Apple, I rent these movies on Apple for $3.99. And I'm like, there's like We own like 20,000 DVDs. I don't know why. I just need to, pick out a Thursday night movie. All right. Are you trying to give me a heart attack or something? Paul keeps bringing over all kinds of crazy stuff here. Goodness gracious. Golly, this is going to be a crazy night. By the time this show's over, I'll probably be on the floor collapsed. Really? And Otis will be trying to wake me up. Oh, come on, Chad, wake up. You passed out for metal night. Good. I don't like those things either, Otis. Otis been chasing flies. I am sharing links right now. I've made a lot of posts. Brandon just made his first mortgage payment, so now he can buy only Metallica. Well, let me tell you this. What's more important, your mortgage payment, or Coletco? Because if you say mortgage payment, then your answer is incorrect. Your answer, if you should want a roof over your head or records to listen to, it should be records to listen to. So, otherwise, you're thinking about this whole process wrong. Right, Ed? Somewhere he just said right. All right. My financial advice, buy now, pay later. Dave Ramsey. It usually sounds like this when I'm listening to it. Blah, 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 blah. That's what it sounds like. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, so let me figure this out. Okay, I got one more post to make in the group. Is everybody leaving up front? Goodbye, family. See y'all in another 3 weeks. Original price tag? $9.99. Yeah. All right. Let me post this. And then, boom, and then we're going to do the video. Nope, not that video. We're going to do, well, that video. And then these other hot pictures. Okay. And then I'm going to put, we are live right now on Coletco for Thursday Metal Night. Boom, boom, done. All right, it's officially official. It's officially official. We just got the polls in. Seth is still at the bottom of the likability charts here at Coletco. Dead last. So, we finally found a pollster that knows what they're doing. The polls are in. He's in dead last again. Golly, Seth, come on. There's old Otis. He decided to plop down for a second. Otis's chew toy polled higher than Seth. People have more fun with that. Chad, did you get message on Facebook? I didn't. Ed may have. but if I need to check it immediately, I can. What do I usually start with? New vinyl recap. Now, Tanner, you hadn't pulled any of those, right? Okay, that's good. You didn't kill my rhythm. You almost derailed the entire show yesterday. Okay, so let's get started. And we need to go right into metal auctions. I'm going to put the no bids from last night. I took a big pile up front. I'm going to take even more soon. Let me just take all this over here and all these. And voila. Does anybody know how to spell that? Voila. It's French, so don't ask me. Oh no, a chair. My worst nightmare. All right, we're going to start with the on sale new vinyl from last night and auctions. As everybody hit the like button and the share button, Thursday Night Metal Night is officially underway. Our first item is going to be a cassette. We need a lot more liking and sharing. Okay? A ton more. A lot more. A lot of people's not used to me starting this early. So let's do that. And we're good to go. All right. Music is playing. First auction is Iron Maiden, Somewhere in Time, and Lynch Mob, Wicked Sensation. Iron Maiden, Somewhere in Time, cassette, nice, $10 start. Auction number 2, Lynch Mob, Wicked Sensation, nice, $10 start. All right, there's our first couple there. We're in business, and we're going to go ahead and see what got claimed from this crate. And we're going to see what got claimed from that crate. And here we go. We're going to click on this, and this, and this, and I'm looking for the following records. I'm looking for Moby Play, Slipknot, Nickelback, STP, STP Waitlist, Nickelback Slaughter, Billy Joel, Prong Slaughter Cash, Black Sabbath Cash, Mad Season Miley, Black Sabbath, David Saunders, NWA, Iron Maiden. All right. So we have first, this is actually a discounted record. This is a Perfect Circle Emotive. It's $34.99. It's $10 off the original sticker price. It's $34.99, and this is available $34.99 for a Perfect Circle. Also, we have Johnny Cash. These were also $34.99. The first one is sold to Eddie Pasir at $34.99. The second one is sold to Jeff Malwitz, also at $34.99. And here we have Guns N' Roses Greatest Hits. GNR is also $34.99, $10 off sticker price. While we're started, thanks everybody for tuned in on Thursday night. Hopefully you've hit the like button, the share button. I'm going to go ahead and open my laptop. I'm going to need it for multiple things tonight. One thing is I'm going to remind everybody about our group, Whole Lot of Records. There is a lot of activity going to happen in there in the next 24 hours. I've got a list of pre-orders I am ready to get rolling. And let me find Coletco here. I'm going to go ahead and hit this right here. And I'm going to hit boost. I'm going to go ahead and do this live during the sale. It usually works out best. I've learned that way. I don't want AI chat. I don't want AI generated messages. Turn off all that. Turn that off. I don't want that. I don't want any phone calls. I just want this audience, one day. I don't want it on Instagram. And that's it. Okay. So GNR was $34.99. That's sold to Rob and Glenn, $34.99 on that. These are our first two auctions. It's an Iron Maiden Somewhere in Time cassette, $10 start, and the Lynch Mob cassette, $10 start. Final call, and then I'm going to start putting up vinyl. Slaughter was also $34.99, but it got sold to Amanda Davis. Thank you, Amanda. That was sold to you for $34.99. Still got Lil Wayne, and now the price goes down to $29.99. $29.99 for Lil Wayne. That is available. I have one left. Also, Moby Play got claimed by Jonathan Roberts. Thank you, Jonathan Roberts. That was sold to him for $29. Anthony Clark got a Perfect Circle for $34.99. Prong is $29.99. It's sold to Cecil Grosskopf. Thank you, Cecil Grosskopf. And then Under Oath was marked down. That's our first $24.99 record. Under Oath is $24.99. Miley Cyrus is $24.99. That's her newest album. I could have swore I seen a claim. I did. Thank you, Jeremy Bryant. That's so to you. And we have Static X. It's also now $24.99. Static X is $24. All right, I'm going to go ahead and make Lynch Mob and Iron Maiden a buy it now for $10 and $10. Gregory, you just asked. If you want it, it's $10. If you want it, it's $10. And I have a video I posted of all kinds of new auctions. Well, guess what? I have even more that I didn't post, and we're going to get to some of those right now. I got some Kiss auctions and some other stuff that's not really metal, but may go to that hard rock or just maybe just great warm-up auctions. I got a lot of great warm-up auctions. And the first one's even going to include a rare Seth Hackett auction crate sticker. Wow. And we're going to put that with Triumph. Look at this. Tanner said that's going to devalue the record. Yeah, who wants this thing? We're going to put it on there and see if we can pay. Someone's going to you're going to have to pay me, Chad, to take that record. This is a auctions Seth sticker, okay, with his little goofy signature. We have Triumph Thunder 7. This is an 84 USOG with the lyric insert, VG+, VG++, a $10 start. I love how I've got everybody on board just with, even here, everybody at the store. There's like, even John, he'll be like, Seth, you're fired. We have Twisted Sister. You Can't Stop Rock and Roll. Twisted Sister is a 83 USOG, Paul. It's a specialty press with the inner sleeve and shrink VG++, a $25 start. All right, the first thing we have is Gregory says he'll take Iron Maiden for $10. Justin Poirier, P-O-I-R-E, hold on a second. P-O-I-R-I-E-R. That's a new buyer, I think. I don't think I've ever said Justin Poirier first. I hope I'm saying your name right. That's what it looks like. His last name is P-O-I-R-I-E-R. And Justin, if you are a first-time buyer, just say yes, first-time buyer. We'll have to get you registered. Can I get on the wait list for Slaughter Wildlife? Well, I can't do it anymore at that price. That was $20 off the sticker price. So that was a one-time deal. I can get more, but they're a lot more than that originally. We have Triumph at 10, Triumph at 15, and then we got Triumph at 20. So we got Triumph and we got Twisted Sister, two T titles here. We got Madonna, Like a Prayer. That's $24.99, and he says he is a first-time buyer. Thank you. Early on, a first-time buyer. We need you to message our page. We need your email address and your mailing address. Otis is just completely blocking the alleyway here. Next thing is going to be a Iron Maiden cassette. This is Iron Maiden's debut. It's a self-titled cassette. We're going to put that up for a $10 start. That's now up for bid. Also, this is Volcano, thrash metal from 1986. It's on purple vinyl for just $24.99. That's on sale. Volcano. And then Nickelback, All the Right Reasons. Nickelback is sold to Jonathan Roberts. That's $24.99. And Amanda Davis gets the last copy at $24.99. Those were on sale. We have Slipknot for $24.99. That is sold to Jonathan Roberts. $24.99. Also, Coulter Wall, last copy on red vinyl. Dwayne Static X was marked down to $24.99. Right now, we're going through what's left of some on-sale new vinyl I didn't show last night till almost 1 a.m. We had a bunch I didn't get to. Triumph is at $25 with the Seth auction crate sticker. And then over here, final call. Let me read the details on Twisted Sister one more time. Twisted Sister is an 83 US OG. It is VG++ with the original inner sleeve, and we're looking for a $25 start. That's the high bid on Triumph right now, by the way. Now Triumph's at $28. Iron Maiden cassettes at $12. And then we got 3 Bullet Boys left, and those are 10-cent Billionaire, and that's on silver vinyl. Bullet Boys is $24.99. Dwayne Sevilla does want the Static X. Make sure that goes in for $24.99. And then Coulter Wall track listing, Plain to See Plainsman, Saskatchewan-ian, 1981, John Byers Camaro song, Wild Dogs, Calgary Roundup, Not Hurting song, Wild Bill Hickok, The Trains Are Gone, Thinking on a Woman, Manitoba Man, Tying Knots, and The Devil's Tale. That's on red vinyl. So here's what's left. There's only one $29.99 record left, and that's Lil Wayne, The Carter 6. It's $29. And then the $24.99 stuff was Under Oath, the place after this one. Madonna was $24. Volcano was $24. Bullet Boys was $34 or $24. Dwayne Worley wants a Bullet Boys. Dwayne Sevilla wants a Bullet Boys. Both Dwaynes, Dwayne Worley and Dwayne Sevilla. And also we have Coulter Wall for $24. All right, so Triumph got a new bid for $28. The Iron Maiden cassette's at $12. Nick Galetti, you're out. Ben Dygert wants that Madonna for $24.99. Let's throw up another cassette. Paul just brought me a pretty impressive batch of cassettes here. And we're going to go ahead and put this up right here. And that is going to be, we'll do 2 Iron Maidens, 2 Van Halens for a $10 start. We got Van Halen 5150 and Van Halen 1984, $10 start for both of those. Selling those together. Anybody else on the discount stuff here? I showed some stuff last night late. I have a creased corner damaged Star Trek. It's a 2 LP. It would originally been $35. They're damaged. I forgot to get returns on them. So $19.99. I'm taking a loss on those. Cattonia is yellow vinyl. It's not discounted. It's just a record we forgot about. Cattonia is $33.99. And then that's it. That's it. Okay? I think we're done on Triumph. And Iron Maiden's now at $15. Pantera, we'll say Pantera, 8 o'clock on the dot. I'm gonna wait and do that one 8 o'clock on the dot. 8 o'clock on the dot on Pantera, and I'll time it where I'll have plenty of time to show it and introduce it. Where are the cassettes you took away from last night? Those are right over here. It was Culture Club, Alan Parsons, Don Williams, Cher, Jackson 5, and Dawkins. And Dawkins was Under Lock and Key for $6.99. Those are all $6.99. Not much metal or anything in that batch. All right. James Fairfax wants a Damaged Corner Star Trek for $19.99. Autumn Betts gets that copy of Cattonia on yellow vinyl for $33.99. And yeah, Pantera will be 8 o'clock on the dot. Okay. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and sell Iron Maiden to Nick Galetti for $15. We're going to sell Triumph for $28 to Brad Waits. Van Halen's have a bid for $10 with X-Wing 81. And Twisted Sister, surprisingly a no bid. It can be bought for a $25 buy it now. And Tim Graham, you was on a waiting list for that Star Trek. This is a buy it now for $25. Tim, one or two things. I can say the damaged one for $19.99, or if I never did reorder. If you want me to reorder you a nice one, it will be more. If you're okay with the damaged, that's okay with me. $19.99 for that one. But you was actually on a waiting list for that. The 2 Van Halen cassettes have one bid for $10. We're selling both of those together. Twisted Sisters sold to Jamie Diaz for $25. All right. And that's all that's left in our on-sale vinyl. Coulter Wall, Bullet Boys, Volcano, Under Oath, and then Lil Wayne. And that was new additions. Not everything left from this week, but that's probably going to be the most newest additions to on-sale new vinyl until the first of, what's next month, September? This is August, right? We'll do September on-sale new vinyl in about 30 days. About 30 days, we'll do on-sale new vinyl again, okay? That was everything eligible, and we did that 20,000 subscriber celebration. We did everything in inventory on sale. That was pretty amazing. We did everything in inventory on sale. I have not recapped any of the vintage discount bins, I think, all week that we've been pulling. So I think I've got this one over here, Tanner. Let's see here. What is going on here? I've got What was this crate? That was $6.99. I don't really know what those are. I'm going to try to find all the discount stuff and put it together. I know there's a stack here. I know Tanner just handed me a stack. And that's usually how I like to start the shows. We do the new vinyl flip, and then Paul comes over and does a magic trick.
I don't even know. It's just like,
Oh yeah, like this. Yeah, I think we all know that one, Paul.
what happened?
I did that to a nephew one time, and he started screaming and crying. And my mom was like, "What is wrong with you?" And I was like, "What? I just was ripping my thumb off." We're going to book David Blaine for tomorrow night.
Oh, man.
Oh, my gosh.
I'll make all the records disappear.
Yeah. He'll be like, "Go up front and check your cash register. Empty. Go back there and check your safe." And then he'll just leave. Yeah, that guy's pretty creepy. He went to Harrison Ford's house that time, and Harrison Ford just like told him to leave. Card and apple. Yeah. Get out of my house. He went into full acting mode, but it was pretty funny. Tim Graham, $15, and that's a final call on the Van Halen cassettes. And he had outbid X-Wing. So X-Wing, you're out on those. And who got the Twisted Sister? Sorry, did I say the wrong price? William Howe got the Twisted Sister. William Howe got the Twisted Sister for $25. William Howe, that's sold to you for $25, okay? William Howe, that's sold to you for $25, okay? There's that. And sorry, whoever I said that was sold to, I had misspoke greatly. That was my biggest misspeaking all week. We got another Triumph, and we're going to do another Twisted Sister. Back-to-back Triumphs and back-to-back Twisted Sisters. This is the Sport of Kings, and the Sport of Kings is an 86 U.S. club, Columbia Record Club, VG++ with lyric insert, $15 start, and Twisted Sister come out and play. An 85 USOG limited edition Allied press. It has the inner sleeve, and it has that original pop-up cover, of course. That's going to go up for a $20 start, okay? Tim Graham gets the 2 Van Halen cassettes for $15. Our next cassette is going to be Iron Maiden, Fear of the Dark. Iron Maiden's going to go up for a $10 start. That's now up for bid. All right, so what we're going to do, I got the leftovers from the last couple flip crates. Yep. Let me sort these right quick. So that's going to go in there. These were 14. That was 14, so those are going to go in there. Those were 9, and so were these. So those are going to go in there, and then all these are 6. So 6, 9, and then 14, and then a couple 19s, okay? I still think there's more around here, but whenever I find them, I'll add to them. I think they're right over here, honestly. I know one night I did one. Is this $6.99 stuff? Yeah. Yeah, this is all $6.99 stuff, too. I think it was what was left from a Hatchet Ed crate. It was. It was stuff left from a Hatchet Ed crate, and I'm just trying to move it to new homes. So all these were $6.99, too. All right. Here we go. So we got a vintage discount crate to flip through. Let's get started. You got the 2 cassettes, yes. And then Triumph and Twisted Sister and Iron Maiden's up for bid right now. $20 start on Twisted Sister, $15 start on Triumph, and the Iron Maiden cassette's a $10 start. We make sure I didn't miss any of the comments. I see a Chad. Hey, Chad, do you have a time on Deathlock? Deathlock, 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock. You remind me of 7 o'clock for 2 reasons. I really don't even know what that is. Oh, I didn't go through the rest of the new vinyl either. That's okay. I'll do that next. I knew I was forgetting something. That was just the discount stuff. I still got all the other new vinyl. But let's do this first. Let's go into some vintage on sale. The first 2 records, these are no more, no less. The final price I'm saying, I have this for $19.99. The Eagles Live. It's a 2 LP, 1980 original with the original inner sleeve, no condition notes. $19.99 for the Eagles Live. $19.99 for the Eagles Live. And then this was put into the discount crate this morning. How did nobody get Hot Rocks for $19.99? Unbelievable. I'm assuming everybody has a copy then. Look how nice that is. Blue London has the big giant hype sticker. That's $19.99. And then a few $14.99 records. Buffalo Springfield, an original press with the Unipack sleeve. That's $14.99. And Fleetwood Mac Future Games is $14.99. So those are $14.99. And then Eric Clapton, 461 Boulevard, Ocean Boulevard. That's I Shot the Sheriff. That's VG Plus, $14.99. So 14, 14, 14 on those, 19, 19. Carol Paul was asking me about that Stones today. He's like, who bought that Rolling Stones, the one with the alternate mixes? And I was like, honestly, I don't know what happened to it. I think I accidentally put it in the sold crate, and it didn't even get a bid. But if it did sell, then it just got one bid for $65. We had a real alternate mix. Side 4 Hot Rocks, and it was pretty nice, and I don't know what happened to it. I guess somebody bought it, but I don't even remember it. Iron Maiden has one bid for $15, final call. The Twisted Sister is an 85 USOG. It is EX due to just some sleeve scuffs on side 2. Otherwise, it's a really nice copy. $20 start on that. Okay, and then for $9.99, we have Elephant's Memory. Elephant's Memory is just $9.99. That was $34. Billy Joe 52nd Street in shrink wrap EX. That's $9.99. And then Eric Clapton Money and Cigarettes, a clean copy, $9.99. Yeah, Mike, I saw your message come in. If you let me know, I will try my best to track it down. It was all Paul and Laura crates last night, right? Yeah, I think it was all Paul and Laura crates. But if you can help me find it, I will. I'll get to it. By the way, there's new vinyl. Is this the 4 crates plus lots of CDs? Mike Bartlett, Close to the Edge, UK pressing. Oh, I got a note right here. Mike Bartlett wants Close to the Edge UK pressing for $19.99 in blue crate. I think that's something Paul marked, right? Yep, I bet I can find that. I got a note. I forget about Ed's nightly reminders here. We're going to have 4 Hatchet Ed crates tomorrow and lots of Hatchet crate CDs. Right now, there's 146 overdue invoices in our system. 146 overdue invoices in our system right now. We got 7 crates of new vinyl tonight, and they are shipping August 3rd orders. Monday, they'll be shipping. Shipping is working on Monday, August 4th. Excuse me. All August 3rd orders have been paid. If you paid on Monday, August 4th, they are shipping your order tomorrow. They are shipping your order tomorrow, okay? So if you paid on August 4th, your order is going to start being shipped tomorrow. Man, that means they're just 3 days back. That's amazing. Shout out again to everybody here to make all that possible, but also to everybody that packages orders. We're now just 3 days back. That's amazing. 3 days back. They've been putting out 250 packages a day. Some of these huge boxes where people have bought cassettes, CDs, Funkos, puzzles, albums, autographs, air horns, bubble gum, M&Ms. I mean, whatever that we can get into that box. Twisted Sister has a bid for $20. Tim Graham gets Hot Rocks for $19.99. And then Justin Poirier wants Clapton, Ocean Boulevard. Sell that to Justin for $14.99. Twisted Sister has a new bid for $22. Ben Diger gets Clapton for $9.99. And we have Iron Maiden, so to Gregory Roberts for $10. We had a question. The spine of Triumph has a little bit of wear. Yeah, it has a little bit of wear over here on the side. Probably a VG cover, has an old retail sticker. It's about to be a buy now for $15. And then Twisted Sister is at 22 of Curtis Marachi, James Davidson, you're out. Twisted Sister's nice. EX are better. Okay, Lothel wants 2 packs of inner sleeves. Continuing with the $9.99 stuff. Traffic, Low Spark of High Heel Boy. No condition notes, it's $9.99. Heart Magazine is $9.99. And the Brian Eno David Byrne, I went ahead and marked it down. The 3-track 12-inch promo single, it's now $9.99. So right now we're doing a vintage discount crate recap. This is stuff that didn't get claimed. We're showing it live if you didn't watch the video. These are all priced as marked, no more, no less. Let's go ahead and do another Iron Maiden cassette. Killers. Killers is going to go up for a $10 start. That's now for bid. Now Twisted Sisters at $25. Now Triumph has a bid for $15. I got a gum guy. You like gum? I got a gum guy. I give him one call. I got boxes of gum. It's a little low maney. Okay, glitter. That's Jeremy Bryant on Eno for $9.99. That is sold. And then we have the following. These are all going to be $6.99. First is Groovin' down a crowded avenue. The Young Rascals. VG $6.99. Rough Edges, Benny King. No condition notes. That's in shrink. $6.99 on Benny King. Billy Bear and the Beaters, that's $6.99. Same price for Gallery. Nice to Be With You, that's $6.99. And so is the best of John Fred and the Playboys. Some 60s track there. Judy in Disguise with Glasses. We have Dan Fogelberg, The Innocent Age, a 2 LP. No condition notes, just $6.99 for Fogelberg. The Nice Greatest Hits is $6.99. And Rowan and Martin's Laugh In, that's a UK version, EX $6.99. Twisted Sisters at $30. Triumph has two $15 bids. The most recent was Jim Stafford, Michael Peveler, You're Out, and we have Bram Tchaikovsky for $6.99. Also, we have Rockats Live at the Ritz for $6.99. Same price for Alarm Strength. That's now just $6.99. No condition notes. And the Heartbreakers comp, that is $6.99. The Doobie Brothers is $6.99, and so is the Greg Ken White Label Promo. Greg Ken White Label Promo. We're going through some $6.99 records right now. Next in the $6.99 is the Endless Love soundtrack. Sean Cassidy, and Robert Palmer Riptide, and that's in shrink with no condition notes. All right, nobody bet on Iron Maiden. You can pick that up for a $10 buy it now. They're done on Twisted Sister, it looks like, so let's go ahead and sell that to Jason Thomas for $30. That's sold to Jason Thomas. We're still tied. We're still tied over here on this. And that is Triumph. It's tied at 15, but this is sold for 30. All right, Jerry Rock over here. Jerry Rock on Greg Ken. That's sold for $6.99, okay? What's the best way to ask questions? You missed your messages. We're overflowing. No, I said our phone. Do not call the phone store. Don't leave a message on the phone. Ed is on top of messages like stank on a monkey. David, I saw where you commented on a post. You asked about 2 or 3 questions. You've got to send those to Ed as a messenger. Now, I will take time maybe tonight to reply to you, but you just got to send us a Facebook message, okay? You commented on a post. That's probably the worst place you can send a message next to calling us. If you call the store, like right now, there's nobody up there answering it. It's up front. My mom's here during the day. That's it. She'll leave a message for Ed, but then that message goes to Ed, and then Ed has to message you. If you just send Ed a message or email it directly, he'll take care of it, okay? Don't ever comment on a post because I might not see it. Ed's not going to see it. Don't leave a message on our phone. Ed's not going to hear it. Ed's not going to see it. You got to contact him directly. That's through message or email. That's the best way to get a hold of us, okay? That's the best way to get a hold of us. If you comment, I've had some people comment on posts from like 2 weeks ago, and they're like, hello, Ed, I'm writing to let you know that I received this order. And I'm like, oh, no, how did they even find this post? And now Ed's not going to see this. So I usually screenshot it, and I send it to Ed. But if you just send us a message, he'll take care of you, okay? Now, Triumph is $15, and that's sold to Jim Stafford, okay? There's that. Ed's name is Coletco. That is Coletco. When I say Ed, I'm talking about the Coletco business page, this page right here you're watching on. Now, if you're on YouTube, you can send us an email. You can do that through the website. I'm pretty sure if you go to shopcoletco.com, there's a message, a button that says Contact Us. If not, I'll update it tonight. And you click on that, type in your message, it automatically sends it as an email. So if you fill out a form on a website, that website takes it, generates it as an email, and sends it to us. That's the same thing as messaging on there. All right, let's go ahead and put up another auction, and that is Great White. Check this out. Recovery Live. Great White is an 87 USOG Allied Pressing compilation. It has the original Enigma label inner sleeve, VG++, a $15 start. This is an 87 USOG Allied Pressing, Great White. That is a $15 start, Recovery Live. Now, our next auction is going to go up right now as well, and it's Black Sabbath, and this is the Mob Rules picture disc, 2021 sealed, a $25 start. That's now up for bid. By the way, no claim on the Iron Maiden Killers cassette. You can still pick that up for $10. And speaking of cassettes, I'm going to go ahead and put this up right now. It's Iron Maiden Power Slave, and it's going to go up for a $10 start. That's now up for bid. Let's finish going through the $6.99 stuff. Carole King, Rhymes and Reasons. That's VG plus $6.99. Also, Simon & Garfunkel, Bridge Over Troubled Water. That's $6.99. Same thing for Paul Simon. I got a slew of Paul Simons here. Yeah, I got Still Crazy after all these years. Greatest Hits, and there goes a Rhyme and Simon. Those are all $6.99 each. Great White has a bid for $15. Chris Gardner, is your Iron Maiden a claim or a bid? Black Sabbath's a $25 start. Preston asking for Michael Myers and Jason Voorhees. I've got a big Michael Myers Funko, but I don't have any small ones, and I don't have any Jason ones. Jason ones are not in production right now. I will check on a small Michael Myers, but I also have a big Michael Myers if you're interested. It costs a little extra to ship it, but that's included in the price. This has Addicted to Love on it. Yes, Addicted to Love's on there for $6.99. It's OG, correct. The Kindle's 20 Favorites is $6.99. So is Diana Ross working overtime, VG plus $6.99. And Marshall Tucker is $6.99. Joshua Huffman on Bridge Over Troubled Water. That's so to Joshua. Joshua, are you a first-time buyer? If you are, just say yes, first-time buyer, and then we'll get you hooked up. We have Moody Blues Long Distance Voyager. That's $6.99. And we have Peter Frampton, I'm in you for $6.99. Chad Thompson has Great White for $17. Wow, just 2 bids on that. No bid on Black Sabbath. Final call for $25. Now, Chris Gardner put Iron Maiden. Chris, was that a claim for Killers or was you bidding on Power Slave? Either way, Gregory has it for $12. Now Nick has it for $13. Now Great White's at $20. And we have Rotary Connection, a 1968 press. That's VG plus. Brothers Johnson is $6.99 and the Bee Gees is $6.99. Chris Bocci on the Robert Palmer. That's sold to him for $6.99. Bought a few years ago. Welcome back. A few years. I like to have you on here every night if I can. I don't have any Back to the Future Funkos. No, I don't. Coming in the near future is another in-store walkthrough sale. I told Tanner we need to do it about 30 days out. That way we can do one and then get it restocked again for Christmas time. We actually bought a Funko collection, didn't we, Paul? I'm looking at right over here to my direct left where we bought a huge Funko collection. They've got them all unboxed and they're stacked up everywhere and they're out of print, like limited edition, highly collectible ones. Typically, if we have Funkos, it's brand new stuff we've ordered from distribution. Occasionally, we'll buy a collection. I try not to buy too many of them because we sell the heck out of them. We have no problem selling them, but man, if I told everybody we bought Funko collections, there'd be people lined up out the door every day bringing them in. So we have to kind of buy them in spurts, or we'll have them stored in here like records and comic books. So, all right, so the Killers cassette is sold to Chris Gardner for $10. Great White's at $30. Great White's at $35. The Iron Maiden cassette's at $17. Final call. Nobody bid on Black Sabbath Mob Rules picture disc. You can pick that up for a $25 buy now. All right, and I'm not going to go through all these. What I'm going to do is to show you the high-end stuff that's still left, or the more than $6.99. Mark Stanley gets Black Sabbath for $6.99. Great White's out. Brad Waits has that for $35. And let's go ahead and put up another auction. And that next auction is going to go up right now, and it's Vinnie Vincent Invasion. Vinnie Vincent Invasion, All Systems Go, is an original 88 sealed. This album's not in print. It's never really been reissued. With hype sticker, old retail price tag, that's going to go up for a $45 start. There's only one 1999 record left. This is all discounted stuff. The Eagles is $19.99. There's only one $14.99 record left, Buffalo Springfield. There's only one Fleetwood Mac left for $14.99. And then the $9.99 records was Elephant's Memory, Billy Joe 52nd Street, Traffic, and Heart. Those are all $9.99. And then the $6.99 records was The Young Rascals Groovin', Benny King, Billy Vera, Gallery, John Fred, Dan Fogelberg, The Nice, Rowan and Martin's Laugh In. Also, we have Rock Cats, Alarm, Heartbreakers, the Doobie Brothers, Endless Love, Sean Cassidy, Carole King, Paul Simon, the Kindles, Diana Ross, Marshall Tucker, Moody Blues, Peter Frampton, Rotary Connection, and the Brothers Johnson, and the Bee Gees. Iron Maiden is sold, and that is sold for $17 to Nick Galletti. Thank you, Nick. That's so to you. Great White's out. The most recent bid was with Sieg at $40. This is Recovery Live. It has the original on her sleeve. It is an OG pressing. The details on that is an 87 USOG Allied press. It's VG++, nearly EX, and we're about to sell it for $40. Vinnie Vincent's a sealed original with hop sticker. We're looking for a $45 start on that. All right, Chad, that sticker on the Stones Tuesday night said mispress, if that helps. Oh, yeah, I just don't know where... I think somebody bought it for the minimum bid. Did anybody remember buying that Hot Rocks the other night, the mispress, because it was supposed to bring a lot more than $65, and I just don't think a lot of people understand what it is. And I think we sold it for the minimum bid, unfortunately. So, all right. Now, did you have a Edgar winner for $9.99? Probably. It probably sold. So this is what's left in the discount crate. This is what's left in the discount crate. And this is like 3 discount crates combined. And I'm about to make a bundle deal. So if you want something, I would request you right now claiming it. This is Benny King Rough Edges. It's in shrink. It's on this Maxwell label. There's no condition notes on the vinyl, $6.99. Great White is officially sold to Sieg, and that's sold for $40, and now we're ready for more stuff. But, Carol, if I run across it, sometimes, like I said, they might have not watched that sale yet. I've got a habit of putting no bids in the sold crate because it's such a, there's usually not many auctions left behind. I sometimes put them on the sold bid automatically because somebody does the buy it now on it, like immediately. That's why I always tell people, if you want an auction, you better bid, and it's always the minimum bid price because there's a 9.5 times out of 10 chance it's going to go for a buy it now and somebody's going to grab it. So Chuck Haley wants Laugh In for $6.99. I thought someone claimed the Laugh In LP a while ago. Well, now it's Chuck Haley. That might have been him. That is sold for $6.99, and that is done, okay? And Brian Call said he claimed Edgar winner this morning. There you go. The mysteries have been solved, except for a couple things. All right, let's go ahead and throw up another auction. And let me step over here. I got a whole crate of surprises. I posted about half of them in the group. And now then I have some even, quote, more surprises. I think I've got another Triumph over here. I do. I'm going to run that. And I have been delivered a cassette collection that's incredible, an entire cassette collection over here. Here is an 83 USOG EX or better Triumph, Never Surrender, a $10 start on that. All those are sold. No, Devo's gone. None of that's still available. All that's been sold. Yep. That's the only thing that's left, and we're about to do a bundle deal right now. I'm going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. I'm about to bundle these last 33 and a third records. If anybody wants in on these, I'm going to bundle everything that's left right now for $125. 125 divided by 33. You can buy everything in here for $7. For $125, that's $3.78 a piece. Bundle deal available. Everything that's left, $125. Everything that's left, $125. If not, these are going to be retired for a while. I would love to fill up the rest of my crate and say all these are sold. But it's up to you. You can make the decision right now. It's up to you. And right now, we got Vinnie Vincent at $52. Vinnie Vincent's at $54. Triumph is at $20. Let's grab another cassette. This time it's Peace of Mind. Peace of Mind is going to go up for a $10 start. There's the Iron Maiden Peace of Mind cassette. That's now up for a $10 start. $125 for these 33 records. That's usually what I do with the leftover discount stuff. Going once, going twice, and then we got a few more. I'm bringing over new stuff right now. Okay, thanks everybody. Has everybody hit the like button? Has everybody hit the share button? Has everybody hit every button you can think? It's like Elf when he's on the elevator. He just starts pressing all the buttons. That's what I need y'all to do right now. If you change your mind on those, they're right here next to me. I might show them again when some of the bundlers are on, like John Barry. John Barry. When some of the bundlers are on, we might do some bundling, like with John Barry. Okay. First, let's go through this stuff here. This is new stuff that is available for sale right now. Here we go. Vinnie Vincent's at 54. Curtis Marachi, you're out. Triumph's at 20 with Chuck Edgar. Everybody else is out. That's a final call. Haven't heard back from too many people. I'm going to breeze through these. I'm still looking for some claims, okay? And some of the claims I'm still looking for are in this crate. So let me go pull these out. And here we go. First thing I have is Queens of the Stone Age, the Rated R album. Queens of the Stone Age Rated R album is $36.99, 180 gram. That's new and sealed. I got 2 of those. New bid on Triumph for $14. The Best of REM, that's a double LP, $44.99. I still have that available if anybody wants one. There's 2 of them. Iron Maiden has a bid for $10. Waiting for Marachi on Vinnie Vincent, and he's bid $55. Dustin Whitaker, you've been outbid. Now Triumph's at $22. That means everybody else has been outbid. NWA, this is sold to David Saunders. David Saunders gets NWA straight out of Compton. There's 1 left if anybody else wants it. That's $36.99. And then STP, we're going to have a waiting list. Somebody already commented on the post they want a waiting list. This is Stone Temple Pilots Unplugged, $24.99, colored vinyl. Brandon Lack gets 1, and then Kathy Collinsworth. She already said she wants on the waiting list. Anybody else on STP, just let me know. They're $24.99. Sealed Vinnie Vincent's at $60. Triumph's at $22, and another Queens of the Stone Age. This one's called Like Clockwork. It's also a double LP sealed for $44.99. And then we have Stevie Ray Vaughan, Reading Festival, 1983. SRV, Stevie Ray Vaughan is $34.99. That's a 2 LP live unofficial. The Reading Festival, 1983. Clash London Calling is $39.99. Chad Thompson wants on the STP. Let's go ahead and sell Iron Maiden to Tom Kelly for $10. And I've got to sell Triumph very soon to John McPatriot for $22 unless there's another bid. Now Vinnie Vincent's at $60. Curtis Marachi, you're out. And then Chad Thompson on the wait list for STP. Heart Magazine is $9.99. That was the discount price. Also, Metallica Market Square Heroes Volume 1 and Volume 2. That's a 2 LP, $44.99. And then David Saunders says, trying to get all my invoices. I'm pretty sure I ordered Metallica Volume 1 and 2. Haven't seen this, and this. I'd like Iron Maiden live in New York as well. Never mind, Solar One Pull, Black Sabbath, Miley, Black Sabbath. Also, we have Billy Joe, River of Dreams. This is $33.99. That is sold to David E. Johnson. Thank you, David Johnson, on Billy Joe, River of Dreams. There's 2 left if anybody else wants one. Triumph's at $25. Queens of the Stone Age Era Vulgaris. That is $36.99. And then we got Black Sabbath Sabotage. Black Sabbath Sabotage is sold to Anthony Clark. That's $29.99. Remastered Black Sabbath. I've got 2 left in here. Make that 3 left. Harold Ackerman on Stevie Ray Vaughan. Let's sell him one of those live Reading festivals. Now Triumph is sold to Chuck Edgar for $25. Chuck Edgar also has Vinnie Vincent for $65. Curtis is out, so we're about to sell that for $65. We got Chris Kirkley. That's a tough to get Billy Joe album, 1993. Chris Kirkley getting a Billy Joe. And then Black Sabbath Paranoid. I've got 2 left at $29.99. Black Sabbath Paranoid, $29.99. Okay, Mad Season, and that's everything that's in this crate. Metallica is a live unofficial. 2 people asked. This is live 1988, a Volume 1, a Volume 2. It's Market Square. It's a 4 LP total set, $44.99 for each volume. Chuck Edgar, let me know if you want Sabotage or if you want Paranoid. Your pick, and you're also going to get Vinnie Vincent for $65. Now we're ready for another auction. Next auction is going to go up right now. Here we go. Lita Ford, Out for Blood. Lita Ford is a 1983 U.S. repress, HRM, VG+. Lita Ford is a $25 star. That's now vid. Her catalog is out of print. So here's what's left in here. Black Sabbath Paranoid, Black Sabbath Sabotage. Queens of Stone Age Era Vulgaris, he wants Sabotage. That's our last copy of Hole in the Sky. Symptom of the Universe, Billy Joe, last copy. Still got a set of Metallicas, unless Chad or Trent wants one. And then we got The Clash, and then we got Stevie Ray Vaughan. Then we have Queens of the Stone Age. Then we have NWA. Then we have REM. And then we have Queens of the Stone Age. What year reissue is that Billy Joe? 2025, last week. 2025, last week. Next thing we have is this. We're going to put up another auction right quick, and let's go ahead and make sure everybody's paying attention. How about Ozzy Osbourne, Miracle Man picture disc, a 1988 sealed limited edition picture disc from No Rest for the Wicked. This is quite scarce. I don't think I've ever had it before. Miracle Man and Crazy Babies. Wow, look at that. That's going to go up for a $50 start. $50 start. That is now up for bid. Over here, we got Razman on a Paranoid. I have now 1 Paranoid left. Oh, man. Finish with my woman because she couldn't help me with my mind. Brad Waits on Sabotage. That was our last copy of Sabotage. No, it's not. I got 1 Sabotage left if anybody wants it. Sabotage or Savatage. How about Sabotage? That is sold to Brad Waits. There's one left, and there's one Paranoid. I got one each of those left. All right, now Lita Ford has bids for 20 and 25 and 22 and 23, and now Chuck Egger's already in on Ozzy for 50. Miracle Man. Da-da-da-da-da, dun-dun-dun, da-da-da-da-da. That signature Ozzy laugh. Miracle Man. No, down, down. Miracle Man. All right, here we go. Let's get started right here. First thing we're going to do is I'm going to go get a bottle of water. Just see here. One second, please. Mm-hmm. Okay, sorry for the delay. Let me step right up here and grab this, and I'm gonna grab a bottle. Had to send a message right quick. And before I chug another Monster, I'm gonna balance it out with some room temperature Dasani water. And here we go. Chuck, I had a sabotage also. Yeah, you got one. You got one. You got one. Okay, here we go. So let me pull my message back up. Let me do this and this. Let's see here. Where was I? Sorry. Okay. Here we go. So Lita Ford's now at $50 with Chevy Bailey. This is an 83 US repress VG Plus condition. And then Ozzy Miracle Man is at 60 with Matt Marco. 60. And that is a new bid. Chuck Egger, you're out on that. Chuck Egger, you're out of that. Over here we have Iron Maiden live in New York. This is sold to David Saunders. That was on yellow vinyl for $29.99. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Lita Ford is at 51. And we have this, Rage Against the Machine Evil Empire, $29.99 for Rage Against the Machine Evil Empire. I'm down to 2 copies of that if anybody else wants one. And we have Twin Peaks on yellow vinyl. Twin Peaks is $33.99. That's on green vinyl. And then Mad Season, I have 1 copy here, and 1 copy of Mad Season is sold to Jeremy Todd. That's $39.99. Ozzy's at 61, Ozzy's at 62, Ozzy at 62, Ozzy at 63, Ozzy at 65. And Lita Ford is with Chevy Bailey for $55. We got Doechii, and this is $36.99. Last copy of that, Alligator Bites Never Heal. And then Rush, Roll the Bones. Rush is $33.99. That's for Roll the Bones. Remastered, I've got 2 of those. Def Leppard Hysteria. Def Leppard is a 2 LP remaster, $44.99. Lita Ford, Ozzy still getting bids. Our next auction, we're going to do a lot of 2 here. This is going to be Coverdale Page and Jimmy Page Outrider. Coverdale Page and Jimmy Page Outrider, that is David Coverdale from Whitesnake. Great solo album there from, or great collaboration with Coverdale Page. $10 start on that. Matt Marco wants our last copy of Mad Season. We're now sold out of Mad Season. If anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. Jimi Hendrix is $24.99. Jimi Hendrix, Are You Experienced? Pressed at QRP as well. Ethel Cain, Willoughby Tucker, I'll Always Love You. Ethel Cain is a 2LP. That is $39.99. Lita Ford's at $60 and Ozzy's at $70. Ozzy is an original sealed picture disc. It is Miracle Man, a 1988 original UK, and right now it's at $70. Lita Ford's at $60. The 2 Jimmy Page cassettes are a $10 start. We have Cinderella, that's Not Songs, a music on vinyl press for $39. It's a Beautiful Day, that was $29.99 colored vinyl. We're the Meat Men and You Suck. The Meat Men is $29.99. $29.99 on that. And then The Offspring Smash with Self-Esteem. That's $29.99. The Coverdale Page, Jimmy Page, those are an auction, by the way. This is Lita Ford, Out for Blood, an 83 US repress, HRM, VG Plus. Lita Ford has a new bid. And Lita Ford's at $60 with Chevy Bailey. Ozzy has a new bid for $71. We have Smash the 80s, 2LP compilation, $33.99 on that. Black Sabbath, this was our last copy of Master of Reality. I Love You. This is sold to Jeff Malwitz. That is $29.99. That was my last copy. If anybody wants on that wait list, let me know. Chad Thompson on Cinderella, Oso Adventure on Offspring. Oso, I will do those handful of 45s after 8 o'clock, or I can put them up right now. We have Bad Religion, Stranger Than Fiction. That's $24.99. Lita Ford, $62. Ozzy's at $74. And then Kristen Driscoll, make sure if you want to bid on the cassettes, you put JP for Jimmy Page and put $10. Otherwise, I'm about to make them a buy it now. The Crow soundtrack, that's a double LP, $44.99. NXS Kick on clear vinyl, that's $33. Vixen's $29.99 colored vinyl. And then Chain of Strength, the one thing that still holds true, that's $39. Ozzy has a new bid for $80. Lita Ford has a new bid for $62. And Metallica, live in Seattle, that's a 2LP, $38.99. Did I get a Master Reality? Missed a lot last night. Yeah, I think you was on a waiting list. I'll pull up my laptop in just a second. But yeah, you should have been. I remember saying X-Wing 81, 100%. Jimmy Page officially has a bid. Both of these are being sold together. They're at $10. All right, now we have Kristen Driscoll put J01. You're getting closer. You're getting closer. Tom Kelly has them right now at 10. Now we have these. We have... he got everything, he got everything, she got everything, she got everything, he 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 got everything. Everybody got everything. Now, whatever's left is available for sale. Everybody in the video got everything they wanted. NXS is sold to Sarah Wyberdink. Thank you, Sarah. Now, you were already a new buyer, but you're registered, right? Ozzy's at $85. Final call. These 2 Jimmy Page cassettes have a bid of $10. And over here, we got Jimmy Page at $12 with Kristen Driscoll. Lita Ford is still getting bids. Nick Bargeron, you're out. Chevy Bailey has that at $65. That was all the new vinyl from yesterday, and we're about to get into new stuff from today. We're about to get right into new stuff from today. We've already filled up almost our whole first crate, and that's mostly recapping and then the vintage stuff. So thanks, everybody, for that. Metallica's left, Seattle 89. Great concert, amazing track listing. Chain of Strength, Vixen, The Crow, Bad Religion, the 80s, Offspring, Meat Men. Yeah, we have an OG Meat Men, I think, tonight. Beautiful Day, Ethel Cain, Hendrix, Def Leppard, Rush, Doechii, Twin Peaks, and Rally Round the Family. Ozzy is high bid with Matt Marco over on YouTube. Now Shane has it for $100. Never had that before. Die-cut, lathe-shaped picture disc of Miracle Man. Now the cassettes are at $12, and that means that Tom Kelly, you're out. And then Lita Ford is a final call again to Chevy Bailey for $65. Just waiting on old Nick Bargeron over there. Old Nick Bargeron over there. All right, let's grab some more new vinyl. I don't know how much of the metal I ordered showed up, or just a lot. I just had a lot of other stuff ordered too. So the new vinyl tonight, it should be a wide variety. I mean, I ordered everything from punk to metal to bootlegs to Beatles, and new releases are in. So there should be a little bit of everything. Let me see what's in this little short but sweet crate here. Okay, good. There's the rest of the Volume 4s. Let's go ahead and knock those out and let everybody know who got a Volume 4. And I bet there's some people still wanting some cocaine. I mean, Volume 4. Okay, so Seattle 89, Ozzy 105, he's out and he's out. All right, Kristen Driscoll, congratulations. You get the Coverdale Page and Jimmy Page together for $12. Lita Ford is sold to Chevy Bailey for $65. We still got a battle going on for Ozzy. I knew we would. Shane 007 has it for $115. Now we're going to put up Rat. Oh my goodness, a little early to be putting this up, but here we go. An 84 US Club. It's a Columbia Club, Time Coast label. Time Coast label, EX, maybe EX Plus, a nice copy. Rat, $30 start. That's now up for bid. Here we go. Next auction is going to go up right now, and we got all kinds of cool cassettes over here. Just look at all these. Would you look at this? Just look at it. Oh my gosh. Just look at this. Are y'all looking at this? Is everybody looking at this? All right, let's do these two Poison cassettes. Let's do these two Poison. Let's do these three Poison cassettes for a $15 start. Poison, Poison, Poison. Native Tongue, Look What the Cat, Open Up and Say Ah. 3 Poison cassettes, a $15 start. That's now up for bid. All right. Next thing is here. And I'm going to need the wait list for Volume 4. Leaving tomorrow at daybreak. That was my best impression of Ozzy doing Supernaut. And where is my waiting list for Volume 4? Where are you, Volume 4? There it is. So I have the following people still waiting for a Black Sabbath Volume 4. And these are available for $29.99. Ozzy is an official pressing. No, it's an official pressing. 88 UK. Volume 4s, we should have some extras. This is My Eyes Are Blind, But I Can See. Volume 4. Brad Waits, Jake Perganson, Matt Shiker, Michael Snared, and Jamie McCord. 5 are sold, and I have extras. Black Sabbath Volume 4, $29.99. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and that's how many extra Volume 4s I still have. Let me go check our wait list, because when I showed this last night, there might have been some people say, Chad, I want one that hadn't been put into the system yet. So let me see if I can find any waiting list from the last 24 hours. Here's a little stack over here. Yep, Todd Kilgore. Todd Kilgore and what is this here? Disney Volume 1 and 2, Sleep Token, Steel Panther, Jim Sullivan, UFOs. I got to order more of those. And then Black Sabbath Volume 4, Todd's first. And that's it. Black Sabbath Live in Brussels. Boy, I need to order a bunch of those too. Black Sabbath Live in Brussels. Okay, so here we go. We have Volume 4, Todd Kilgore. He's going to be number 1 from the waiting list, and then I'll update all the other auctions in just a second. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything before that. We miss, let's see, what year was with Seattle? I answered that, and then Rat, and then, hold on a second, hold, Tom Kelly. All right, so Todd Kilgore, Tom Kelly gets 1, Matt Marco gets 1, Brad Waits gets 1, and then Gerald Whitworth gets 1, Chris Bryant gets 1, and now there's 1 left. There's 1 left, and I've actually already filled up my crate, so let me swap out, and that's the last copy of Volume 4 I have in stock. Just saying. I'm going to put that right there. Boy, they've done some changes over here to the operations center. It's a lot more freedom to move around than it was 24 hours ago. All right, and the last one is going to Chevy Bailey. We are sold out of Black Sabbath Volume 4. If anybody wants on a waiting list, they'll be back available next week as long as they're in stock. They'll keep this album in print for a long time. They're not going to discontinue that, a standard remaster. Okay, so let's start first with the oldest auction, Ozzy. Miracle Man, an original, official 1988 die-cut picture disc, sealed. It's sealed, too. It's still in the original UK shrink wrap. And that has a high bid right now. It's with 007 Platinum for $125. I told my friend Moose to get on and bid. I don't know if he's watching or not. Moose, the clock is ticking, buddy. You're running out of time. And then Brad Waits has Rat for $52. This is an 84 US Club, Columbia Club Time Coast label. 84 US Club, EX Plus condition. Over here, this is with Brad Waits at $52. Everybody else is out. And then 3 Poison cassettes. 3 Poison cassettes. 3 Poison cassettes. Chris Bocci has them for $20. Chris Bocci for $20. Let me go back up the top. I see a couple questions. So, Chad, I'm assuming I got a Volume 4 Master Reality. I did not watch last night. Did see no comment on your post. Yeah, I hadn't been liking the comments on the Ozzy Black Sabbath post because it's been split and so complicated. Here's everybody that got a Volume 4 already. Here's everybody that got tagged in the last 2 nights. John Smetzer, Amanda Davis, Jeremy Todd, Mark Overton, Ryan Eaton, Amber Mathis, Terry Gearhart, Troy Overmeyer, Anthony Clark, and Keith Garrett. That's everybody. Those 10 people already got one. Okay? So, John, you're good. And then over here we have this. And let me make sure I didn't miss anything. And the next thing I have is Ed must be busy. I missed him half an hour ago. Crickets. I understand. Go, no problem. Ed is gone. If you're looking for an immediate reply, that's not going to happen. Ed will reply to you sometime tomorrow. Ed is no longer here. He left about an hour or 2 hours ago. Ed's here from about, he's here about 8, 9 hours a day, sometimes 10, but there is no instant reply. You got to give him 24, 48 hours, especially if he has to go look for something or try to find something. You got to give him 24, 48 hours. No immediate replies. We have Rat at 55, Poisons at 24, and we're about to sell Ozzy for $125. Ozzy's about to sell for $125. Also, if you message Ed on Friday afternoon, it's going to be 2 to 4 days before you get a reply. He's not here on Saturdays. He's not here on Sundays. Mondays, he's invoicing. Monday night, he might be replying to messages, but it could be Tuesday. So if you send a message on Friday afternoon, you're not going to get a reply on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and sometimes even Monday. Okay, here's what's next. We sold out of Volume 4s. The waiting list is up. We have Led Zeppelin. This is Physical Graffiti, $44.99. That's a 2 LP. That's a 180-gram remaster, $44.99. That's a new restock, 40th anniversary, $44.99. ZZ Top's first album. This is a 180-gram all analog, $39.99. $39.99. ZZ Top's first album. And then Sex Pistols, Nevermind the Bollocks, that's $39. And then Kiss Dynasty is $33.99, 2014 remaster. Ozzy is sold to Shane Devers for $125. The 3 Poison cassettes, Chris Bocci, You're Out. David Saunders has it for $24. The Rat album's at $55. Dustin Whitaker's out. It's up to Brad Waits. Brad, it's up to you on the Rat. It's up to Chris Bocci on the Poison cassettes. I was asking Ed about the date of the press for Number of the Beast later. Okay, now that's something that you probably shouldn't message Ed over because he has no idea. If you ever have a question about a pressing, you'll just probably have to wait for me to put it up, or I'll try to find it. Or part 2 would be maybe if Laura's watching live, she tags all the auctions. If you message Ed about a pressing that's going to be going up later that day, he probably won't even have time to see it, and he'll probably also say, I'll have to get back with you. We have a 1986 USOG with the original undersleeve, Crocus, change of address, $25 start. This is Crocus, change of address, $25 start. That's now up for bid. I can tell you about the Iron Maiden, but you'll have to give me a few seconds, okay? If you're ever asking about an auction that's going up later, that's something you ask me live, but usually I just tell everybody, sit back, relax, it's going to come up very soon. The next question that just happened is, did you get Black Sabbath Never Say Die? Never Say Die. Those have not come back in yet. Those have not come back in yet. You have not been tagged for one yet, okay? Now on Poison, all right, so these are sold for $24. These are sold to David Saunders for $24, and then Brad Waits, it's up to you on the Rat, but I got to sell it very soon. Chad, I got a Metallica Market Square last night. Could I switch it out for the Seattle 89? Are you talking about the sets? I can do that. They'll have to go back and find them and do that, but I'm pretty sure we can do that. Okay? Or you can just buy both. That would be the best thing. Crocus is a $25 start. Rat, I'm going to encourage you to just buy both of them. That would be fantastic, right? Let's go ahead and put up 2 Teslas. These are going to go up for a $15 start. We got Tesla 5-man acoustical jam and the Great Radio Controversy. That's going to go up for a $15 start. Those are now up for bid. So let's go through what's left in here one more time. I got Led Zeppelin. This is Physical Graffiti, and that is 2 LP, $44.99. Over here, Chris Bocci says, not out on Poison, just need a repeat on the albums before I bid. Oh, I thought you said out. I've already bought some of those. That's a repeat. My bad. Okay, so Tesla's still up for bid. He's bid $25. This is Native Tongue. Look what the cat dragged in and open up and say, ah. Open up and say, ah. This is Look What the Cat Dragged In and Native Tongue. Okay, that is 3 of those, and that's $25 with Chris Bocci. Now, David Saunders, you're out. Now, Crocus is at $25, and now the 2 Tesla cassettes are a $15 start. Now, we have a claim for Metallica Seattle 89. That's right over here. And then Kenny Rowe wants to put back Volume 1, Volume 2 from last night. So somewhere in last night's crates, there's a Metallica Volume 1, Volume 2, Market Square Arena tag to Kenny Rowe. Put those back. I'll have Tanner or somebody find those. At this point, they'll probably be ready to shoot me, but that's okay. And then we'll tag this to Kenny Rowe. If I end up shot, then it's Kenny. Everybody's going to be like, Kenny, why did you have Chad shot? They killed Kenny. Kenny killed Chad. ZZ Top is $39.99. That's all analog. That's their debut album, cut by Kevin Gray. That's part of that Rhino Hi-Fi series, $39.99. Gatefold Jacket, also the Sex Pistols, never mind the Bollocks, that's $39.99. And Kiss Dynasty is $33.99. 2014 remaster. 2014 remaster. That is now up for bid, okay? And now let's go back over here. I lost Brad Waits on Rat, so I've got to go ahead and sell that. Rat was sold to whoever that last bidder was. Who was that last bidder on Rat? Rat last bidder was over here. Stanley Richmond gets Rat for $55. I lost Brad somewhere on that one. That's okay. That's sold. Now the cassettes are all up to David Saunders. He hadn't set out. Those 3 are at $25. Final call to you. And then Tesla's also a final call. Those 2 for $15. Crocus is sold to James Davidson for $25. 1 bid on that. Stephen Lewis Jr., your bid just came in late. Next claim is ZZ Top, and ZZ Top is sold to Joe Salamo. That is sold, and now I'm going to bring over some other new stuff. Here we go. All right. Make sure if you want to bid, I would bid, and I would just close your eyes and start pressing buttons. All right, next thing we have is another crate. I'm going to go ahead and read through some more new vinyl over here. I'm going to go ahead and read through some more new vinyl over here. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's do that right now. Some more new vinyl over here. And Chad, I thought you was going to offer off some signed Pablo Cruz albums. I am. Did I say I was going to do that tonight? I don't think I did. If I did, I apologize. And then there's these and these. And let's go ahead and put up another auction. Lita Ford. Lita Ford's going to go up for auction right now. This is Lita Ford. Out for Blood, special low price, includes rock and roll made for me, what I am today. And then over here is an 83 USOG 26 PRC press, hop sticker, promo stamp, near mint minus $40 start. What did I just say? This is let me translate that for you. This is an 83 original pressing, near mint, for a $40 start with hop sticker. Tesla. These both got bids for $15. That's sold to Chuck Yeager. These 3 Poison cassettes are sold to Chris Bocci for $25. All right. We pulled the ZZ Top out. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. The next auction is going to be Twisted Sister, Under the Blade. That's an 82 German OG with a lyric insert. It is near mint. Very nice copy. Just a little bit of cover wear, including a saw mark. That's going to go up for a $25 start. Here's another really popular Metallica unofficial. It's live in the City of Brotherly Love. This is a full concert where they did nothing but covers. Pretty cool. It's on red vinyl from Parachute Records, and that is $39.99. I got 3 copies of Soundgarden down on the upside. Soundgarden's a double LP, new and sealed, and there was a special request for this. I think it was Chris Knapp. Soundgarden is sold to Chris Knapp. I got 2 extra copies left if anybody wants one. This is Follow Me Into the Desert, As Thirsty As You Are. That is Soundgarden down on the upside. Twisted Sister has a bid for $33. Lita Ford has a bid for $40. Chad's going to mute his mic right quick. All right. Whew, man. Y'all have got me talking like a maniac. Thursdays never disappoint. When I wake up Thursday, I get prepared for battle. I was like, I know what I'm about to step into. I'm about to jump into the fire when I go live on a Thursday night. One second, please. I got to get mentally prepared. Okay, Chris Caldwell and Metallica. Make sure that goes in for 39. Also, we got one for David Saunders. Lita Ford has bids for 40, 45, and now 50. One bid on Twisted Sister for 33 of Kristen Driscoll. That's going once, going twice. Our next cassette is going to go up for bid. Boy, this looks interesting. This is something pretty new, isn't it? Clutch. Sunrise on Slaughter Beach. That's something pretty recent. It's sealed on a blue cartridge. Clutch is going to go up for a $10 start. Next, I've got Sinead O'Connor. This is a live unofficial through rain and through storm, live at Pink Pop Festival 1995. It's an FM broadcast, $29.99 for Sinead O'Connor. I've got 2 copies of Phil Collins' The Singles. Phil Collins is a 2 LP. That's essentially his greatest hit solo career, $44.99. First track is In the Air Tonight. Also, we had a special request. Somebody needed a Rush to complete their discography. Here is Rush's last studio album, Clockwork Angels. This is sold to Josh Brown. It's a double LP, $44.99. If anybody else wants a Rush, I've got 2 left at $44.99. Hammers up on Twisted Sister. Clutch has a bid for 10, and Lita Ford's at 55. I got Caius, Blues for the Red Sun. That's on Go Vinyl, 30th anniversary, $33.99 on that. And In Excess, Original Sinners. In Excess is live, 1984. That's $29.99. And we have Pearl Jam by Neural. Pearl Jam is remastered by Bob Ludwig, $38.99. And David Bowie. This is a live unofficial Dallas 1978, a 2 LP yellow vinyl, $49.99 for David Bowie. That's a live unofficial. Clutch is a final call. Twisted Sister just got 1 bid. That's sold to Kristen Driscoll for $33. Matthew Sherrick wants Rush, Clockwork Angels. That's sold. And now we're going to go ahead and put up another auction. Let's go ahead and run this Rainbow Long Live Rock and Roll. Rainbow's a 78 US PRC Richmond original with the original under sleeve, and we're going to put that up for a $35 start. In front of Bowie is Live AC/DC, Dallas, Texas. I've only got one. It's a 2 LP, $29.99. Live in Dallas, 1985. I've only got one. There's a new bid on Clutch for 11. I haven't heard back from Kenny Stanley or anybody else. Mark Steele has Lita Ford for $55. And then over here, I've got 2 copies, and this is Nirvana. Under the Covers. This is Nirvana, kind of like the Metallica, doing nothing but covers, including the Immigrant Song, and including I Want to Be Your Dog, and Bad Moon Rising, and 8675309, and Daisy Confused, and Bob O'Reilly. That's from Parachute. Nirvana Covers is $34.99. Here's another really cool, Guns N' Roses Ultra Rare Tracks. It's a 2 LP red vinyl, $36.99. It's got duets with Tom Petty and Meatloaf and Aerosmith and Bruce Springsteen and Alice Cooper. It's a 2 LP red vinyl unofficial, $36.99. Now Lita Ford's at 56, so there is a new bid. Now Clutch is at 12, and now Scott Markheim wants that one and only AC/DC. Now Clutch is at 13. Now Lita Ford's at 58. Now Clutch is at 14. And the Dio Rainbow Long Live Rock and Roll, an original too, very nice copy, gatefold. $35 start. We have Aerosmith, their greatest hits. That's $39. Also, Talk Talk Live. That's in Verdenberg, Utrecht. The Musikzentrum Verdenberg, Utrecht. 1984. That's on colored vinyl. Talk Talk, that's $33.99. AC/DC, if you want blood, that's $29. And David Bowie, We Can Be Heroes, just in one day. I'm assuming the Vlodderchicks aren't watching because they would have bought one of those David Bowie bootlegs. But right now, we got Autumn on Nirvana. There's now one left, Nirvana Under the Covers. Let's read through that crate again. There's so much still left in here, and a lot of stuff I haven't had in a while. A lot of new stuff I haven't ordered in a while. Clutch is sold to Darren Chrisman for $14. Sealed Clutch cassette, sold to Darren for $14. Rainbow has a bid for $35, and Lita Ford is at $58 with Mark Steele. Lita Ford is at $58. We have a lot of requests coming in. I'm going to get to those shortly, but first I'm going to go ahead and do this right here. We're going to go ahead and put up another cassette, and we're going to do 4 White Snakes for a $20 start. 4 White Snakes for a $20 start. Saints and Sinners, Slide It In, White Snake 87, and Slip of the Tongue. 4 White Snake cassettes, a $20 start. So the first thing that's left is Metallica, Live in the City of Brotherly Love, a 2 LP red vinyl unofficial. Metallica doing covers. That's $39.99. I think we're done on Lita Ford. Mark still has it for $58. Kenny Stanley's out. It's really up to Rich Krulak at this point. Now Rainbow has multiple bids. Now Rich is back in on Lita Ford at $60, and the 4 White Snakes are a $20 start. I got Soundgarden, Down on the Upside. That's one of their original studio albums. Not easy to get an OG just based on when it came out, like 1996, I think. Soundgarden's a double LP gatefold, $44. Metallica was $39. I've got 2 Sinead O'Connors. This is a live unofficial. That's Sinead live at Pink Pop in 1995. That is $29.99. And then I've got 2 Phil Collins, the singles. Phil Collins, the singles, is a 2 LP, $44.99. Also, we have Rush, Clockwork Angels. I do that every time. We sold one. We had a waiting list. There's one left, $44.99. And then Caius. Caius is on gold vinyl, a 30th anniversary Blues for the Red Sun. That's $33.99. Brandon Jones wants a Metallica. Now there's 3 Metallicas left if anybody else wants one. Chuck Edgar gets a Soundgarden. Now there's 1 Soundgarden if anybody else wants one. Rainbow has a high bid for $40. Now Lita Ford's at $60, and that means that Mark Steele, you're out. I got NXS Original Sinners 1984. That's NXS Live. That's $29.99. And then Pearl Jam by Neural. That's mastered by Bob Ludwig, and that is $38.99. What kind of food is that, Mom? My mom is back in the building. Steak. That didn't say chocolate pie. Steak and jelly biscuits. Sounds like y'all went to Cracker Barrel. Okay, sorry. My mom walked by with a tray of food, and let's see here. All right, we got Mike Massey, Sinead. That's so to Mike Massey, thank you. And now let's go ahead and say that he's out on Lita Ford. That means we're about to sell that to Rich for $60. Let's go over that one more time. So Lita Ford, Out for Blood. We don't get her stuff too often. It's pretty scarce just because it's never been reissued. 1983 OG, 1983 OG, and the high bid is $60. $60 on that. We have Ben Dygert on NXS. That's sold to Ben Dygert. Let's go ahead and make the 4 White Snakes a buy it now for $20. You can get all 4 White Snakes for $20. That's a buy it now. And then over here, Rainbow, Tim Turner has that for $40. I'm assuming everybody else is done. This is a 78 US Richmond OG, and that is the original on her sleeve, and that's at $40, okay? And then Ben Dygert on NXS, I just pulled that. And then we have David Bowie, this right here. Jeremy Bryant, thank you. That's Dallas 1978. The Isolar 2 World Tour, numbered, yellow vinyl gatefold with archival imagery, $49.99, okay? Guy Shard wants a Talk Live. That's so to Guy Shard. Michael Ruttman picks up the White Snake cassettes, all 4 for $20. That seemed like a bargain, $5 a piece on those. And now we're going to go ahead and show that last Bowie. And then here's that Nirvana again, Under the Covers, the songs they didn't write. Nirvana is $34.99. And then Under the Covers waiting list. I actually have one in stock. There's one still left, actually. Guns N' Roses, the Ultra Rare Tracks, that's a 2 LP red vinyl. Rarities, Obscurities, and Odysseys, that's a 2 LP, $34.99. We got Aerosmith, 20 track, 2 LP expanded, greatest hits, $39. And then Talk is $33. AC/DC's $29. And then David Bowie, We Can Be Heroes, the original album remastered, $33.99. All right, Lita Ford is sold. After a long battle, that is sold to Rich Krulak for $60. Now, I think I already did a final call on Rainbow. It's time for new, fresh auctions, new cassettes. And Rainbow over here. Sean Holford wants a Nirvana. So, Sean Holford, if they pass, you can get it. And they said you can have it now, and they go, I was about to offer that. So thank you. You read my mind. So Rainbow is a $40 final call to Tim Turner, and it was all up to Chris Caldwell on that one. Welcome anybody that's new. I have a feeling we probably have a lot of new people watching tonight. We're already over 300 viewers on all platforms. $8 in limited shipping. That includes cassettes, autographs, whatever you may buy tonight. Posters, I mean, anything that we sell. Tonight's going to be heavy with vinyl, and it's a lot of heavy metal. We got a lot of big requests. Is it after 7? There's a lot of people been requesting a LA Guns album. Let me see if I can even find it. Plus, I told somebody Deathlock after 7. So here's Deathlock. It's a 2023 The Death album, and this is a limited edition silver vinyl with an expanded track list. The cover does have a little bit of a bend, Laura says. Let me see what she's talking about. The cover has a little bit of a bend. Must be something on the back. Oh, yeah, right up here. A little bit of cover damage up here on the back. It's going to go up for a $50 start. $50 start on that. Mike Massey wants that last Talk unofficial. That's sold. Thank you, Mike. And now Rainbow has a new bid. Chris Caldwell's at $45. Chris Caldwell at $45. Let's move over Deathlock. And now we're going to put up another auction, which is Keel. But first, let's go ahead and do this. I'm going to do Ozzy Live EP. Wow, take a look at this. Ozzy, live EP. This was not really released in the States, Canada, maybe in overseas too. Mr. Crowley, You Said It All, and Suicide Solution. That is clean. EX or better. The covers maybe VG Plus. $35 start on Ozzy. Beatles. Now, if you're new and you're requesting something like Beatles, I don't think there was anything Beatles in the hot pictures. So if we have a Beatles album, it will be a random record that pops up tonight in the... that will be a random record that pops up tonight in the pre-owned stuff. John wasn't here today. I don't think he's here again till tomorrow. Yeah, he's not here till tomorrow. He's usually here. Everybody's usually here on Thursdays. I think he was off today. And so if we have new arrivals, it's going to be nothing from Paul and Laura. By the way, Paul's going on another buying trip to Texas on Sunday. If you're anywhere between Middle Tennessee and Texas, and you have something really killer, a really killer collection, we're kind of already booked up. But if you have something crazy and you want to sell some records, be sure to let us know if you're anywhere between here and Texas, because they're going down there to buy some more, I think, insane records so we can bring them back here and sell them, okay? Rainbow, all of a sudden, got a new bid for $45. We sold Talk. I'll put up Keel here in a second. Deathlock, $50. Rainbow got a new bid for $46. Rainbow's still getting bids. Now it's at $46. Ozzy's obviously getting new bids. And there's Deathlock, okay? There's Deathlock. Give me 1 second over here. Let me do a few things. One second over here. All right, there we go. All right, I've run through that crate twice. Let me put this right over here. Excellent, and let's go ahead and grab, how about we go ahead and knock out a lower crate? Let's go ahead and do that right now, because I think it's the one and only one. So let me see what's going on over here. The one and only one over here. And let me hide the lower crate sticker. I'm going to do that right now. Looks like we got some very interesting stuff in here. Very, very cool. Let me take a quick peek at what she's marked. Plus, I got to find somewhere to put the sticker. Oh, man. Looks like she's marked some really cool looking stuff. I'm pretty excited. I know y'all will be. Let's get running this. I still got, dang, we still got 5 more crates of new vinyl. But we're going to go ahead and knock this one out. Going to go ahead and knock this one out. And then we'll do, the rest of the new vinyl, and plus Paul's marking stuff too. So it's going to be one of these busy, like all night long, even with not even John being here, all night long with nothing but new arrivals. So it's going to be fun. Let's go through these and see what happens, okay? Sounds like I need to go down the row and tell you what all 3 auctions are again, okay? Oh, man. Oh, sorry. Okay, let's start with Rainbow over here on the left. Rainbow is Long Live Rock and Roll. 78 USPRC Richmond OG with the original sleeve, no condition notes. And the last bid was Chris Caldwell, 48. Tim Turner went out. Gayfo jacket, nice Ronnie James Dio. Over here is Deathlock, the Death album. Deathlock is at $65 with Joseph Ellis. $65 with Joseph Ellis. Now, what is Deathlock? This is the Metal Eclipse, the Death album. It is expanded edition with bonus tracks. It does have a little bit of a ding back here in the back jacket. It's on silver vinyl. It's a 2023, and Joseph Ellis has it for $65. Ozzy is an 82 Canadian live EP. 82 Canadian live EP, EX condition, and this is Aussie, and the high bid on Aussie right now is 007 Platinum at $60. That's where we're at on those. We got a new arrivals crate. The lower crate sticker is hidden inside of one of the album jackets, and we will reveal after a couple read-throughs who actually got it or if it's still available. Let's get started. I have the Eagles Greatest Hits Volume 2 in shrink, the Vinyls VG Plus. It has the original inner sleeve, $17.99. $17.99. Blondie, Eat to the Beat. Blondie's in shrink, vinyls in VG Plus, $14.99. Spirit World, this is Heldorado. Spirit World is EX, $19.99. Jeremy Rourke first on the Eagles. Deathlock is at $69. I think we're about to sell Ozzy and Rainbow after 3 more records. Johnny Winter, the Winter of '88. VG Plus $12.99. Motorhead, Another Perfect Day, EX $19.99. And Whitney Houston, Whitney is VG Plus $14.99. Guess what? There's a new bid on Aussie, $65. Shane, you have been outbid, and over here we got Rainbow, and Rainbow over here is sold to Chris Caldwell for $48. Time for a new auction. But first, let me move down Deathlock and let you know that has a new bid. It's at $71. And Aussie has a new bid. Jeremy got the Eagles. I've already pulled out. Hiram Aponte first on Spirit World. Joseph Ellis was second. Mark Steele on Motorhead. Thrasher was third on Spirit World. Robbie Summerlin on Whitney Houston. I Just Want to Dance with Somebody. Kristen Barnett second. Then Joe Farrell. Chris Ligero fourth on Spirit World. Motorhead's already sold. Scott next on Motorhead. Brian Call on Johnny Winter. Chris Bocci next on Spirit World. Then James Davidson. Now we have Deathlock at 75. And now we have Aussie at 70. And we have Deathlock at 76. Next is Tool Lateralis. A 2 LP picture disc, VG Plus $24.99. We have Adam and the Ants, Prince Charming. That's VG $9.99. Aussie's at 70. Deathlock is at 76, now 77. Deftones, White Pony, EX $22.99. Disc 1 has some wild-looking marks, but I played it with barely any service noise. Laura loves the Deftones. Laura loves the Deftones. That is EX $22.99. We have the Ramones, and that's EX $17.99 on the Ramones. And ELO, Out of This World. That's VG Plus, and it has the original Spaceship 3D panorama that you can build. VG Plus $19.99. Let's go over here and grab another new auction, and that is going to be Striper, the Yellow and Black Attack. Striper is an 84 USOG per Discogs. This is the third press of the 6-track EP. VG Plus Striper is a $20 start. $20 start on that. So let's go back to the top. Deathlock got a bid for 78. Aussie, the last bid was 70 with 007 Platinum. 70 on that. James Lavender put Took, but he meant Tool. So Tool is sold to James Lavender. What a great price on that. $24.99. Nick Galletti put a quote A mark, and then Deathlock got a bid for 78. And then over here we got Kristen Barnett on Deftones. That is sold to Kristen Barnett. X-Wing was second. Deathlock has a bid for 80. Matt Marco for third on Deftones. And then ELO is sold to Jeff Halsworth. That's sold to Jeff Halsworth. Aaron Civic was second, third, fourth on Deftones. Dennis Cole second on ELO. Brian Call got the Ramones. Striper has a new bid for 20. Jeff Hansen second on ELO. Deathlock is at 81, and Hammers up on Aussie again. Final call over here, and that is with 007 Platinum for $70, okay? All the Aussie autos paid. Everybody's paid for their Aussie autograph. I think they've all shipped. Now, we have 3 auctions up right now with Deathlock, Aussie, and Striper. Striper has a new bid for 20, another bid for 20. Aussie still getting bids for 72. 007 Platinum, you're out. Over here, we have Cyndi Lauper, A Night to Remember, EX $27.99. Did you say got Deftones or I was second? The Deftones went to Kristen Barnett. You were first on the Deftones White Pony. Over here, we have Mr. Mister, Welcome to the Real World, EX $17.99. Chad, it's Deathlock, not Deathlock. Over here, we have Dire Straits Brothers in Arms. That's EX $24.99. It has the original on the sleeve, mastered by Robert Ludwig. That's EX $24.99. Striper 21, Striper Striper 22, Striper 23, Striper 24, Striper 24, Striper 25, Striper 25, Striper 25, and Kenny Roll gets Dire Straits. That's sold. Christina Curtis on the Adam and the Ants. That's sold. Still getting bids on Ozzy. That means Harold Ackerman, you've got immediately outbid again. It's at 80. If one of y'all want to go ahead and bid 150, we'll wrap this up. Harold's out on Ozzy. This is sold to 007 Platinum for $80. Ozzy, the live VP, is sold. Let's put that away right over here. Now Deathlock is at 86, and now it was at 85. Now it's at 86, and now Striper, we got Chuck Yeager tied with Stephen Reeves. He bid first at $25. Susie Quattro, VG $9.99 Hard Rock, and Zappa. Zappa is VG Plus $19.99. Ben Dygert, you were second on Dire Straits. Let's go ahead and put up another auction, and that next auction is going to go up right now. And it is what? It is, do what now? It is Keel. And Keel is an 87 USOG. It is in VG condition. It's going to go up for a $15 start. Also, we have Alice Cooper, Easy Action. That's a 2009 press, VG Plus $14.99. That was the last check condition record. Also, we have Black Sabbath. Wow, the Rhino. This is sealed for $39.99. Also, we have Judas Priest live in Atlanta, 1982 Record Store Day sealed. That's $29.99. Dave C. on Cyndi Lauper. That is sold back here to Dave C. Now Keel has a bid for $15. Striper still at $25. I'm about to sell it to Stephen Reeves. Nobody else's bid. It's still at $25. And now Deathlock. This is a high bid and a final call to Alex Butler for $86. He's about to get it. First thing was Keel got a bid for $15. Alonzo got Judas Priest. X-Wing got Black Sabbath. Keel got another bid for $15, then another bid for $20. Matt Marco next on Black Sabbath. And we have Zach Sabbath Vertigo. That's on yellow vinyl for $19.99. Also, we have Fleetwood Mac Alternative Live. That is $29.99. That's alternate versions of that live 1980 album, sealed for $29.99. And then also we have Carole King in concert live at the BBC with James Taylor. That is sealed for $19.99. Now Striper 26, another 26, another 26, another 26. And now Stevens right back on top at 30. And then the last bid on Keel was about four $15 bids, and then Chris Martin bid 20. And now we have Matt Marco on AS, and he meant ZS for Zach Sabbath. And then Mike Sharp, you were second. Then Tim Turner was third. Chuck Yeager's out on Striper. Here's the Black Crowes Jealous again, a sealed copy for $14.99. And we have Big Thief, two hands. Big Thief is on brown vinyl for $29.99. And Genesis Abacab Gold Stamp Promo, $29.99. Striper's at $28. Striper's at $30. Christina Curtis wants the Alice Cooper Easy Action. Keel's at $26. But we are done on Deathlock. And this is officially sold way back up here now. And Deathlock is officially sold to Alex Butler for $86. That is sold. That is sold for $86. Let's put that away. Let's grab another auction, okay? Striper just got a new bid for $35, another bid for $30, and now Keel's at $26, and that's with Brad Miller. Next auction is going to go up right now. Judas Priest, Ram It Down. Folks, this is a top copy. This is in shrink with hop, near mint minus vinyl, original under sleeve, an OG retail copy. Judas Priest is a $45 start. James Lavender first on the Black Crowes, then Christina Curtis. And then over here we got Keel at $29. Genesis was a gold stamp promo, by the way. Also, we have Foghat Energized Shrink Wrap, $19.99. Sabbath Bloody Sabbath, that's sealed on the limited edition smoke-colored vinyl, $29.99. Jeff Hansen, you were third on the Black Crowes. And Tom Waits, Swordfish Trombones. Tom Waits is sealed, $24.99. So now Striper has a high bid of $45. Keel's at $32. Judas Priest, $45. Mark Stanley first on the Black Sabbath. James Davidson says he's out on Striper. Also, we have AC/DC. That's Power Up for $29.99. Kristen Barnett says Flag on the Black Crowes. The Black Crowes is sold to Kristen Barnett. Matt Marco second. James Lavender third, Christina Curtis fourth, Jeff Hansen fifth. The Black Crowes needs to go to Kristen Barnett. This needs to be tagged to Kristen Barnett. The feed moved, and there was 3 more claims up above the first person. Kristen Barnett, Matt Marco, then down here, James Lavender, Christina Curtis, and Jeff Hansen. All right, then Black Sabbath sold. Stripers on black vinyl. Chris Caldwell next on Sabbath. 9 Inch Nails Pretty Hate Machine. That is sealed for $24.99. Beck Hyperspace is $17.99. And Iron Maiden, a yellow vinyl Walmart exclusive with a 3D Future Past tour print. That is $29.99. Stripers, a final call. Striper has a high bid with Michael Fairchild for $45. Keel is with Brad Miller at $32, and Judas Priest just has one bid, and we're about to sell it to Hiram Aponte. A top copy, shrink, near mint, original under sleeve, and hop sticker. One bid for $45. Shakedown gets Beck, Nick Galetti on Iron Maiden, and 007 Platinum. You were next. Also in here, Alice Cooper Schools Out, a sealed copy for just $24.99. Chris Caldwell, third on Maiden, and Black Sabbath, The Eternal Idol. Wow, that's the Record Store Day exclusive, sealed at $29.99. Judas Priest has a bid for $50 with Brian Thurman. We're not done. Hiram probably just went, dang it. I thought I was literally going to commit highway robbery getting that Judas Priest. Hiram, you have been outbid, my friend. And now Striper, when I come back, it looks like I'm going to sell that for $45, and it looks like I'm going to sell Keel to whoever that last high bid was. I am grabbing a new empty crate right now. Let's see what is going on over here in the chat. We have Judas Priest 50, then another bid lower for 46. What is the Tom Waits? That is called Swordfish Trombones. It's a sealed 2016 for $24.99. Over here, we got Jan Gunther on Alice Cooper. What color is the Priest? Black. And then MT Matt on BS for Black Sabbath. That sold. Michael Church second on Alice Cooper. And now Keel has a new bid for $35, okay? Now, this is Striper, and that is sold. Striper is officially sold to Michael Fairchild for $45. That is sold. You have missed several Black Sabbaths already. And then we have Keel, and Keel's an 87 USOG. It is in VG condition, and it just got a new bid for $36, right, Paul? Paul said yes, and now Priest is at $55. Those are our current two auctions. Over here is Death Angel, Frolic Through the Park. That's a music on vinyl, numbered on silver vinyl for $29.99. Paul's heading out. Thank you as always, Paul. Let's go ahead and grab another auction, and that next auction is, you guessed it, Lita Ford, Dancing on the Edge. Lita Ford is an 84 US Hop Hog. It's in near mint condition. Let's go ahead and start it for $35. Nice jacket. Lita Ford, Mercury Records original. Also, Jason and the Scorchers, Golden Ball and Chain. That's $9.99. Over here is Modest Mouse, and this one's called the Golden Casket, sealed $14.99. The Black Sabbath I grabbed was the Rhino. It was, yes. We have Mama's Boy, and that is on blue vinyl. That is sealed for $19.99. Over here, Chris Caldwell on Death Angel, that's sold to Chris Caldwell. Kristen Barnett on Jason and the Scorchers. Deckelman next on Death Angel. And we have Big Brother and the Holding Company live. Janis Joplin, 2021 Record Store Day, $19.99. John Howard got Modest Mouse. That is sold. And now AC/DC, blow up your video. Walmart, or I don't know if it's Walmart, but it's Go Vinyl, $24.99. All right, so Keel. The last thing that came in was Keel with Brad Miller for $36. Chad Thompson's out. This is sold for $36 to Brad Miller. Justin just bid $37. I just sold it for $36. And then Judas Priest, we're about to sell this to Brian Thurman for $56. Hiram Aponte, you're out. No bid on Lita Ford. I'm looking for a $35 start. Next in here is Metallica Saint Anger, and that is a 2014 press 2 LP, $29.99. Let's read through those again one more time. $29.99 on Saint Anger. Okay, so let's go open this up. Let's open this up. And we have Blondie, Eat to the Beat. That's VG Plus, $14.99. We have Mr. Welcome to the World, Shrink and Hop, EX, $17.99. And we have Susie Quattro, Hard Rock. Susie Quattro's in VG condition, $9.99. Lita Ford has a new bid for $36. Now Judas Priest has a new bid for $60. Brad Miller on AC/DC. I'm assuming that was for the gold vinyl. Thank you, Brad. That's so to you. Topographic, that's Mike Bartlett on Big Brother. Thank you. That's so to you. Now Lita Ford has another bid. Now Lita Ford has another bid. Now Lita Ford has another bid. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that is something pretty unusual we don't get too often. Great White Out of the Night. Take a look at this. Don't get this one too often. Great White Out of the Night. An 83 USOG. It is on the red and white label. Has the red text on the label. I think that's a variant EX condition. It does have the insert. Great White is going to go up for a $30 start. That's definitely never been reissued. Next over here is Judas Priest still getting bids. It's now at 61. And then Frank Zappa, Them or Us, VG Plus, $19.99. So the check condition stuff was Zappa, Susie Quattro, Mr., and Blondie. That was the check condition divider. And now here's the rest of the crate. Fleetwood Mac, alternate live, 2 LP sealed, $29.99. Carole King live in concert, 1971 at the BBC. James Taylor also appears on that, sealed, $19.99. This was, I don't remember showing this one. This was Big Thief, 2 hands. Big Thief was $29.99. Great White has a bid for $30, another bid for $30. Now Judas Priest is at $61. Lita Ford, the high bidder is MT Matt at $36. Rich Krulak, you're out. Stephen Lewis Jr., you're out. I'm about to sell it to Rich for $36. Genesis Abacab, gold stamp promo strip, no condition notes. A beautiful copy. Promo mark, $29.99. Fog Hat is $19.99. That's in shrink wrap. Sandy Mile on Carole King. That is sold to Sandy Mile. And AC/DC Power Up, that's on gold vinyl. That's $32.99 for AC/DC. 9 Inch Nails is sealed, $24.99. And over here, X-Wing says, you were going to try and order that for me if you can take me off that waiting list. And X-Wing, I'm not for sure. What did you even claim? The Black Sabbath Rhino. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Black Sabbath Rhino. Okay, somebody also wanted me to order 9 Inch Nails for them, but I don't think I have done that yet. So there's a copy right there. Tom Waits is sealed, $24.99. We have Mama's Boys sealed, $19.99. And Metallica is $29.99. Brian Thurman wants a Godsmack, sold $33.99. These come out tomorrow. First time this has been reissued in a long time. Godsmack 1,000 horsepower. I've still got more in stock right over here if anybody else wants one. Brian Thurman gets a Godsmack. How many do I actually have left? I have in stock Godsmack. I've got 3, 6, I got 7 copies left if anybody else wants one. Godsmacks are $33. Those come out on Friday, okay? Lita Ford got a new bid for, first of all, Judas Priest, $63. Great White, $50. Great White, $50. Lita Ford, $37. Lita Ford, $38. Lita Ford, $37. Judas Priest, $65. Lita Ford, $40. Lita Ford, $40. The price on the Fleetwood Mac that was sealed was $29.99. Brandon Johnson wants the Lanny. Thank you. And Michael Salazar wants a Godsmack. Now there's 6 left. That is taken care of. All right, we still got more new stuff to go through over here. I'm out of breath. Y'all have already wore me out. Okay, let's update the auctions as soon as I bring the next crate over here. Here we go. We got 3 crates from Paul. And we have a whole crate of, we got 2.5 crates of metal auctions. One of them's almost full of box sets, or the half crate is full of box sets. So, yeah, it's going to be a fun night tonight. Everybody's got your Thursday night just kind of anchored off for us. Welcome to Coletco. Welcome to Coletco. Could be interesting tonight. Could be very interesting tonight. We got a big auction going up tonight at 8 o'clock. The Pantera should be about an instant air horn. I kind of want to keep it myself, but I've kept a lot the last couple weeks. Nothing too crazy. Except unless you count that Metallica record, that's enough for like a whole season of buying. But yeah, anyways, here we go. We have Godsmack, and so let's go back over here. Lita Ford 40, Lita Ford 40, Lanny, Lita Ford 41, Lita Ford 45, and sticker, cassettes, Great White's not a single. They call it a single, but it's not. 70, 75. And then Jason Wilski wants the 9 Inch Nails. Hold on a second. Lower sticker reveal. I was about to do that. Yep, that's why I didn't leave the crate up there, because it did get claimed. Jason Wilski on 9 Inch Nails, and Francis Bueno on Facebook. Francis Bueno wants the Fleetwood Mac, Lita Ford 46, and then over here 9 Inch Nails is already sold. Judas Priest 80. And here we go. All right, so let me run down the line. But first, actually, the person who asked about the sticker actually got it. Jeff Hallsworth. It was on the ELO that you claimed. Congratulations to Jeff Hallsworth on the ELO claim. Let me find it over here. Is it in this crate? I think it is. Yeah, let me put it. It was in front of the Ramones, okay? I'll put that back in place. Congratulations, Jeff Hallsworth. I think you beat out Stephen Parton, because I don't think he's watching. There's the lower crate sticker. Nice. And that is Vicky Mars from the all-girl Motley Crue tribute band, Molly Cruz. Molly Cruz. Jeff, very nice. Awesome. There we go. Lower crate. It was inside of that right there. All right. Now, somebody finally beat the Steve. Well, he's not watching, so that one doesn't count. unless he's watching quietly. He might be watching the shadows tonight ever since everybody's been giving him a hard time. They're like, dang you, Stephen. Okay. Now, sorry, when I step away and we got 3 busy auctions, it usually is a bad idea because now I've got to figure out how many questions have been asked, who has the high bid, and what are all the today's concerns in the world. And right now, most of y'all concerned with not what's going on in the world, but who has the high bid on these auctions. We're in our own little world right now here at CollectCo Live. Everything else doesn't even matter. Nothing else matters except this right now. Judas Priest, Ram It Down, is an 88 U.S. original top copy shrink, inner sleeve, hop sticker, near mint. And the last bid on Judas Priest is a final call to Decong 52 for $80. Top copy, very nice. Lita Ford, Dancing on the Edge. Lita Ford is another OG. It's super nice, 84 original. We started that one at 25. We're now at 49 with Rich Krulak, 49. And then Great White, one that doesn't come through too often, Out of the Night. It's a 5-track produced by Don Dawkin. Never been reissued. I never get this one in. The vinyl's actually really nice. And the last bid that came in on Great White is a final call. And the final call on Great White, was Craig Proper tied Todd Fisher. And that was almost 5 minutes ago. Todd Fisher bid 50. Whoop, what happened to it? Todd Fisher bid 50 and Craig Proper bid 50. So Craig, you're out. Todd Fisher has this for $50. We sold a Godsmack. We sold another Godsmack. I'll try my best to work in some cassettes. We sold 9 Inch Nails. We sold Fleetwood Mac. And then I am almost down at the bottom. Show us your face. Steve Mason was in the store today, and my mom said, Chad, Steve Mason was in the store, and he said he wanted you to show your face on camera to prove that you're a real human. And I was like, that costs $19.99. So, Steve, I will charge your invoice for $19.99 if you want to see my face. Otherwise, you're just going to get some forearm, okay? Just hands. This is it. $19.99, I'll show my face. Iron Maiden, Live After Death, that's a 2 LP, $44.99. $44.99. Iron Maiden, Live After Death. For some reason, only one of those came in. There's 2. Also, I have Alice Cooper. This is killer. 180 gram analog remaster from Rhino, just $34.99. And we have a restock of Black Sabbath, Never Say Die. 2012 180 gram remaster. Solarplex Studios and Gerald Whitworth was on a waiting list. Solarplex Studios and Gerald Whitworth was on a waiting list. So there's one sold, there's another sold. I have more copies of Never Say Die if anybody else wants one. 1, 2, 3, and then I've got 2 with seam splits. They're kind of camouflaged, but they're there. So I've got 3, technically 5 left. MT Map wants one. That's sold to MT Map. These auctions are sold. Judas Priest, that is. Judas Priest is sold, and that is sold to Decong for $80. Thank you on that one. And now Lita Ford still getting bids. It's at 51, and Great White still getting bids, 56 and now 60. Now 60. Black Sabbath Never Say Die sold to Paul Brothers. That one has Never Say Die, A Hard Road, and Johnny Blades on it. Johnny Blade is on there, not Blades, Johnny Blade. Also over here, we got 2 copies of Testament. This is The Gathering. It's on black vinyl. It's a gatefold. It's $29.99. Testament, The Gathering. John McPatriot wants a Black Sabbath, Never Say Die. That is available. And I've got 2 copies of Alice Cooper, Dragontown. Record Store Day, 2 LP. It's on colored vinyl. It's $34.99. Joe Kolosky. The last Black Sabbath, or the next Black Sabbath I have, has a light seam crackle at the top. If you're okay with that, I'm going to go ahead and put it in the crate. It's pretty camouflage early, but it is there. Ed tagged them to let me know. Thank you. That's sold to Joe Kolosky, Chris Caldwell on Testament. There's an Alice Cooper. Don't forget about the other Alice Cooper in here. And Rick Hall on Alice Cooper. Let me know which of the 2 you want. Let's go ahead and get another auction going. And the next auction we have going is this right here. It's Wasp. And this is actually a really nice copy. It's an 84 Carrollton OG Club, Columbia House. It has the original inner sleeve, and the note from Laura is super clean. The vinyl is near mint minus with the original inner sleeve, crisp, and a nice jacket. Just a little bit of sticker tear there, a $55 star. Rick Hall wants this Alice Cooper for $34. There's one left. And what about Great White? He's out, so this is sold to Craig Proper. Thank you, Craig. You get Great White for $60. Those don't come through too often. And then over here is Lita Ford, and Lita Ford is at 51 with Rich Krulak. The bidder before him was Stephen Lewis Jr. It's all up to Stephen. He's out, so hammers up on that, and we just introduced Wasp. Also, we're going to go ahead and put this up right here. The next auction is going to be Megadeth. Piece sales, but who's buying? An 86 US OG specialty press in shrink, just a $75 start on the OG Megadeth. Over here, Black Sabbath. I have not posted this. We have not took a waiting list. I just went ahead and ordered 5 copies and see where we go from here. Black Sabbath 13th. That was the last album they did with Ozzy, $39.99. I've got 5 copies. They have hot stickers, $39.99, okay? That is available. MT Matt wants one. That hadn't been posted. No word of that one coming in until right now, $39.99. Now, the next album is a pre-order, and somebody was asking about it last night. So first, let me pull it up, and let me tell you everybody that got one. This is new, comes out tomorrow. 007 Platinum on Black Sabbath, Matt Marco on Black Sabbath. Guy Shard wants Alice Cooper Dragontown, and now Lita Ford is officially sold to Rich Krulak. Thank you, Rich. That's sold to you for $51. Wasp does not have a bid. Make sure you bid $55 if you want to bid on that. No bids yet. Make sure you put Wasp and then your bid. And then over here, we have Megadeth, no bid, looking for a $75 start. All right, so we sold 3 Black Sabbaths, MT Matt, 007 Platinum, Matt Marco, Todd Gilgore gets one, and Lothel gets one. I knew I should have made a post, but I didn't want to get too confusing with all the posts. So I'm going to take waiting list now, and then we need to probably make a note, Chad, make posts so we can sell even more. The first person, I had 5, right? Let me double check that. I had 5 copies, and we sold one to MT Matt, 007 Platinum, Matt Marco, Todd Kilgore, and Lothel. Chris Caldwell, you'll be top of the waiting list, then Brad Waits, then Jan Gunther, then the record guy, then JetBlue, then Deckelman. 6 people so far. Those will be in next week. Those will be in next week. All right. And here is the first pre-order of the night that I'm going to start pulling. And let's introduce a new auction. Right now, no bid on Wasp, no bid on Megadeth. Final call on those. Jamie McCord will be number 7. Let's go ahead and put up Steeler. Steeler is a 1983 USOG EX, a $15 start. Steeler is now up for bid. All right, and here is the new Black Keys album, The Black Keys, No Rain, No Flowers. It is the indie exclusive. New studio album includes the hit single The Night Before, plus No Rain, No Flowers, and Baby Girl. Limited edition ruby red vinyl, $33.99. That is the Black Keys, and we have 14 comments on the post. If you know for sure you wasn't on the pre-order and you want in on this, right now is your time to claim one. There are the Black Keys. Now, first thing we have is Cynthia Herdron, Bob Riger, and Glenn Kesey. 3 all sold there. Now we have Buddy Cordova. I was first at $55. Oh no, what has happened? Buddy Cordova says, I was first at $55. Oh, you're talking about on Wasp. Okay, so Buddy Cordova has bid $55 on Wasp. That's now a final call. Actually, no one else has bid. You're the only bidder. Somebody put Wasp. Justin Poirier, you put Wasp. But if you're bidding on auction, you got to give me a number. Otherwise, I don't really know what you're bidding on or for how much. If you're ever going to bid on the auction back here, y'all have to give me a number. Otherwise, it's just a random word you're commenting, okay? So you did the same thing, Justin, for Steeler. You got to put a numerical. That is a bid you're placing. Otherwise, it's just a random word in the chat, and it cancels out. It means nothing. It doesn't get you a claim. It doesn't get you a hold, and that's for the auctions. If you want to buy something out of the crate, Edward Boosie did it for Megadeth. He just put Meg. You got to put a numerical, okay? You have to put a numerical. This here, you can just put BK for Black Keys. There's no need to tell the price. I know what the price is. You know what the price is. Back here, you determine the price, but there are minimum bids, okay? These are auctions back here. Auction, auction, auction. You got to put a price in with your comment. Otherwise, like I said, it's just sitting back there. And then I'll make it a buy it now, and somebody be like, hold on, I bid on Megadeth, Chad. And I'm going to be like, no, you didn't. There's no bids. Over here, we had Cynthia Herdron, Bob Riger, Glenn Kesey. That was for the Black Keys. We got Matt Lawson, Chris Kirkley and Matt Algram. That's the next three people. Matt Lawson, Chris Kirkley, and Matt Algram. And then Ben Diger, Scott Smith, and Sarah Zerbel. Ben Diger, Scott Smith, and Sarah Zerbel. Over here, we got Eric Fisher, Charlie Sells, and Patrick Lear. Eric Fisher, Charlie Sells, and Patrick Lear. Also, we got Christopher Nagy and Alam Dye 1 and 2. Christopher Nagy and Alam Dye 1 and 2. That's the new Black Keys. I've got plenty of extras for tonight, okay? So we left off by saying Buddy Cordova, the only bidder on Wasp, at $15. The last person on the Black Sabbath waiting list was Jamie McCord. And then we have somebody put Steeler, somebody put Megadeth. Those do not count. And then Rob Fordham gets Black Keys. And then the record guy says no Black Sabbath waiting list for him on Black Sabbath 13. Michael Hamburger put Megadeth again. Still no numerical on that. This is indie exclusive red vinyl. Yes, Jerry Stone gets a Black Keys. And Jerry, I don't know if you saw, but your Billy Joel River of Dreams did come in too. Wasp is at 60. Steeler at 15. Steeler at 16. Wasp is at 62. Steeler 16. Megadeth 75. And then we have Steeler 20, Steeler 25, and then we have Mega Review Please, Megadeth 80, Steeler 20. What's Megadeth at? Details on Megadeth, Steeler out. Megadeth is a first pressing US, VG Plus condition, and shrink wrap. All right, so let's go through all three auctions again. First, I'm going to go through the crate, but not before I introduce these auctions again. Wasp, it was advertised as super clean. An 84 Carrollton Club, original under sleeve, the vinyl was near mint minus. Wasp has a high bid with Buddy Cordova at $62. A very nice copy. Just a little bit of sticker tear up there on the top left. Megadeth, a nice copy. Piece sales, but who's buying? 86 US, a US original specialty with the original under sleeve, coverage and shrink, and conservatively graded VG Plus. The most recent bid is Mark Steele at $80. Everybody else is out. John Minsmore says he's done. Steeler is an 83 USOG EX. Buddy Cordova also has that at $35. Jeff Brindley's at $90 on Megadeth. Here's what's left in here. Iron Maiden, Live After Death. A 2LP, has the book, a gatefold jacket, $44.99. Alice Cooper Killer, all analog gatefold, $34.99, 180 gram. Black Sabbath, Never Say Die, one left with one small seam crackle. Last Black Sabbath, Never Say Die in stock, $29. Testament, The Gathering, one left, gatefold jacket, $29. And then the new Black Keys album, indie exclusive red vinyl. Indie exclusive red vinyl, those are $33.99. I got 2, I got 4, I got 6, I got 8 copies left of the Black Keys. Anybody else before we bring over probably another crate, okay? Chad's about ready for another. What happened to my bottle of water? I'm going to have a Monster here in a second. Busy night tonight. Thanks everybody for tuning in. I greatly appreciate it. Yep, we have very much surpassed 300 viewers. Busy night. I really hadn't promoted tonight too much. Just everybody knows we got new great stuff every night, and everybody knows to tune in on Thursday nights if you want to see some crazy new arrivals and great auctions. If you're into hard rock and metal, tonight is when we specialize in that. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. All righty, here we go. One second, please. All righty. All right. Here we go. And try to slip in some more cassette auctions. And of course, we'll be doing plenty of buy it nows later too. I've been delivered some pretty good batch of cassettes, it looks like. All right, what is going on over here? Here we go. Okay, first, Alice Cooper World My Nightmare. It's ordered. That comes from the distributor that I only do about one shipment a week with, and they will not be shipping to me this week. So I'm definitely getting it. It's in my cart, but it's going to be next week. I thought I had enough to do a shipment with them, but they couldn't release it because the Cheap Trick box set, is most of my order, and it doesn't release until next week, I think, or maybe even later. And unless I add more stuff, I really can't do a shipment. It's kind of we only do like a once a week thing with them. That's where I get all the audiophile stuff. Yeah, so it's not going to ship this week, but we are getting it, okay? Black Label Society's on deck. All right, let's figure out what happened. Wasp. Matthew Sherrick has this for $65. I think everybody else is out. Buddy Cordova was the other. $65 on Wasp, okay? The last bid and the high bid on Megadeth, the last bid is with Jeff Brinley at $90, and he's about to get it. And I think we were done on Steeler. Steeler is sold to Buddy Cordova for $40, okay? We have a request for Black Label Society. I've got it right here. Black Label Society Catacombs of the Black Vatican. That is 2000... Okay, so this one, it's either going to be 2014 orange or 2020 tan and cream. You actually don't know unless you open it. It's the same barcode for both. And the hop sticker doesn't say either. So it's sealed. It's either going to be 2014 orange or 2020 tan and cream. Same barcode and no variant on the hop sticker. $55 start. That is up for bid, okay? That's up for bid. Next thing in here was Avril Lavigne's Greatest Hits. 20 tracks, Skater Boy, Complicated, Girlfriend, 2 LP, $39.99. Bauhaus, The Bella Session, Bella Lugosi's Dead, red and black vinyl with poster, $33.99. NXS Kick, clear vinyl, limited edition gatefold, $33.99. Cosmos Factory, Creedence Clearwater vinyl, red vinyl, 1970, Looking Out My Back Door, Run Through the Jungle, Up Around the Bend, Who'll Stop the Rain, $33.99. Megadeth is sold for $90 to Jeff Brinley. That is sold. And over here, Wasp is sold. And Wasp is sold to Matthew Sherrick for $65. Black Label Society's at $55, $55, $60, now $70. Next auction is going to go up right now. It is Iron Maiden, Number of the Beast. Unfortunately, it's a really beat copy. That's why we're going to start it at $1. It's in G+ condition. It is OG. Iron Maiden's just a $1 start. $1 start on the Number of the Beast. That's now up for bid. And right next to that is going to go up right now. I have another, I don't know. Let's do Anvil. Anvil is forged in fire, covers and shrink. It's an 83 Benelux OG. That is for release for Belgium, Netherlands, Luxembourg. It's VG+. When we tagged this, there was only one for sale in the United States. $20 start on that, okay? First thing we have is Matthew Sherrick on Avril Lavigne. And then, thank you, Matthew Sherrick. That was one left now. And now we have 2 copies of 3 Door Down Greatest Hits. That's $34.99. And then the Misfits Collection Volume 2. The Misfits is $34.99. Oh Brother, Where Art Thou soundtrack. I Am a Man of Constant Sorrow. Alison Krauss is also on here. $39.99. It's a 2 LP, $39.99. And we have the Cramps, Big Beat from Badsville. The Cramps is $29.99. Black Label Society. The last bid was Edward Boosie at $70. Over here we have Iron Maiden has a high bid of $20, and Anvil has a bid for $20. I thought that was an Avril Lavigne offer. I was about to say all the new vinyl sticker price. Avril Lavigne's $39. Those were bids on Anvil, not Avril Lavigne. And then we have Stone Roses. Stone Roses is $36.99. That is available, and so is Bad Religion Suffer. $29 for Bad Religion Suffer. 3 Days Grace, that's their self-titled debut for $29. And the Breakfast Club soundtrack, $34.99. Some of this right here was actually supposed to be in tomorrow. $34.99, okay? Black Label Society, Hammers Up. I hadn't seen any other bids. I'm about to sell it to Edward Boosie over on YouTube for $70. This is a low-grade Iron Maiden. It's in G+ condition. It just got a new new bid for 21. It's an OG pressing. And then over here, Anvil, I'm going to get myself confused now. Anvil just got a new bid with Brad Waits for $25. This is an OG record, first pressing, right off the batch. However, it is in G+ condition. Lothale wants the Breakfast Club soundtrack. Thank you, Lothale. That is so to you. I got one left, and I got 1 Minute Work, their Ultimate Collection. Who can it be now? Minute Work is $29.99. I'm going to swap out crates after leaving you with this. Finally, a half-speed master that's not a crazy price. The 13.4 elevators, a facsimile mono edition, half-speed master, a classic psych album, $34.99. We have already filled up 3 full crates over here. Let me do a little switcheroony, all right? I just did a switcheroni. I don't know if y'all could see that, but that was what I just did. And now we're going to bring over a new crate. I feel like I'm about to sneeze. Guy Shard, your bar stool is in. Guy Shard, your bar stool is in. Your other Pink Floyd. But that has arrived. So that's good, Guy Shard. That's in. And we are ordering bar stools. We can get different ones like Metallica, Pink Floyd. They're $180 plus shipping. Buyer pay shipping. And Guy, I think Ed still has to invoice you for the last shipping and this shipping on this one. If he hadn't done that already, I think I left him a note. So if anybody's interested, I can pull up images later. It'll be a little bit later, but they're really cool. Guys bought 2 Dark Side of the Moons. I have a Master of Puppets. I have a Grateful Dead. They're $180 plus shipping, buyer pays shipping. And they're, the thick cushion, and it has like a logo on top. They're actually pretty cool. So we've been selling several of those. And let's update these auctions. So nobody else bid on Black Label Society, right? That is sold to Ed Rabusi for $70. Ed Rabusi, that's sold to you for $70. Over here, we have Iron Maiden. The last bid that came in on this was $25 to Chris Caldwell. He's about to get it. Anvil's now at $30. And then Michael Church wants a 13.4 elevators. There is that. Okay. I'll have a crate announcement tomorrow. Let's do that tomorrow. So I don't have to stop the show to explain everything. We got Metallica Black in 2020. Nice. The 2002 U.S. Metallica Vinyl Club, numbered with the slip mat, a $35 start. How cool is that? That's Black in 2020. So you get Black in 2020, which is a new mix of that. You get Black in 2020 live, and then their cover of Wood. Yeah, Metallica covering Wood, as in Alice in Chains. WOULD. That's now up for bid. I've got 2 copies of the Forbidden soundtrack, Forbidden Planet soundtrack, $36.99. Forbidden Planet is $36.99. And AC/DC, Highway to Hell on Hellfire colored vinyl, that is $39.99. Iron Maiden is sold to Chris Caldwell. That is sold to Chris Caldwell for $25. Anvil is sold to Brad Waits for $30. And now we're back up to Metallica, which has a bid of $30 right now. That's where we're at on those. Okay, let's see what else I have over here. There's a lot of cassettes. Of course, the first thing I start grabbing all the metal, and then we're left with all this 80s new wave and pop and rock, which isn't bad whatsoever. But then all of a sudden I'm out of room and I can't get to the second layer. So that means cassettes are pretty much over until I can dig some more out from the bottom layer. Here, I'll go ahead and put up Slaughter. Here's one I don't see too often. Stick It To You. That's going to go up for a $10 start. Slaughter's now up for bid. Metallica opened at 30, then 35, and then 20. Forbidden Planet, so to Jerry Stone. That was a cool record. Brian C. was next. Metallica 45, Metallica 40, Metallica 50. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is Torch, and Torch is going to go up for bid, and it's an 84 Netherlands repress. That's a heavy metal album. No condition notes. Torch is a $25 start. Over here, we got more copies of Megadeth Euthanasia. Megadeth Euthanasia is $39.99. We're about to introduce the Pantera record. I said I'd do that at 8 o'clock. Over here, this is Megadeth Euthanasia. $39.99. Megadeth Euthanasia. There's 3 picture discs in stock, and those are $39.99, okay? I have those 3 available, and also over here, we got restock of Sabbath Bloody Sabbath. Well, let's go ahead and start trying to knock these out. Sabbath Bloody Sabbath is a 180 gram 2012 remaster. The first one goes to Brad Waits. Brad, I actually skipped you the other night, and Tanner left me a note. He said you only pulled, I think I only pulled 4, or something happened, or maybe I only had 4, and I said Brad got one. But Brad, you're going to get one right now. So if anybody else needs a Sabbath Bloody Sabbath, there's the 2012 remaster with the track Sabbath Bloody Sabbath, with the track Killing Yourself to Live. That is Black Sabbath, and it is in stock for $29.99. Matt Marco wants one. Over here, the last thing we had was Metallica 40, Metallica 50, Metallica 60, Metallica 33. We're way out of order. Metallica's at 60, Torch 25, Slaughter got a bid for 10, Metallica 65, Metallica 75, and Matt Marco got a Black Sabbath, okay? So Metallica's at 75, Torch has one bid for 25, we're about to sell it, and Slaughter has one bid for 10. Next is Stranger Things, music from seasons 1 and 2, over 2 LPs with poster. That's $33.99. And Top Gun, original motion picture soundtrack, and this is Top Gun, $29.99. Danger Zone, Loverboy, Cheap Trick, Berlin, Cramps, A Date with Elvis. Cramps is $29.99, A Date with Elvis. And Greta Van Fleet from The Fires. Greta Van Fleet is $34.99. Van Halen 5150 is $39. And Napalm Death, Utopia Banished. Napalm Death is $38.99. I have 2 of those, all right? Slaughter sold to Jeff Brindley for $10. Metallica is sold to 007 Platinum for $25. And let's put that away. Here is Torch. And Torch is got a new bid for $26. We got Lothel on Top Gun. That was my only copy of that. And then Buddy Cordova on the Van Halen 5150. And we got a new bid on Torch for $28. All right, 8 o'clock, and it's Grail time. So this is a pretty remarkable item. This is a 1988 U.S. original Pantera metal. Whoop, hold on one second. Power metal. Almost said Metal Magic. I was like, well, wait a minute. Power metal. And this is in shrink. And we've got the following notes on it. Let me read what Laura has here. A 1988 USOG with the original under sleeve and insert. It's still in shrink. EX++ near mint minus. Nearly a top copy. So just EX++ on the vinyl, near mint minus. I think that's just like a couple hairs away from us saying this is an unbelievably beautiful top copy. The starting bid is $425. I told some people it'd probably instantly get to an air horn if the right people were watching. $425 on Pantera. The vinyl is really nice. I mean, this may be the nicest copy we've ever had of this come in. So $425. It has the fan club insert. It has the original under sleeve. It has the fan club insert and the original under sleeve. The shrink just has one tear here, just right there. Just one tear right there, and that's now up for bid. There's a little bit of a bend right there on the cover, and that's a $425 start. Now over here, Torch is at $33, and Lothel wants a Greta Van Fleet. There's now one of those left, okay? There is that. That's now up for bid, and Torch is at $33 with Tony Bradford, Dave Sibler, and everybody else is out, okay? Let's go ahead and put up another auction, and I usually put 2 pretty big ones back to back. I think this is pretty remarkable too. All right, so this is, I really hadn't got a chance to look at this too closely. Okay, so this is, this is right out of the cellar. Right out of the cellar, and this is the first time I've actually got to see this. I have not had a chance to even examine this. This is signed by Blotzer, DeMartini, Piercy, and Crosby. A fully signed rat out of the cellar, JSA authenticated. It looks like it's made out to George. Well, when you get a lot of these albums that's covered in signatures, It's really hard. Sometimes I'm like, is this even made out to somebody? And it is George. But it's signed by all 4 members of Rat. It is an original pressing too. It is an OG. It's a U.S. original specialty press. It's all signed on the front. And this is a $395 start. Has a little bit of like heat damage back there on the back. See that right there? Of course, that has really nothing to do with the fact that it's signed by Rat. Has a full letter from JSA. It was authenticated back in May. And this is going to go up for a $395 start. $395 on Rat. That's pretty dang remarkable. I don't think I've had one signed on the front by all 4. We had that Rat EP that time, signed by, I think, almost everybody. But yeah, this is pretty cool. Wow. A fully signed Rat out of the cellar. It already has letter with JSA. That's now for bid. And, of course, Laura did the research on this, and she came up with the same thing I would have. I'm not seeing many sold completing listings on eBay or PopSock, which would go back years for a fully signed Rat out of the cellar on the cover. That's typically not something, usually these albums like that are fully signed, not something you usually just hop on and poof and buy. Okay, so last thing I had was Torch at $35, then $37. He's out. Final call to Tony for $37. Pantera's at $460. Pantera's at $460. And Rat, and by the way, they make a note. The inscriptions were pinned in the hand of each singer. It's signed by Blotzer, DeMartini, Piercy, and Crosby. This is signed by Blotzer, DeMartini, Piercy, and Crosby. So it is missing the Ron Croucher, bass guitar and backup vocals. That one's not on here. Yes, it's signed by Blotzer, Martini, Piercy, and Crosby. Has some very important ones, boy, especially with Piercy and Crosby. So it's got 4 signatures on the front. Yes, 4 signatures on that. Okay, Torch is a final call for $37. And over here, Pantera's at $490. $395 start on Rat, and then Torch, the hammer's up on that one. Was there any other claims in this crate that I've missed? There was not. Okay. Here we go. And I think the last time I had something was that EP, but I think it was missing. I think the EP had somebody that first one that wasn't on Rat Out of the Cellar. Where's that EP we just sold? So there was somebody, you know, the lineup changed, of course. I think after that EP, I think there was a lineup change from that one. I wish I could have had time to do the research myself on that. We got a lot of important and basic information there, but I didn't even know they was going to run that one tonight. I usually try to make sure I have all the ins and outs of those done. All right, Torch is at $37, and this is sold to Tony Bradford, $37. I just know this. Anytime I've went, we've had a signed album jacket. It always seems like if you're trying to find one authenticated, especially some of this stuff, I'll be scrolling for hours and trying to figure out the last one sold. Okay. All right, so Avril Lavigne is sold to James Young, and I'm just going to read what was left in here one more time. I'm going to go ahead and go through this first crate that Paul has marked, and here's what we have. I have Bauhaus for $33, Cosmos Factory is $33, and NXS, and those are all on colored vinyl. NXS is clear, CCR is on red, Bauhaus $33. While y'all are thinking on Rat, and while they're battling over Pantera, let's go ahead and put up another auction, and why not go ahead and do a Metallica here. This is an 85 US EMW OG on the translucent brown vinyl, Whiplash, a $55 start on Whiplash. It's in shrink, and this is an 85 OG. It is on Megaforce Records. You get Jump in the Fire, Whiplash, Seek and Destroy, and Phantom Lord. VG Plus condition and shrink, and that's going to go up for a $55 start. $55 start on Metallica. $55 start on Metallica. Almost at a $29 start. I was looking over here at $395 for Rad, okay? Now, Metallica has bids. Pantera's at $530. Also, we have Three Doors Down's Greatest Hits. Three Doors Down is $34.99. I've got two Misfits for $34. Oh Brother Arthur was $39. The Cramps was $29. Stone Roses $36. Bad Religion Suffer was $29. 3 Days Grace with I Hate Everything About You, Home, and Just Like You for $29. Breathless Club is $34. Men at Work is $29. The 13-4 Elevators Half Speed Master $34. AC/DC Gold Vinyl Highway to Hell was $39. Megadeth Euthanasia is $39. Sabbath Bloody Sabbath $29.99. Still got 4 of those. Stranger Things is $33. Cramps A Date with Elvis is $29. One Greta Van Fleet left for $34. One Van Halen for $35. $39, and then Napalm Death was $38, okay? Pantera's at $560. Metallica's at $63, and if you want to bet on Rat, Final Call for $395, okay? Final Call. Becky Wells on a 13-4 Elevators. Von Gillespie on a 13-4 Elevators. Metallica's at $75. And now we have Pantera is Travis Wade gets a Stone Roses. Travis Wade on that only copy. I had 2 of the Stone Roses, right? I think that was my only one. What happened to it? It was right there. All right, there's that. An amazing Pantera record. Let me leave these notes that Laura made with that. And over here was the Pantera. Okay, got all those situated there. Wow. Let's keep going. What happened to the Paul crates? There they are. See what he's marked over here. It's if we get into the too crazy stuff, I'll do those later. I like Paul crates unless we get into the too. Sometimes we get into too deep cuts, and I'm like, okay, those will probably be better for a little bit later tonight. Here's what I'm looking for: a crate like this. Yeah, let's go through this one. This is what I'm looking for. Here we go. All righty, nice. Vaughn wants 3 doors down, not 13th floor. Oh, man, a lot of doors going on. Becky wanted 13th floor. Vaughn wanted 3 doors. Okay, who else wanted 13th floor? That was the last claim from the last time right there, wasn't it? Okay, yeah, and then there's Stone. All right, so let's change one of those out. Boy, that's confusing. 3 doors in the 13th floor. I bet there was 3 doors on the 13th floor. 3 doors down, Greatest Hits. That is sold to Von Gillespie. Okay, then we sold Stone Roses. Pantera's at $610. Metallica's at $86. And if anybody wants Rat, it's a $395 buy it now. Rat, an OG out of the cellar, signed by Blotzer, DeMartini, Piercy, and Crosby. It is available for $395. Has full letter from JSA. If anybody wants it, it is available. Metallica is Silver Megaforce OG Press. Pantera's at $625. Okay. Beautiful copy. Complete, shrink wrapped, amazing. Out of print, probably will never be reissued. If you don't know, for those that do know, for those that's like, man, what is going on here? This era of Pantera music, they've pretty much tried to erase in their history. That's an era they've pretty much tried to release, okay? And then let's move Metallica down, right? And then Rad is over here. If anybody wants it for $395. Very cool record, signed. And let me keep the lower notes with it. Right over here. All right, let's go through this right here. This is some stuff Paul marked, but not before we put up another auction. Let's go ahead and knock out this Meat Men record. This is We're the Meat Men and You Suck. And this is actually an OG pressing from Germany. An 83 German OG, a $25 start. Metallica's at $100 with Oso Adventure. The Pantera's at $650. And Meat Men's a $25 start. All right. Make sure we're done over here. Okay. First thing, I saw the Joshua Tree. It is. The Joshua Tree is a 2007 20th anniversary remaster. 2007. That's $49.99. Eagles The Long Run is a new remaster 180-gram gatefold. That's $19.99. Meat Man has bids for $25.25. Metallica is at $100. It is OG. 13.4 elevators was a half-speed mono. Yes, half-speed mono. You're correct. And then Soundgarden down on the upside. Soundgarden's a new remaster for $29.99. Whiplash by Metallica, shrink-wrapped. And this is an 85 US EMW OG translucent brown vinyl. It does have a little bit of a corner ding up here, or a cover ding, I should say. It is still in shrink. The cover up there is ding, and the vinyl was VG+. Silver label. It has a high bid of 100. Pantera is at 660 with Gabriel Chavez. 660. We have Soundgarden, a pass on Soundgarden. We got Meat Men at 27.27. We have Pearl Jam live on 2 legs. $29.99. Record Store Day 2022 clear vinyl. So we've had Pearl Jam, Soundgarden, Eagles, and U2. Also, we have The Daisy Age. And this is a 2019 awesome hip-hop compilation. Hip-hop compilation, $29.99 for The Daisy Age. Ray Stevens, Greatest Hits, $9.99. Darren Crispin on Soundgarden. We also have those new and sealed for $44.99 if anybody wants one. Also, Candlebox Happy Pills, music on vinyl, limited edition 3000 on gold vinyl, and that is $34.99. And we have Ted Nugent, Spirit of the Wild. Ted Nugent's a 2022 Record Store Day orange vinyl, $34.99. Pantera. The last bid was Gabriel Chavez at $660. Metallica's at $30 with Ivan R. And then we have Metallica's at $100 with Oso. I've already said that twice, and now I'm saying it for the third and final time. He's about to get it. And then the Meat Man's at $30 with Ivan R. JK, you've been outbid. Next is Jeremy Rourke on C for Candlebox. Brad Waits on Ray Stevens. That's sold to Brad Waits. Matt Marco on Can. And Can was for something. And then Brian Thurman first on Nugent. And John Kaiser's out on Pantera. Gabriel, final call to you for $660. It looks like you're going to be getting it unless somebody was waiting to get back down to one bidder. If you were, time's ticking because I'm about to sell it to him. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is a very bizarre release. I don't really understand what's going on here, but I found it last night, and we have some people waiting to bid on it. It's Iron Maiden, Phantom of the Opera, and Kiss, Detroit Rock City. It's some kind of unofficial split colored vinyl deal. There is the vinyl. It's on splatter clear vinyl. It's Iron Maiden, Phantom of the Opera, and Detroit Rock City. It looks like it's numbered 15 of 100, and that's going to go up for a $10 start. $10 start on that. Glenn says, I was above him on your screen. All right, let me figure out what happened here. I'm not for sure even what claim you're talking about, but we have Meat Men 27, Meat Men 27. We got Meat Men out. Darren Crispin got Soundgarden. Hiram asked how much it was. Meat Men 29, Meat Men 30 is a Metallica, the Automat release, studio tracks made to sound live. I have never heard that before, but I'm going to say no. Jeremy Rourke put C. Jeremy Rourke put C, and that was for Candlebox. And then Brad Waits put Ray for Ray Stevens. Then Matt Marco put Can, and that was for He Still Hadn't Let Me Know. And then Brian Thurman got Ted Nugent. John Kaiser went out. David Saunders bid 105 on Metallica. Meat Men got a new bid for 32. Chris Bryant's out on Meat Men. I was above him on your screen, yes. Glenn, I haven't actually seen a comment from you in about, well, I hadn't seen a comment from you in a long time, actually. Okay, and then over here, so let's go past that. Kiss got a bid for 30, and then 10, and then 15, and then wrong pull for Ted Nugent, and then 10, and then 10, and then 20, then 20, then 15, and then 25, and then 20, and then 20, and then 22, and then 20, and then 20, and then 22, and then 25, and then 25, and then Metallica at 111. All right, so let me go back through those last claims again, okay? Let me go through those again. Right now, Daisy Age, Pearl Jam, Eagles, and U2 has not been claimed. The Soundgarden, without a doubt. The Soundgarden, without a doubt, 100%. No questions asked, is going to Darren Crispin. The Candlebox, 100%, no questions asked, without a doubt, is going to Jeremy Rourke. The Ray Stevens, 100%, no doubt, No questions asked. That's so to Brad Waits. And then next was Ted Nugent. 100% without a doubt is so to Brian Thurman. That is what is on my screen, 100% without a doubt. Okay, now over here, I say his comment after Brad said, Ray, that did not come through on Restream. Y'all are probably looking on Twitch or Facebook. That did not come through on Restream. I was in for Candlebox. That means Matt Marco was second on Candlebox. And then over here, we have Kiss at $45. So some people's calling it Iron Maiden. Some people's calling it Kiss. The last person over here was Sean Holford at $45, okay? That's who has the high bid on this Iron Maiden Kiss unofficial, okay? Glenn, your comment did not make it to my phone or Restream. It was invisible. It did not make it over here to my phone. Okay? First thing I'm going to do is bring out the air horn. Thank you, Gabriel Chavez. You get the Pantera for $660. This is so to Gabriel Chavez. I'll go back through my phone if you want me to show it to you again. But your comment did not come through 100%. Without a doubt, it did not show up over here on my phone. So that means pretty much you just got ghosted by Restream. Don't blame me, blame Restream. I'll go through it all again if you want me to. I 100% promise that did not show up. It happens. It's going to happen a lot. It doesn't happen too often, but it was not over here on your phone. So, and sometimes there's a glitch between what's embedded and what's over here, okay? Now, this is so to Gabriel Chavez for $660. I'm going to put on my ear protection. Thank you, Gabriel. What a Grail. I'm going to lay it over here in the operations center. Make sure nothing happens to it. Big record being sold. Thank you, Gabriel. Air horns coming out. I think it's almost empty, but I think there's enough. Thank you, Gabriel. This is sold to you for $660. Won't see this again for a while. Not in this condition. All right. Now, while I'm putting this away, let me explain for anybody new or for anybody that may want to reserve some challenge flags for later. Here's what happens, okay? Right now, there are people watching on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, X, and sometimes even TikTok or Instagram. We're using a software called Restream that pulls y'all's comments and it puts it over here on my phone. It should embed the exact same thing. The exact same thing should be embedded on the screen and be mirrored. Not always, but sometimes it is. It will mirror it to the screen, and it should also be mirrored to my phone. Sometimes, but rarely, what's on the screen's not on my phone. This is what we go by right here. That way I can show it and do an instant review. I'm not actually looking at the screen. I'm not looking at Facebook. I'm not looking at YouTube. I'm not looking even on Twitch. I'm looking at this right here. That way I can actually show y'all the receipts of the comments and what happens. And so when that happens, sometimes people throw challenge flags. They're like, wait a minute, I'm first. Now, you can be first on Facebook every time. Actually, you probably are. The way it shows up on y'all's Facebook chat, you're always first, but that doesn't matter. If you're actually looking down at your Facebook chat, it pretty much doesn't matter because you're only looking, how many people's over there right now? 117. There's 141 over on YouTube, and there's actually 53 over on Twitch. So, and then sometimes on the screen, rarely, it just happened, rarely, sometimes it doesn't hit it'll hit the screen, but it doesn't hit my phone. Because see right now how everything's exactly matched up? Sometimes it'll hit the screen, but not my phone. That happens like, man, that happens like once every 100,000 comments probably. Because, I mean, y'all can see how fast it updates on the screen versus my phone. So, but what I do is go by my phone. That's why I always show it. 100%. And then there'll be people say, I was first on Facebook. I was first on YouTube. Why is you giving it to someone else? Just so, because we got to keep, if we don't try to keep this very fair, oh my gosh, it would be absolute chaos. It'd be absolute chaos if y'all couldn't see the comments. That's why we had to embed them on the screen. I used to not have this up here, and I had to go by just what's on Facebook. Oh my gosh, we'd have to pause every half hour and explain what was going on. It was chaos. So as we've grown, we've had to put it on the screen to make sure everybody knows what's happening, okay? So it happens. But I will always show you the receipts, okay? Now, we have Metallica, and this is a final call, and I haven't heard back from David Saunders. The last bid that came in on this was 7 minutes ago with Oso Adventure. You got outbid, David Saunders, and I'm about to sell it to Oso, okay? I'm about to sell it to him. I'm about to sell it to Oso. He has not set out, okay? There it is, $110. There's that. Let's put this right over here. There's that. But I know it can be confusing because sometimes what just happened, in Glenn's defense, he saw it on the screen, but it wasn't over here on my phone. That rarely happens. I mean, like I said, y'all can see it match up right here. It's in the exact same order. Right there. Exact same order. And it usually always is. That was a rare... But it usually glitches when a lot of people are commenting because it's the software is basically having to upload and wait for it to pop up on the screen, which it does it in super fast time, but sometimes not fast enough, and then it glitches. This Iron Maiden Kiss split release, the last bid was Oso Adventure at $52. David's also out of Metallica. That's also sold to Oso Adventure $110. And now the Meat Men is sold, and Meat Men is sold. Meat Men is sold. That was like 35 minutes ago. Meat Men is sold to Ivan R for $33, okay? Now we have a $55 bid on this. Oso Adventure, you're out. 007 Platinum's at $55, okay? There's that. Okay. There's that. Yeah, sorry, Glenn, about that. Glenn was like, wait a minute. I know I saw it on the screen, too. So that was a rare glitch there. Okay, Iron Maiden, one Metallica down. Let's do another one. This one's pretty amazing. Let's do the Metallica Helping Hands. Wow. I thought about keeping this because I don't have this. Helping Hands live and acoustic at the Masonic. This is a 2 LP limited edition blue vinyl. Only time on vinyl worldwide. Still in shrink. $115 start. Metallica. Metallica Helping Hands live and acoustic at the Masonic. That's now up for bid, okay? There's that. And then Iron Maiden's now at $60. It's between Oso and Shane. No telling where that might get to. The Pearl Jam that's in here is live on 2 legs, $29.99. It is a Record Store Day clear vinyl. The next auction is Striper, and this is Soldiers Under Command, an 85 USOG. The first press they did on black vinyl. It has the insert and the merch insert. It has the lyric and liner notes insert and the merch insert. It's complete. It is nice. EX, a $25 start on Striper. Back to the crate. This is the Civil Wars live at Eddie's Attic. This is a 2014 Record Store Day, $79.99. And we have Fleetwood Mac Rumors. This is $24.99, Fleetwood Mac Rumors. And this is Bully Losing. And this is Sub Pop, $19.99. The Iron Maiden single, Oso Adventure, You're Out. 007 Platinum has it for $60. Metallica $150, Metallica $120, Metallica $130. Striper's a $25 start. Over here, BT Express, nonstop. BT Express is extremely clean, is the note from Paul. A super nice copy, gatefold jacket, $19.99 for BT Express. Striper is at $25, now $30, and then another $25. And Leon Bridges, Gold Digger Sound, indie exclusive alternate album cover, foiled, $19.99. $19.99. And Mark Broussard, Easy to Love, In shrink, $24.99. So the Iron Maiden single is a final call, and that is to 007 Platinum for $60. The Metallica is now at $130, and then Striper's at $30, $32, $35, and now $40. We're right in the middle of a new arrivals crate. This is some stuff that Paul has marked today, and it's pre-owned stuff, really cool. And I think we've got over here, what do we have over here? We have 3 more crates of new stuff to go through as well after we get done with this one, and then there's 2 more Paul crates. So we have a lot of stuff here. First, we have Brad, In the Moment That You Are Born. Brad is a 2023 white vinyl. That is sealed for $29.99. Oso's out on the single. That means that's sold to 007 Platinum for $60. That is officially sold. And over here, the Metallica just got a new bid for $135, and Striper's at $40 with Mike C. Blondie, the best of Blondie in shrink wrap. That's an OG copy, $29.99. Very clean, super nice copy, $29.99 on that. X-Wing 81 on Mark Broussard. That's sold to X-Wing 81. Now Metallica 140 and Striper at $42. Our next auction's another Kiss item. This is a picture disc, Rock Nights. I got to choose in Rock Nights. This may be another unofficial. It is radio broadcast 1975. Kiss is going to go up for a $10 start very quickly. Okay, over here we have Soundgarden down on the upsides. That's a remaster. Fell on Black Days. Spoon Man, $34.99. Matthew Sherrick on the Blondie. That's so to Matthew Sherrick. And over here we have David Gray. This is David Gray White Ladder, and David Gray is a 2020 white vinyl remaster, $49.99. This is right out of the cellar. It's got 4 of the 5 signatures on it. It's an 84 specialty OG, and this is $395. It's a no bid. I'm looking for a fair offer, and we're going to send it to a new home tonight. $395. Over here we have Blondie. We have Kiss at 10. We have Kiss at 15. We have, but here we are, the Foo Fighters is on white vinyl, $19.99. And we have AC/DC Back in Black, a new remaster, $24.99. Kiss is at 10. Kiss is at 15. Edwin, you're out. Mike C on Soundgarden. That's sold to Mike C. What about Striper? New bid for $45. New bid for $45. And then the Metallica 007 Platinum had it for $140. Chris Ligero, just so you know, you've been outbid. It's a final call to 007 Platinum. Okay? Over here, Kiss got a new bid for $17. Ed Riviera on AC/DC. Stephen Reeves, you were second on Soundgarden. And Striper has a new bid for $47. The Game. What do we have here? Sealed, $14.99. Volume 1. Western Kentucky University versus the University of Kentucky. Athens, Georgia. March 18th, 1971. This is some kind of vintage Volume 1. What is this? A radio? There's no way that's the whole broad. Maybe it's highlights or something. Western Kentucky and the Kentucky Wildcats. That's interesting. I've never seen that before. I've seen thousands of sports records. $14.99. Metallica 145. Striper, Kiss Out, Kiss Out. Kiss is at 17 with Edwin Blom. We have Hall & Oates Live. This is $19.99. It's actually called Live Time. Hall & Oates is clean, $19.99. No condition notes. Glenn Hassard, and this is a 2015 in shrink. It was Triumph. We once proposed songs of Jason Molina, $29.99. Metallica's at $150. Chris Ligero, you're out. And now Striper's at $47 with Brad Miller, James Vasquez. Everybody else is also outbid. Candlebox, Wolves, never seen that one before. Candlebox is $24.99. $24.99. The details on the David Gray. That was David Gray White Ladder. It's a 2020 white vinyl remaster, $49.99. How much is the wrap? It is $395. And now Striper's at $50. And then we have a request for Saxon. We got a request for Judas Priest. We got Jeremy Wark on Candlebox. Just logged on. What is the autographed Rat album? $395 for Rat. And then over here we have Let It Be, a remaster, $29.99. Metallica has a new bid for $155. Striper has a new bid for $55. And I think the last bid on Kiss was $17 with Edwin Blom. Wade Lucas, let me know if you want back in. And then Metallica has a new bid for $165. And then over here we have David Gray is a, looks like it's a 2 LP. No, it's a 2 LP gatefold, $49.99. 2020 white vinyl remaster, 2 LP it looks like. Also, we have Chris Cornell, Higher Truth, a VG Plus copy, $24.99 on that. And Down What You Like. That's Do What You Like by Digital Underground. It's a 2001 12-inch single 3-track EX $12.99. These are brand new arrival, sticker price. Yes, Metallica 165, Stripers at 57, and Rad has 4 of the 5 signatures. Let me go over the whole thing in just a second, okay? Wade is out. Edwin Blom gets the Kiss picture disc for $17. Next auction is going to go up right now. And that next auction is going to be the following. And that is Judas Priest, Sin After Sin. A 1977 OG Terre Haute. OG Terre Haute from 77, VG condition. VG Plus jacket, $15 start. Next is Cosmos Factory, a 1970 German import. Gatefold. Sounds great. Wow, this is a nice copy. $27.99. First of all, these aren't normally gatefolds. That's the German edition. Look at that. How cool is that? That is CCR 1970, and Paul says it sounds great. We've test played it. Metallica's at 170. Metallica's at 180. Judas Priest 15. Judas Priest 20. Striper is what's final call again. Brad Miller has it for 55. Everybody else is out. Brad Miller. James Vasquez is at 57. Brad Miller's done. So James has Striper for 57. Let's look at Rad again quickly. So this is an OG copy of Rad out of the cellar. It is signed by Blotzer, DeMartini, Piercy, and Crosby. It is signed. It's made out to George a couple times. It is OG. It has a little bit of heat damage down here on the bottom of the cover. It doesn't affect the vinyl. It doesn't affect the signatures. I'm looking for $3.95 or a very fair offer. It's going to go to a new home before we sign off tonight. It just depends who, when, and where. Who, when, and where. $3.95 on Rad if anybody wants in on that. Think long, but don't think wrong. Think long, and you'll think wrong. Imagine Dragons Night Visions, and that has their big song Radioactive on it. VG Plus $14.99. Do What You Like track listing. Do What You Like. Hip Hop Doll and Do What You Like. EX $12.99. Also, we have Zach Bryan Deanne. EX $22.99 on that. And Fleetwood Mac Kiln House, VG Plus $24.99. Also, John Cougar American Full, VG Plus $14.99. Vince Gill, When I Call Your Name, EX $22.99 on Vince Gill. Judas Priest, the last bid was $30. The last bid of Metallica was $200, and Striper was a final call, and that was over here with it was with 57 with, let me make sure over here. This was a final call to James Vasquez for $57, and it is sold. Okay? Thank you, James Vasquez. That is sold to you. Now, let's introduce another auction. Vince Gill sold to Melissa Bailey. Then Cody asked about it. Ben Dygert got Imagine Dragons. That sold to Ben Dygert. Anthony Clark got Zach Bryan. That sold to Anthony Clark. And then over here, this is Metallica, Helping Hands, live and acoustic at the Masonic. 2019 limited edition blue marble vinyl. We started it at 115. Right now, 007 Platinum has it for 200. Going once, going twice. Now there's a bid for 205. Judas Priest, Sin After Sin, as a 77 OG VG condition. John McPatriot's had it for 30. We're about to sell it. We sold Vince Gill, then somebody asked about it, then somebody else asked about it. Then somebody else claimed it. Chris Martin got John Cougar, now Metallica 225, and now we got another auction going up. What could that be? How about Slave to the Grind? This is Skid Row, a deluxe 2LP run-out groove. This is one of the first times they had repressed that on red vinyl, limited edition, run-out groove, and that's a 2LP, a $55 start. Near mint with the insert. Near mint with the insert, okay? Metallica 225. Judas Priest still getting bids 31, 32, 35. Johnny Cash, Greatest Hits Volume 1. It's a 2-eye stereo. There is some writing on his forehead. It has some writing on the label, just $9.99 on Johnny Cash. We have the Velvet Underground Loaded, one of my favorites. Yep, a note on the back from Paul. Essential album. You got to have a copy of Loaded. EX $22.99 on that. And Don Henley with the hop sticker featuring the Boys of Summer. Don Henley from the Eagles. His solo album, EX Condition, $17.99. Wow, that was another great crate. I'm surprised there's not much stuff left in there. Holy moly. Usually all this stuff gets grabbed up. Maybe another quick read-through. Metallica's at $225. It's up to Chris Ligero. 007 Platinum has it. Priest is at $37 with John McPatriot. And Skid Row does not have a bid. We're looking for a $55 start. 1 second. Okay, now first thing we're going to do over here, we got James Lavender got Johnny Cash. I've pulled that for him, or have I? I haven't. James Lavender got Johnny Cash. We got Skid Row at 55. Pickle got Don Henley. Skid Row got another bid for 55. Scherzer got the Eagles and Don Henley. The Don Henley just got claimed, but I will go ahead and pull you the Eagles from earlier. That is so to see Scherzer over on YouTube. Skid Row, another $55 bid. Skid Row 60. Details on Velvet Underground. This is a new reissue, 180 gram EX condition. It is a Atlantic reissue from pretty recent. 180 gram EX 22.99. Judas Priest 38, Skid Row 65, Skid Row 70, 69, 73, 75, 75. All right. I think that means we're done on Metallica. Metallica is sold to 007 Platinum for $225. That is sold. Now Judas Priest is at 40, and now Skid Row is at 75 and 75, and now let's go ahead and put up another auction. And guess what we're going to do? Another Metallica. Oh, man, everybody buckle up, button up your bootstraps. What do we have here? Holy moly. It is Metallica and Justice for All, pressed on high-quality audiophile grade vinyl, direct metal mastering, a double album, a true OG promo copy. What do we have here? It is promotion copy, not for sale. Do what? Excuse me? A 1988 US OG translucent brown. I'm holding it up to the light and it's turning brown. Oh, wow. EX++ near mint minus. I think the last one got up to an air horn, right? What do we have here? It has 2 original inner sleeves, gold stamp promo on the back. Frayed ends of sanity. That might be where we're at whenever we're done bidding on this. The starting bid is going to be $425. Trust me, you don't have to bid if you don't want to. That's okay. You don't have to bid if you don't want to. Don't bid if you don't want to. That's totally up to you. 88 USOG promo marked vinyl, brown, translucent vinyl, promo marked labels. Brown vinyl has the hype sticker, has the audiophile sticker. It is got a cut mark because it's a promo. It's a $425 starting bid. Good luck, everybody. Skid Row's at 90, and now Judas Priest is a final call to John McPatriot again for $40. He had it for 30. 3-4 people tried bidding against him. Now he's right back in at 40. I'm going to read through these quickly, very quickly, one more time. There's a lot of pre-owned new stuff in here I can't believe hadn't been grabbed. Gabriel going after another Grail. He's in on Metallica at $425. Oh, man. Brown vinyl. Translucent audiophile brown vinyl. Near mint. Promo marked labels. Promo marked cover. Double hop sticker. Beautiful copy. A Grail. Next thing we have is this. I have U2, The Joshua Tree. That's a 2LP, 2007 20th anniversary remaster. I still have not found what I'm looking for. $49.99. Judas Priest has a new bid for $41. Skid Row has 2 bids for $100. Metallica has a bid for $425. The Daisy Age, a 2019 hip-hop compilation. That's $29.99. That has Tribe Called Quest. I see Digital Underground. I see Diggable Planets. I see Queen Latifah. I see Dream Warriors. That is $29.99. Pearl Jam, live on 2 legs. Record Store Day clear vinyl, $29.99. The Civil Wars, live at Eddie's Attic, $79.99. Record Store Day, Also over here, we have Fleetwood Mac Rumors. That's a new remaster for $24.99. This is Bully losing. Bully's $19.99. BT Express Nonstop, $19.99. Leon Bridges was $19.99. Also, Brad sealed $29.99. Metallica $440. Metallica $450. We're not done. We have Foo Fighters, their newest album, White Vinyl, $19.99. The Game, sealed $14.99. That's Kentucky versus Western Kentucky. Hall & Oates Live Prime Time or Live Time or something like that, $19.99. We had the Glenn Hassard for $29. The Beatles Let It Be remastered for $29. David Gray White Ladder, $49.99. Chris Cornell, Todd, it's a 2 LP, VG Plus, $24.99. That is Higher Truth. Cosmos Factory is an OG German import, EX $27.99. Do What You Like, that is Digital Underground, 3-track, $12.99. Fleetwood Mac VG Plus, $24.99. And Velvet Underground, EX $22.99. Judas Priest, Final Call to McPatriot, again for $42. Skid Row's at $110 with Matt Marco. And Metallica, MT Matt, You're Out. Gabriel, You're Out. Brian Thurman has it for $450. Darkness, Imprisoning Me. All That I See is bids on Metallica. Gabriel Chavez has it for $460. Todd Emick, if you don't want Chris Cornell, Dylan Stewart says he does. He does. So that's going to be sold to somebody. JK on the Velvet Underground. Thank you. That's sold to JK. Guess what? They're still bidding on Judas Priest. They're still bidding on Metallica. And they're still bidding on Skid Row. Let's go through another new crate. Darkness. Justice killing me. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun. That was my best James Hetfield. Here's my other impression of James Hetfield. Short of straw. Now my law. Short of straw has been pulled for you. Chris Cornell, sold to Dylan Stewart. Metallica has hit $500. Judas Priest is at $49. Skid Row $115. We're still bidding. We are still bidding. All right, let's go through some new stuff here. I'm going to adjust my neck. About time for me to run up and grab a monster so I can start singing more tracks off And Justice for All. These new arrival crates from Paul will be shown tonight at sticker price. They'll be posted in the group in the morning at noon. There, everybody get another chance to buy them. And then at a later date, they will be shown best offer. Later date, they'll be shown best offer. Okay? Don't quit your day job. Thank you. I will not be in a Metallica cover band unless I can really pick up my vocal skills or my drumming or my guitar work or my bass work or my rhythm guitar. I guess I could maybe learn rhythm guitar, but James has some pretty tough riffs on this album. That riff he does for Freight Ends of Sanity, when it gets really fast there at the end. Wow, Blackened. Harvester of Sorrow. That is so amazing live. When I saw them in Denver this last time, they went from Whiplash into Harvester of Sorrow, and it was this amazing, like Kurt's guitar. I was like, good gosh, that was like one of my highlights ever at a concert. It was so loud. It was so clear and just crisp. And I was like, man, it's amazing. Okay, first thing I have in here is Pantera. That's who opened for them. Cowboys from Hell, Pantera. White and Risky Brown Marble Vinyl, $33.99 for Pantera. I've got two of them. Also, we have Anthrax, Volume 8. Let me see if I have a waiting list for Anthrax. $44.99 for Anthrax. And I actually may. Anthrax, Volume 8 waiting list is Sean Druin. Sean, I got you down for an Anthrax, sir. Thank you. If anybody else wants one, I think that was the only one in stock. So that is sold. We'll have to start a waiting list. Man, where are we on these auctions, okay? The first thing is Judas Priest, and Nick Veneer had it for $54. John Patriot is out. Okay, Skid Row right here. The last bid on Skid Row SR is $125 with Matt Marco. It's Slave to the Grind, Run Out Groove, limited edition red vinyl, $125. Metallica, $525. Metallica, $530. Metallica, $550. Matt Marco got a Pantera. Empty Matt, you're first on the wait list for Anthrax. Metallica, $560. We have over here, I love all these Chad But True. Chad But True. You know it's Chad But True. That's a good one, Clay. That is a good one. Okay, Venom, Welcome to Hell, 40th anniversary, splatter vinyl, $33.99. Venom, Welcome to Hell. I have 3 of those in stock. I also have 2 copies of Elvis Presley, his debut album. This is actually a gatefold, deluxe, $29.99. $29.99 on that. Over here, we have Judas Priest. The last bid on that was a final call. JP, Judas Priest, Nick Veneer, $54, okay? We got Jay Nutra on Venom. That's sold to Jay Nutra. Metallica is at $580. The more I keep singing, the more bids start coming in. Skid Row's at $125. Matt Marco also wants a Venom. We got 1 Pantera. We got a waiting list for Anthrax, except for Empty Matt. I've got 2 copies of Napalm Death, Scum. Wow, I didn't know that was coming back in. That's been out of stock for a while. $38.99. Napalm Death, Scum, $38.99. The last bit on Metallica, $580. Promo copy, brown translucent vinyl. I think all of the promo copies are brown translucent vinyl. There's that. I think they's like, if we're going to promo this, let's make it the best sounding copy ever. So when people put on Shortest Straw, they're like, good gosh, I'll take 1,000 copies. How many times platinum was this album? A bunch. Judas Priest. I think we can go ahead and sell this over here. Judas Priest. This is sold to Nick Veneer. Now, Nick, are you a first-time buyer? If so, just say yes, first-time buyer. You got the Priest for $54. We'll have to get you registered. All right. And then this over here. Skid Row at $127 and Metallica's at $610, okay? Let's put that right over here. Now, we have a waiting list for these Aussies. This is Bark at the Moon, 40th anniversary, blue vinyl. Let me tell you who was left on a waiting list for Aussie, Bark at the Moon. Blue vinyl, I have the following people still left. Justin Garrett, Scott Corcoran, Tony Audit, Scott Markheim, Paul Brothers, and Eric Baker. That's 7 people. Justin Garrett, Scott Corcoran, Troy Audit, Scott Markheim, Paul Brothers, Tori Damgard, and Eric Baker. So I've got 7 Aussies sold. These are 30. No, these need to be 29. I messed up on that. 29. These are just 29, okay? Change all. Let's scratch it up. All these are 29, okay? 29 for Aussie. That's 2, 4, 6, 7. That's 8, Chad. 2, 4, 6, 7. There we go. $29.99. Make sure these don't go in for 33. These are 29. 29 on Aussie, okay? Matt Marco gets 1. Glenn gets 1. Jonathan Greer gets 1. And there's 1 left, okay? Who got the lower sticker? That was Jeff Hallsworth. Metallica, $650. We still got 3 or 4 people bidding. Chad gets the last Aussie. Change all those to 29. That was on me, and now we're sold out again. No more Aussies. If you want on a waiting list, you probably need to let us know. Skid Row is at $127 with Chris Ligero. Matt Marco's out. Final call. Let's get another auction going. And as always, if you're waiting on something, let me know. But we got a lot to get to tonight. Here is Saxon, an 86 U.S. specialty, OG Steel and Shrink. It's a Rock the Nations, and that's going to go up for a $25 start. $25 start on that, okay? Over here, we got 2 copies of Judas Priest British Steel. Judas Priest is $33.99. $33.99. Judas Priest British Steel, $33.99. I've got 2 copies of that. Alice Cooper, Hey Stupid. This is 3,000 numbered on magenta pink vinyl, $39.99 on that. The first on the waiting list is going to be Nick Bargeron on Aussie, and then Nick Veneer. Nick, did you answer if you were a first-time buyer? Let me go back up and see if you did. And if you are a first-time buyer, I got to get you registered, and I got to make sure I have your information, okay? I got to have your information, and I got to make sure you're registered, okay? And right now we have Skid Row, and this is sold. And Skid Row is sold after a long battle. Chris Ligero, 127. Thank you, Chris. That's sold to you. Now Metallica's at 680 with Gabriel Chavez. 680 with Gabriel Chavez and Justice for All promo copy. Now the first thing we have is Saxon. And Saxon was a $25 start. We do not have an Ultimate Sin tonight. G.G. Allen's on deck. Nick Bargeron first on the Aussie waiting list. Also Nick Vanier. And then over here, Buddy Cordova on Alice Cooper. Matt Marco on Alice Cooper. Stephen Lewis Jr. is in on Saxon at $25. And we got a request for Dead Kennedys. We have Motorhead recorded live in 78. What's World's Worth? What's Word's Worth? Excuse me. Motorhead's 24 and Pantera. There's the other single LP version of Vulgar Display of Power, $33.99 on Vulgar Display of Power. Next auction is going to go up right now, and it's G.G. Allen. This is a 2008 U.S. reissue, a $20 start. G.G. Allen, that's now up for bid, okay? That's now up for bid. Matt Marco says he needs to put back Alice Cooper. We have one Alice Cooper left. And then I've got 2 copies of Lamb of God, Ashes of the Wake, $44.99. Harvester of Sorrow. Let's harvest in some bids and figure out who is high. Rob Fordham, $675. $675 on Metallica. 675. Saxon 40, GG 20. That's where we're at. Okay? That's where we're at. 675. I'll go ahead and slap the going once on it. I'll go ahead and slap the going once on it. Right in front of Lamb of God was Master of Puppets Remastered, $33.99. Welcome home, Sanitarium. I got 3 copies here of Technical Ecstasy, and I think we had a waiting list. Let's go pull it up. Technical Ecstasy is $33.99, and there is no waiting list. So everybody's been tagged. Let me go check the new sticky notes. Let's go check the new sticky notes. Live in Brussels, nope. And then what about over here? I think I would have already seen the other one, right? And Sleep Token, Steel Panther. Okay. Yep. All righty. Okay. All righty. There's that. So these are available. These are available, $33.99, okay? And then first thing we have is Metallica 680, Metallica 695, G.G. Allen 20, 20, 25. And then over here, Metallica 700, Jonathan Greer on Master of Puppets, Todd Emick on Master of Puppets. We're about to sell an OG copy of that, I think, later after this one. And there's one Never Say Die left, but it has a sing split, I think. Samson, Bruce Dickinson on vocals. Samson is called Head On. It's on clear and red split colored vinyl, $24.99 on that. Also, Slayer South of Heaven is $34.99. Pantera Far Beyond Driven is $33.99. Napalm Death From Enslavement to Obliteration, that's $38. Massacre From Beyond, that's $38. And what do we have here? I don't know what that is. It's something Japanese, all Japanese. $59.99. P-Vine Recordings. I don't know if that was a special order or something. And then Ride the Lightning. And there's 2 copies of Ride the Lightning, $33.99. Here's all my invoices. Let me see if it tells me what that was. How much was it? $59. That was Showa Knife Mina Tenoshi. Showa Knife Mina Tenoshi. Was that supposed to go to somebody? Or is that something Laura ordered? Showa Knife Mina Tenoshi. I might have to ask Laura. That looks and sounds like something she would have ordered. Okay. Now, Ed Riviere on a Samson, right? Samson. And then Matt Marco on Pantera. I'm assuming you wanted Far Beyond Driven. And now let's update where we're at, okay? Metallica, Saxon, and G.G. Allen. I can't post the tracks of G.G. I don't want to go to Facebook jail. I'm not going to read anything either. It's pretty nasty. Title's nasty. One of the tracks is literally called "Sleeping in My Piss." I'll give you a teaser, okay? That's one of the titles, "Sleeping in My Piss." Let's go ahead and figure out where we're at on Metallica, okay? Because that's a big one. Rob says he's done. Here's the most recent high bidder, Gabriel Chavez. MT Matt, did you say out? It might be up to MT Matt. MT Matt has not said out. Rob did, and Gabriel. That was the 3 active bidders. Gabriel hit it at 700, and now we're at a final call. Okay? We're at a final call. In the middle is Saxon, Rock the Nations. And the most recent bid on Saxon that came in, that I see on my screen, is Stephen Lewis Jr. almost 5 minutes ago has it for $40. And that is an 86 specialty OG and shrink near mint minus, $40. G.G. Allen's at 25. G.G. Allen's at 28.30, 40, and then 50. And then another 50. The first person that bid 50 was M. Pierce. And then we have not sold Motley Crue. Any more Rat? Yes. Is Massacred colored vinyl? Not to my knowledge. No. Not to my knowledge. And then we're down at the bottom. Empty Matt set out. Okay. All right. I just went full speed there for about a half hour. I'm pretty dizzy. I can't believe it's already 9 o'clock. These shows move a lot faster when it's just like boom, 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 boom. I can't believe it's already 9 o'clock. Okay, so we're about to sell Metallica, Saxon, and G.G. Allen. All right, there's that. And as soon as I end those, I'm going to do some more stuff. And then, you know what I got to do? I got to go get another monster. Jim Berg on Napalm Death, and that was From Enslavement to Obliteration, right, Jim Berg? My crate's almost full. There's that. First thing we're going to do is this. Pantera, Cowboys from Hell, colored vinyl, 33. Venom, Welcome to Hell, 33. We sold 2. There's 1 left. Elvis Presley, 29. Another Napalm Death, Scum. That's 38. Kind of surprised I still have those. Judas Priest, British Steel, a classic album, 33.99. Living After Midnight. That's my theme song. Motorhead, What's Words Worth? $24.99 on Motorhead. Pantera Vulgar is 33. We still got 2 of those. And Alice Cooper, Hey Stupid, last copy, numbered pink vinyl, 39. Darren on Napalm Death, Scum. I was waiting for somebody to claim one of those. There's Darren. And now, no more bids on Saxon. No more bids on Metallica. I'm going to close those. Let me swap out my crates. I'm not taking any more bids on those. And let me sleeve them and put them first in the crate. I'm actually going to put Metallica over here with the Pantera record. Gabriel picking up 2 big Grails tonight. Let's get this sold, and we need an air horn. So Metallica is sold for $700 to Gabriel Chavez. That is a near mint minus promo copy, original inner sleeves, gold stamp promo on the back, double hype sticker advertising the album, and the fact it was on audiophile vinyl. Thank you, and this is sold to Gabriel, $700. And Gabriel, thank you. Gabriel, I'm going to apologize, but if that ends up on my turntable up front tonight, I'm just going to go ahead and give you a fair warning. I'll be extra careful with it. I do have to do a lot of work up front tonight, probably getting ready for even more great stuff we're going to be selling tomorrow. But all right, now Saxon was sold to Stephen Lewis Jr. for $40. Okay, let's go over here. And let me grab a new empty crate. I see some more claims. questions and concerns? Okay. We sold Napalm Death's Buddy Cordova on Pantera Vulgar. That was right here. A new level. GG's out. And over here, as long as you sell the autographed Metallica you got. I'm going to make a decision by the end of the year. We're looking at some pretty insane collections right now that I don't want to sell one unless I know I can have something to replace it. So, but I think Paul, we're looking at, I think, some pretty insane collections here soon. I mean, I looked at one guy's pictures that he sent to us, and I was like, good gosh, this is going to be like newsworthy if we buy this collection. Okay, and then G.G. Allen is a final call, and it's with J.K. at $65, all right? New auction going up right now. We have not sold Skid Row self-titled. It's been asked about a bunch, so let's do it right now. It's an 89 U.S. club, a Columbia Record club. It's in VG Plus or better condition. It has the original on her sleeve, and that's going to go up for a $50 start, okay? That is now up for bid. And then over here is the Dead Kennedys. The Dead Kennedys is a 1985 USOG. It does not have the nasty poster. It has 2 inserts. It has the original hop sticker someone saved. That's cool. VG Plus, a $35 start, okay? $35 start. Now, we have Skid Row at 50. Finishing up this recap, Lamb of God, Ashes the Wake, 20th anniversary, 2 LP of bonus tracks, 44. Technical Ecstasy is 33. That's also supposed to be 29. The couple people buy these live, these are supposed to be 29. I went ahead and marked these a little bit cheaper, the Sabbath and the Ozzy albums, during, you know, this new flush of madness for claims, and that usually they would be 33. So those are $33.99. Samson's $24.99. Slayer is $34. Pantera's $33. Napalm Death is $38. This was, let me pull up my invoice again. It's written all in Japanese, so I've got to find it again. This is called Showa Knife Mina Tenoshi. It looks like it's a Japanese import, $59.99. $59.99 on that. And then 2 Ride the Lightnings left, $33.99. And then Massacre is $38. Okay, so we got Wasp Headless Children on deck. Yes, I can do that. And then we have John Grace on a Lamb of God. John Grace on Lamb of God. And there it is. All right. Here we go. And new crate. Okay. Let's see what we got over here. Let me check this other crate that Paul had marked, or we might go ahead and knock out this other crate of new vinyl. Let's go ahead and do this other crate Paul has marked. Yeah. It's got pre-owned, like, new stuff in it and some vintage OGs. And then we'll probably do back-to-back crates of new vinyl after that. And that still will leave another Paul crate. So pretty cool stuff coming up right here. I asked about the Pantera in there. I'll take a Ride the Lightning, okay? So what Pantera? We still got Cowboys, Vulgar, and Far Beyond Driven. They're all on colored vinyl for $33.99. We didn't blow the air horn either for Gabriel. We didn't blow the air horn for Gabriel either. Let me find one of our good ones. Let's see. Well, let's use these old ones too. I still got, nope, here's a new one. All right, we got to get a new one out. We got to get a new one out. These are the these are the good ones here. We finally found the right one. Or let me rephrase that. Mike Massey found the right one. We can all thank Mike Massey. I have not paid for an air horn on Amazon in almost a year. So he just, out of courtesy, he just sends all these to us for free. He wants to make sure we have plenty of them in stock. Okay. And we have got a bunch of little, I mean, we've got some Temu over here too. Here's the Temu version. And then here's the real version. Thank you, Gabriel. We want the super blast. That's what we're looking for. The super blast. All right. Monster time. We need a special occasion for the little air horns, like when I pet Otis. No, I don't want to do that. That'd scare him to death. Smells like a new air conditioning. Oh, yeah, they did fix it today. Boy, these air conditioning companies probably look time of year. It's just part of their business. But we've had, I think, 3 repairs in the last month. But they're good and working now. Also, thank you to Mike Massey for the rehabs, and I think sometimes to the Vlotter checks. I don't know who sends what. My mom sends pictures. Sometimes she'll send pictures of the notes like that's in the Amazon boxes, but my most recent addiction is the Takiki thingies. Those little chips up front, the Takiki change, the Tahiki, the Tasiki, the y'all know what I'm talking about? Man, I'm getting really I'm getting really focused now. Jay Nutra wants a Cowboys from Hell. That's sold to Jay Nutra. Okay? Deathlock is sold. How much was Massacre? $38.99. Okay? Here we go. Over 1,000, I play a glass harmonica. Well, if we sell that Metallica for over 10,000, that autographed Ride the Lightning, if that sells for over 10,000, then I'll buy some bagpipes and I'll play the bagpipes for that one. G.G. Allen is sold. G.G. Allen is sold. Sorry, let me get back on track here. These have went way too far out of order. This is sold to J.K. for $65. That was way up there. Yeah, if we end up selling that Ride the Lightning for more than 10 grand, then we'll I will have some bagpipes on deck. I will learn how to play the bagpipes. Kind of an interesting instrument, right? I always thought they looked kind of dangerous. We have Skid Row. Skid Row, the last copy we have here, Skid Row. Skid Row. Skid Row. Skid Row. Chase Arnold has this for $60. It's a final call. $60. $60 on Skid Row. Dead Kennedys. Dead Kennedys. Dead Kennedys. Dead Kennedys. Final call, DK, Dead Kennedys. Dead Kennedys. Michael Thrower has this for $40. Okay? Jonathan Greer also wanted a Ride the Lightning, and James Davidson wanted an Elvis, and I didn't pull those either. Okay? James Davidson on Elvis and Jonathan Greer on Ride the Lightning. I didn't pull those either. Okay? Those are sold. Jonathan Greer on Ride the Lightning, and James Davidson got Elvis. Jay Neutra got Cowboys from Hell. Okay? Now we are down here at the bottom. And Rat. Right now, I'm asking $395. Signed by Blotzer, DeMartini, Piercy, and Crosby. $395. It's going to go to a new home tonight, I'm sure of it. There's some people thinking about it, 100%. New stuff that Paul has marked today. Let's get started. Still got 2 crates of new vinyl. We're going to do back-to-back after this. AC/DC, Stiff Upper Lip, $26.99. Frank Zappa, Chic Your Booty, $34.99. Abbey Road, Def Leppard at Abbey Road Studios, sealed, $19.99. ZZ Hill, Let's Make a Deal, white label promo, $14.99. Michael Hamburger says he'll take Rat, $395. Awesome. This is sold for $395 to Michael Hamburger. I'm also going to lay this in here in the table with the other high-end stuff for tonight. Let me go do that right quick. Now, what I've told somebody is on that Ride the Lightning is I've got to have a replacement lined up. And I kind of put out that post to see if I could fish our customers to see if anybody else has one. And we may have tracked down another one. There's some people that have some stuff signed by Cliff Burton, but they don't have an album, and they don't have an album jacket, and they don't have one signed by everybody else. But I think I have found somebody, because I was like, well, I would let this go, but now that I've got one, and I can tell people I'm serious about buying this kind of stuff, we've had some people reach out and be like, hey, I've had one guy's had one since. The people that have these typically are the people who got them in person, and they've had them for decades. A lot of them don't exchange hands with autograph collectors too often. It seems like the people I've ran across, they've had them since the day they met Cliff Burton and Metallica, and they got really lucky one time, and they've had it for years. And so I think I've decided if I'm going to let it go, I'm going to have a backup on hand ready to, fill that slot in my collection. Otherwise, I'm in no hurry to sell it. Skid Row got a new bid for $65, and then Scott Oman got the Def Leppard. Nick Bergeron was second, and then Kelly Vladicek wants the Shonen Knife from that last new vinyl crate, and this is sold to Kelly Vladicek, $59.99. Nick Bergeron on ZZ Hill, and then the Dead Kennedys. What year is this? It's a 1985 USOG. Chase Arnold, you were outbid on Skid Row. I had to give these some final calls. David Saunders is in at 65. And then over here, this is an 85 USOG. Chase Arnold's back in at 68. And we're about to sell. We're about to sell this. Michael, man, I have already forgot. This has been up for a long time. It's $40. But I had to update it, and then there's been a couple questions. But new stuff is going up right now. Michael Thrower, I will not forget that. $40. He's about to buy it. Johnny Winter, White Hot and Blue, a white label promo, $19.99. And Pantera, hey, this is why is this one a lot more? Vulgar Display. That might have been the first time they did those in 2023. $49.99, yeah. So I think they pressed these first in 2023. And I think that's why that one's $49.99. It's probably just a variant era on Discogs. But that's pretty much the same thing we just had, just FYI. But it is a different year, and it looks like it demands more money for some reason. Guess what we have? Metallica, Master of Puppets. Oh, boy. And if you're going to own a Master of Puppets, they say, and I've listened to a lot of them, just about every kind. Japanese, USOG, white label promos, you name it. This is a club copy that has some really good mastering on it. It is VG Plus, it does have a light warp that does not affect play. Laura has test plated it. It is VG Plus. Some near mint copies have sold for as much as $740 on Discogs. Near mint copies have sold, not sealed, near mint copies have sold for as much as $740. $175 start on Metallica Master of Puppets. An 86 OG Club copy. $175 start, okay? Dead Kennedys has new bid. Skid Row's at 75, Chase is out. There we have it. Back to the crate. Black Sabbath, Heaven and Hell, sealed $39.99. That's about $10 below list price. $39.99. The first Dio album, it has 2 LPs with bonus tracks. The original Trinidad Steel Band, a UK import, $9.99. And Motorhead Motor Tape. This is Motorhead live in Norwich, 1998. Sealed $34.99. Record Store Day blue vinyl. Dead Kennedys at 58. Also, we have Raven, Leave 'em Bleeding. I've never seen that one. Must be a later album. Yeah, 2000, unless it's live. No, there is some live tracks on here, though. Raven is sealed for $29.99. And The Mysterious Sounds of the Japanese Bamboo Flute by Watazimbo Sishu. I love flutes. $9.99. We got Lothal on the Black Sabbath. That's sold. Over here, we got Empty Mat on R for Raven. Nick Bargeron on Motorhead. Scott Markham next on Motorhead. And Skid Row is sold. And Skid Row is sold to David Saunders for $75. See how much more my concentration and B12 has went up since I've took a drink of this monster over here. What? We have Dead Kennedys, and this is at 58 with Nick Bargeron. Michael Thrower's out. This is VG Plus, an 86 club copy. Light warp does not affect back play. $175 start. I think that's a great value. So, next, what do we got? Dead Kennedys, Metallica. How about we go ahead and put this up right here, the Ramones. And this is end of century. The Ramones is a 1980 U.S. Jacksonville OG. VG Plus, a $25 start. We had an album signed by all the Ramones. Was it Rocket to Russia? And I sold that, and luckily Steve that works here bought it, so I know exactly where it is. If I let something go, I have a folder in my notes. I have a folder in my notes app on my phone with some really rare stuff I've sold and who bought it, just in case. And most of them are still active, long-time customers. But if somebody new pops up, I make sure I write down who it is in case I'm like, hey, remember that Jimmy Page album I sold you? I was autographed 2 years ago. Do you want to sell it for $1,000 more than what you paid for it? I reached out to a customer that bought an autographed album here 2 years ago, and I've already offered him $1,000 more than what I sold it to him for. He said, no thanks, I'm going to hang on to it. And I was like, I should have never sold it. You can't get them. Also, we have Cactus restrictions. Cactus is $34.99. It's an extremely nice OG. Wow, that's pretty cool. $34.99 Cactus restrictions. And then I know who bought the white label promo of this album. I know exactly where it is right now. She's probably watching. That was a big mistake. If I ever put up an auction, I'd say, please don't bid on this. You probably want to bid on it. We have Iron Maiden, Seventh Son, a 2014 press, sealed for $29, and AC/DC. This is a 2020 pressing on yellow vinyl, $24.99. All right. So over here, the Dead Kennedys. Michael Thrower went out. He's the one who had it for the longest. Nick Bargeron had it for $58. It was a final call. Everybody stopped bidding. This is sold to Nick Bargeron for $58, okay? And I can't believe I'm doing this, but I am selling the Metallica for $175 buy it now. It was a no bid. Gregory just asked, is it a specialty press? It's a Carrollton. It's an 86 Carrollton Club. $175 buy it now. I'll give you first dibs because your question came in, but it's $175 buy it now. Light warp does not affect back play. VG Plus. That thing is going to rock. When you're listening to it, it's going to sound like it's a near mint minus record. Usually those kind of like sleeve scuffing and stuff like that does not affect as loud as you're going to be listening to that album. You know, I mean, what's the quietest part on there? Maybe one of those guitar intros, battery, maybe the acoustic, the battery, but that's about it. You know, you might have some light noise or something. But when it kicks in, you're not going to be able to hear any of that. Ramones is at 45. Hiram Aponte on the Cactus. I thought that would bring $200 or $300, honestly. Even in VG Plus condition, I thought that was about to bring $200 or $300. I was wrong. Hiram on Cactus. Thank you, Hiram. Next thing is going to go up right now. Holy Diver, Dio, Ronnie James, an 83 Jacksonville OG, steel and shrink, EX condition. A $50 start. That's a nice copy. Holy Diver. The Ramones is at 45 with Kristen Barnett. And Chad, I'll take the Do What You Like in the other crate. That was the Digital Underground right here. This is sold right here. I gotcha. And this is sold to David Smith. David, that's sold to you. The Ramones is still getting bids. The Ramones was an OG pressing. It's an 1980 US Jacksonville. It does have the original under sleeve. VG Plus. $25 start. Dio is a $50 start. Metallica, OG Club Metallica is laying over here in the no bids for $175, waiting for somebody to take it home. Wasp, the Headless Children, a 1989 US OG, only time ever pressed to the vinyl in the United States. That's true. There's a lot of reissues of this, but they're not pressed in the US. They're always some kind of overseas import or half-speed master. VG Plus, a $30 start. $30 start on that. Can y'all flatten it? That's probably after they flattened it. That's probably, it's like, I mean, if you can't notice it, it's probably one of those things they have probably tried to, or they probably already have flattened it. Yeah, I mean, this is like, it's probably going to be, what, 0.5%, 0.5 degree? I mean, I don't even know where it is, really. I mean, it looks like it's 180 or 0 degrees, whatever way you want to look at it. Where is it at? Usually, man, it looks nice, too. Laura, I mean, everybody here that I have grade records, as y'all know, they're always super conservative. I mean, I'm looking at this thing, I'm like, good gosh. I mean, I'm just taking a quick glance. It looks beautiful to me. Yeah, I can't find it. I don't really know where it's. You would probably have to literally put it on a flat platter to spin that and find out. 125 on Metallica. I'm going to keep this at 175 before I change my mind and put it over here in my personal box. 175. That's going to be the price on that for sure. Okay, Ramones is at 50. And now Wasp is at 30, Wasp 40, 45, and we have Buddy Cordova on AC/DC. So we have a really sophisticated record flattener in the back. It's from Japan. It's got a big lid. It locks down, and it does an amazing job. But that's probably after they flattened it. It sometimes can't get them perfect, but it can get them to where their DNAP does not affect back play. That means when you put a really good turntable arm on it, even if it does do this a little bit, it's not going to affect, it's not going to cause it to skip. It's not going to bump it. It's still going to play, you know. You'll put some on and your arm does do this, right? They'll do this, you know. But you don't want one that's doing this and it jumps across the record. That one's, I mean, like I said, it's maybe like 0.5 degree of warp or something. You can't see it with a naked eye. You have to put it on something flat where it's spinning, where you can see how it affects the arm. Peter Tosh, complete captured live. Peter Tosh is a 2022 Record Store Day orange and green marble vinyl, $24.99 on that. Live and Kickin', Susie Quattro. That's a 2021 Record Store Day white vinyl. That's sealed for $29.99. And The Cars, live at the Agora, 1978. 2017 Record Store Day, sealed, $69.99. I mean, we've all probably tried it at least once. Have you ever tried to play a record with a really big warp in it, it's crazy. It's like, and it knocks your needle across the record. I tried it at least one just to see what happens, and of course my experiment failed miserably. All right, and this is sold to Rob Fordham for $175. Thank you, Rob. This is sold to you. Thank you, Rob. This is sold to you. Man, if I could have said this was near mint minus and pristine and shrink wrap, I probably would have asked a $495 starting bid. Sold to Rob for $175, okay? Now, the Ramones is at $60. What about Dio? Did it get a bid? Surely. If so, I just don't remember who. Yeah, Lothale bid $50. That's another nice copy, OG and shrink. $50 on that. $50 on that. The Deathlock album is gone. Buddy Cordova got AC/DC, and here we go. I have Heaven, Where Angels Fear to Trend. Heaven is in shrink, $24.99. We have Megadeth, So Far So Good So What. That's $34.99. And then Wasp. The last bid was Chase Arnold at $45. Everybody else is out. Wasp is at $45 with Chase Arnold. That's about to sell. He has that for $45. Okay? Also, we have Motorhead Motorizer. That's 2019, $24.99. And Metallica Ride the Lightning, 180-gram remaster, pre-owned but nice, just $21.99. Let me put this sticker for the Metallica album with the Metallica. There we go. All righty. Holy moly, what do we got going on here? Holy moly. Wasp has a new bid for $60, same bid on the Ramones. And Black Sabbath, how about Mob Rules, the 2021 remaster? That's $34. Robert Barnett on Metallica, Greg Smith second, and then Travis Wade on Metallica. That was also in here. What pressing is Dio? It's an 83 US Jacksonville original, still in shrink EX vinyl. It has one bid for $50. Wasp is now at $65. And then over here, we have the Ramones. And that is with Rebecca at $60. The other bidder for Rebecca was Nick Bargeron. Nick, it's up to you on the Ramones. That's about $15 below list price, and it's still sealed. The Doors, live at the Hollywood Bowl, a white label promo, and this is also on audiophile. Does this one go brown? Yeah, this one's also on brown translucent vinyl. Doors, clean, promo, $24.99. Stars on Long Player, $9.99. And Iron and Wine, The Creek Drank the Cradle, that's $19.99. Going through some new pre-owned stuff here at the Paul's Mart. I got back-to-back crates of new vinyl coming up. But first, what about this right here? We did two singles earlier. We did a Iron Maiden, and then we did a Kiss. And then I found this in the same box. This is really cool. It's Pink Floyd The Wall, or from Pink Floyd The Wall. This is a UK single. It's a poster sleeve. This is Bring the Boys Back Home and When the Tigers Broke Free, which I think is a track exclusive to the film. It's in this trifold sleeve. Very cool. Pink Floyd The Wall, music from the film. When the Tigers Broke Free, that's obviously not on the Wall album. And then Bring the Boys Back Home, which is from the actual album, The Wall. That's very nice. UK, I don't have the exact year, but it's definitely vintage, probably OG. Either way, I'm putting it up for just a $10 start. Pink Floyd, a $10 start. That's now up for bid. Dio was EX. Nice. No condition notes, essentially. Maybe some light sleeve scuff and EX. Wasp is at 67. George Jones first on the Doors. Dio got a new bid for 51. It's been at 50, I think, for the last 7 minutes, but there has been about 5 questions. Dio's at 51 now, so that's still going. Wasp is at 68. Oso Adventure, second on the Doors. Now Pink Floyd's at 15. Now Dio's at 55. And now Nick Bargeron, I lost him on the Ramones. This is sold to Kelly Vlodarchek for $60, okay? Over here, The Illusion, if it's so, The Illusion is VG $9.99. Now Dio's at 60. Now Wasp is at 70. Now Pink Floyd is at 20. And Loudon Wainwright 3, album number 3. This does have the song Dead Skunk on it. Dead Skunk is VG Plus $19.99. Or excuse me, VG Plus $9.99. And we have a 1971 novelty folk country album. It's called Oscar Brand X. And this track list is insane, is a name from Paul. One of the tracks is called The Woodpecker's Hole. There's one on here called All About Turds. There is a song on here called None is Bigger Than Mine. There's also a song on here called, I'm not going to read anymore. That is VG Plus, $9.99. Over here, Pink Floyd's at $25. And it was Rebecca. Oh, Rebecca. Sorry, I got y'all's handles messed up again. My bad. Rebecca Howitt. Dang it. I was on such a good streak, Rebecca. Rebecca on the Ramones, not Kelly. Sorry. I messed up their handles again. I was on such a good streak too. My bad. A Wasp 75 DO 70. Okay, Wasp is an OG 1989, the only time it has ever been pressed in the United States. It is a U.S. original pressing. Wasp is at $75 with Shahrukh Omer over on YouTube. $75. Going once, going twice. It is OG, okay? It is OG. It's an 89 US original, okay? Dio is at 70. Lothal is out. The last bid on Pink Floyd, was James Young at $25, going once, going twice. Okay? Let me look up one thing over here. We're good to go. Cars is still in the bin. Can Wasp be purchased on a reissue? Yes, it can, if it's in stock. BB King, Indianola, Mississippi Seeds, that's VG $9.99. And the Rolling Stones Beggar's Banquet, a 1970 German, VG minus $14.99. Let's put up another auction. We still got a lot. Let's do a box set over here. We got Rat, the Atlantic Ears, complete box set, out of the cellar through Detonator. This is Rat, 84 to 91 box set, a 2023 US limited edition, 5 LPs. It has an exclusive 7-inch, a sticker, a backstage pass, there's the Hype sticker, LP1 and LP5 are VG Plus, everything's EX or better. You can get Wasp for a $65 start, okay? I mean Rat, and then there's Wasp. And now Pink Floyd has a new bid for $26, and now $28. And now Dio is sold to Phil Toretto for $70. George Scherer wants the Cars from earlier. That's sold to George Scherer. Robert, the novelty record with the crazy track listing, I think was just VG Plus $9.99. Scott Arnold on Beggar's Banquet. Jay Neutra was second. Wasp has a new bid for $80. That means the YouTube buyer, Shahrukh, you've been outbid. Trent Peasley's at $80. Rat box set is a $65 start. Pink Floyd's at $30. Vladarchek on this. And there's Pink Floyd, okay? Jay Neutra wants BB King. He didn't want Beggar's Banquet. He wanted BB King, okay? So BB King is sold to Jay Neutra. Rat has a bid for $65 and now $100 and now another $65 bid. Okay, let's move right along and put up another LP then. The other LP I have is Lita Ford. And over here is Lita Ford, Dancing on the Edge. An 84 USOG HRM press. This is near mint minus. It's a $20 start for Lita Ford, Dancing on the Edge. Scott didn't want Beggar's Banquet. He wanted BB King. So this goes back in the crate. Whoops, wrong record. That means Beggar's Banquet goes back in the crate. Okay, let me find that. Did I even take that out? Yeah, okay, there's Beggar's Banquet. So first on Beggar's Banquet was Scott Arnold. Jay Neutra, first on BB King was Scott Arnold, okay? Jay Neutra, you were second. Nobody wanted the Rolling Stones. Now we got it correct, okay? And then Lita Ford's at 25. Rat is already at 100 before anybody else places another bid over on Facebook, okay? Because the bids are very much out of order. The very first bid was 100, and now all of y'all are out. Now the bids are going down, and it's going to take 10 minutes for them to get back up to 100 because probably people are seeing bids come in on Facebook. The high bid opened at 100. It was a $65 start. Somebody's already in at 100. Okay? Now Pink Floyd's at 37. Lita has already jumped up as well, and I think it already had... No, it's at 25 with Dave C. Wasp, Trent's out. Final call again to Sharuk. Okay? Sharuk Omar has that for $85. Okay? We're about to sell it to him. Moving right along. Heaven, knocking on heaven's door. Gold stamp promo, EX 22.99. Pearl, which is Janis Joplin, a quad press. VG Plus, that is $19.99. Renee Baldwin on the Stones, that was Beggar's Banquet, 1970 German, VG minus. A Treasury of Gregorian Chant. Man, that would be a great way to start your morning. VG Plus, $9.99. Pink Floyd's at 40. Lita Ford's at 28. Pink Floyd's at 40. Wasp is a final call for 100. Nobody else has bid again, but also nobody has set out. Vladarchek on Gregorian Chant. Bobby Whitlock, he's from Derek and the Dominoes. From late WLAV DJ Uncle Buck's private collection. VG Plus $11.99. Ed Riviera wants Heaven. Ryan second on Chant. Okay, we can sell Wasp now. This is sold to, I believe, a new YouTube buyer. This is sold to Sharuk. If you are a first-time buyer, say yes, first-time buyer, and I've got to confirm that you've registered with us. This is sold to you for $85, okay? I'll have to confirm you have registered. I need you to let me know. If not, please go do that now. Rat has a new high bid of $101. Solarplex, you're out. Solarplex, you're out. It's at 101. Lita Ford's at 36. And Pink Floyd is at 40 with John Kaiser. Okay? And if you've registered, say I've registered, and I'll make sure. And I've also confirmed with everybody else on YouTube tonight. We started off like in the first 20 minutes, we had like 3 first-time buyers on Facebook, and they've all registered or they filled out the form. I've already looked some of them up, and we're good to go, okay? Let's keep going through this crate so we can get to some of the other new stuff. Steve Miller Band Book of Dreams is VG Plus $14.99. Blondie Eat to the Beat is VG Plus $19.99. Nice. Captain Beyond with the lenticular cover. Setting to Terre Haute. And the note from Paul says, an essential record for your collection. VG Plus $29.99. Pink Floyd. The last bid, James Young went out. This is sold to John Kaiser for $40. Lita Ford is still getting bid. Stephen Lewis Jr. has it for $36. Rat's at 110. Travis, you're out. We still got Rat, Def Leppard Rat, Dokken, Accept, Motley Crue, Anvil, Keel, Poison, Ozzy, Mark Edwards, Slave Raider, Def Leppard, Accept, King Cobra, Judas Priest. I also still have Rat, Striper, Ace Frehley, Dokken, Lita Ford, Quiet Riot, Steeler, Whitesnake, Twisted Sister Wasp, Anvil, Whitesnake, Black Sabbath, King Diamond, Raven, Yngwie, Dokken, Motorhead, Van Halen, and maybe even more that I don't want to tell you about. Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath, Black Sabbath. A 1982 Ireland NIMS reissue in shrink, Vinyls VG, a $15 start. Rats at $115. Is Lita Ford the full album? Yes. And it's sold to you for $36. Next, Frank Zappa, Captain Beefheart, Bongo Fury, VG Plus, $24.99. Nick Cave and the Bad Seeds, Dig, Lazarus Dig, EX, $32.99. Black Sabbath has a bid for $20. Solarplex, you're out on Rat box set. Travis has it for $115. Brian Adams, Reckless, EX, $17.99. April Wine, Harder Faster, EX, $17.99. And Hank Aaron, The Life of a Legend. It's a commemorative record after he passed Babe Ruth's home run record, EX, $12.99. Black Sabbath, $15, $20, $25. Brian F. on Captain Beyond. Black Sabbath 25. Chad, is there still a heaven in here? No, I think you got the only one. No, there's still this one. This one's still available too, Edwin. $24.99. Rat is not sealed. No, it's all complete, but it's not sealed. Okay. In the back right now, I hear our record flattening machine beeping. They can flatten about 2 records a day. It takes about 8 hours. So they try to do one when they get here, and usually when they leave, they put another one in. So when they come in the next morning, they can do another one. We can only do about 2 a day. We have about 8 crates full of high-end records that need fixing, and they do about 2 a day. That's how much warp stuff we get through here. 8 crates of like high-end good stuff that have warps that we work on almost every day. Black Sabbath 21, Travis Woods on HA, and HA was for Travis was for Hank Aaron. Justin Poirier on April Wine, Chad on Brian Adams, Ed Riviera sold on Heaven, Paul Stevens next on Hank, and James Davidson next on April Wine. All right, Black Sabbath has a high bid of John Kaiser for $30. $30 on that. We're going to go through this crate in here one more time. The Megadeth in the crate is brand new and sealed. Yes. New auction going up right now. Motorhead. Motorhead is overkill. It's the 2019 40th Anniversary Deluxe Edition with the kind of binder style cover. It's near mint, a 3 LP, a $45 start. Here's what's left in here very quickly. What is the Rat at? The Rat box set is at $115, the Travis Woods Solar. It's all up to you. AC/DC, $26.99, stiff upper lip. Zappa, Shake Your Booty, 34. Johnny Winters, 19, white label promo. Pantera is $49.99. Motorhead has a bid for $50. The original Trinidad Steel Band's $9.99. Greg Smith said he wanted Steve Miller Band. Sorry I missed you. That is sold. Over here we have the Mysterious Sounds of Japanese Bamboo Flute. That is $9.99. Pantera sold for $660. Iron Maiden is sealed for $29.99. Also, we have Peter Tosh, Completely Captured Live, $24.99. That's on colored vinyl. Motorhead has a new bid for $51, now $55. Ron Burns on Johnny Winter. Black Sabbath has a new bid for $31. Rat has a new bid for $125. Live and Kickin', Susie Quattro. That is sealed for $29.99. Megadeth is sealed for $34.99. New sealed reissue. Motorhead Motorizers, $34.99. Also, we have Black Sabbath. That is Mob Rule sealed 2 LP Deluxe Edition, $34.99. Stars on Long Play is $9.99. Iron Wine is $19.99. We have The Illusion, that's VG $9.99. Loud and Rain White is VG Plus $9.99. And then over here, we have Pearl, Janis Joplin, VG Plus $19.99. A quad pressing. This is VG Plus $11.99. Bobby Whitlock. Blondie was VG Plus $19.99. Zappa Beefheart VG Plus $24.99. And EX $32.99 for Nick Cave. Would you be willing to budge on the Japanese Flute album? Everything in here is sticker price 100%. New arrivals that were marked tonight. The Japanese Flute album was $9.99. But if you want it, just say, I'll take it. How could you go wrong? Solarplex is Black Sabbath. That is sold. Scott Markheim on Motorhead Motorizer. That was right here. That's sold to Scott Markheim. The Motorhead is at 55 of Buddy Cordova. Scott Arnold, I think it's just up to you. Nick Bargeron already set out. John Kaiser, it's up to you on the Black Sabbath. Dylan Stewart has it for 31. They're still bidding on the Rat box set. It's at 140. Okay. New crate. Let's keep this party going. Thanks, everybody, for spending Thursday night. It's always a hoot here at Coletco on Thursday nights. You never know what's about to happen. Heck, I don't even know what's about to happen. I think that's what keeps it interesting. I don't know. You don't know. Nobody knows. Paul doesn't. Laura, John, Ed, Steve, G, Julie, Jack, Jill, Tanner, Seth, April. I mean, anything could go. Here in a minute, I could bring out a live panda from the back. We could bring out a live panda here. I mean, you just never know. I've done stuff like that before. snakes, lizards. Giraffe is out in the parking lot. It's an attraction. It costs me a lot of money, but we do keep a live giraffe out in the parking lot. This Monster Rehab is delicious. All right, here we go. First thing we have, Rats at $150. Motorhead is sold to Buddy Cordova for $55. Okay. Whoops. Thank you on that. Pantera sold for $660. Pantera has sold for $660. Yeah, I had to get off the V8s. I was drinking 2 or 3 of them, and they wasn't doing anything for me, so I had to take a break from them. Okay, Black Sabbath, John Kaiser bid $38. Dylan Stewart, you're out. And over here, Dylan's out. This is sold to John Kaiser for $38. And then Rat is at $170. And it goes back to Travis Woods. He's out. This is sold to Solarplex for $170. Oh, it's great timing. It's time to clear the board. Put up 3 new auctions. John Smetzer wants stars on long play from the last crate. This is sold to John Smetzer. Thank you. Let's put that away. And let's put up 3 new auctions, okay? Next, 1 Rat box set down. 1 Rat LP up. Here is Rat, Invasion of Your Privacy. And this was listed as sealed in the hot picture, but I noticed shrink wrap over the saw cut and had a feeling it was resealed. 85 US Specialty OG, VG Plus, definitely resealed, a $20 start. So Laura said that it was a cutout, and she noticed shrink wrap, and it was definitely resealed. Let me look at this. I wonder if it's like, I bet that's, you know, I've opened sealed records, and they look like this. I mean, who knows? Most sealed records, when you open them, aren't usually near mint. I mean, I've opened a lot of sealed original records just based on the scuffing from rigid sleeves and acidic reaction. Most sealed records, when you open them, aren't near mint. She's opened this one and said it was VG Plus. Rat, Invasion of Your Privacy, that's going to go up for a $25 start. Lay It Down, that's a $25 start on that. And now, our next auction is going to go up right now. And this is Quiet Riot, Condition Critical, an 84 USOG Carrollton EX copy. That's a $25 start. So Rat's a $25 start. Quiet Riot's a $25 start. And we have Accept. And Accept is a 1980 USOG issued under the title I Am Rebel in most other countries. In the US, it was called Accept. And this is going to go up for a $20 start. It does have a little bit of cover wear and damage. Right there, there's a crease. It is a saw mark, but the vinyl's near mint minus. $20 start on that. Okay? First thing we have, I have not posted this. Also in stock was the Ozzy Diary of a Madman picture disc. One of them has a seam split, but these are brand new. They do not come sealed. They're very cool, though. It's the Diary of the Madman album as a picture disc. It's brand new. It's from the new, same mastering as the other reissue. Just FYI, okay? So those are brand new Ozzy picture disc, Diary of a Madman. I have 4, and then I have 1 with a seam split. Picture disc, $33.99. And like I said, I have 4 of them. Okay, so there's all these. And I have 1 sold to Rebecca. I'll give you that one. And I've got 4 more left. And we got 1 sold to Buddy Cordova. Next LP was Eminem Recovery. Eminem's a 2 LP. That's $39.99. Eminem Recovery. Solarplex also wants an Aussie. That's sold to Solarplex. Kiss. Hot. Hotter Than Hell. $33.99. That is a 2014 remaster. We got Beatles Revolver. She Said, 180 gram. New mix. Very good sounding record. Also, Aussie is sold to Greg Smith. Thank you, Greg Smith. That is sold to you. Let's update all these bids. The first thing that came in was Rat, $30. Quiet Riot, $30. Accept 20, Accept 22, Accept 22. So Solarplex has Accept. Justin, you're out. Jim Sedal, you're out. Quiet Riot has 1 bid for $30. I'm about to sell it. Rad has one bid for 30. I'm about to sell it. Greg Smith, the last Aussie I have. Wait a minute. Who got those? It was Rebecca, Buddy, Solar, and Greg. I've pulled 4, right? Yeah, there's one left. It does have a seam split on top of the sleeve. Okay, next is Prince. This is live, Rock Over Germany. Festival 1993. It's on yellow vinyl. Prince is $29.99. And the Cramps, I've got 2 of these. Black leather. The Cramps is $33.99. That is live in San Francisco 1980, $33.99. And this is Aerosmith 9 Lives remastered. Aerosmith is a 2 LP, $44.99. $44.99 on that. Also, we have REM Out of Time, Losing My Religion. I've got 2 copies. That's a tough OG to find. $34.99 on that. All right, there was no other bids on Rat. That is sold for $30 to Solarplex Studio. Just one bid on Rat. Sold for $30. That was just open, too. It was sealed. Wow. And then Accept, that just got one bid. That is sold to Solarplex for $30. Excuse me, Quiet Right. That sold for $30. And now Accept, I haven't heard back from anybody until right now. Jim Sedal bid $25. Final call to Jim Sedal. Robert Warner wants a Cramps. There's 1 Cramps left. And I also have over here the Clash Sandinista, a triple LP remastered, $49.99, and Pearl Jam Vitology, $38.99. Look at the spine on this thing. Wow, $38.99 for Pearl Jam Vitology, $38.99. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that next auction is Lita, Kiss Me Deadly. Lita Ford is the 1988 12-inch single, and this is a promo, near mint, a $20 start. Stimpy wants the last Aussie picture disc. I was going to let you know that last one does have a crackle up here on the top. If that's okay, I'm going to go ahead and tag you for it. Accept has a new bid for 26, now 27. We have Phil Collins live. King Biscuit Flower Hour, 1982. I Don't Care Anymore. He ends with In the Air Tonight. $29.99 for the Phil Collins unofficial. Ryan Eaton on REM. That's sold to Ryan Eaton. There's one left on that. And the Sisters of Mercy live 1983. She Got Red Eyes. That is $29.99. Accept is now at 26, now 27. Lita Ford's up for bid. And now here's the Dokken box set. Dokken, the Electric albums. 2023. Breaking the Chains, Tooth and Nail, Lock and Key, and Back for the Attack. LPs 2 and 3 are VG Plus. The others are EX or better. Dokken is a $65 start. Jerry Stone on the Phil Collins Live Unofficial. Thank you, Jerry Stone. That's so to you. Metallica Garage Inc. That is $59.99. That's a double LP Metallica. That's essential. Caius, Welcome to Sky Valley. That's $33.99 for Caius. And Chris Isaac, Wicked Night. Live Chris Isaac unofficial from 1995. He is $29.99. The last bid on Accept was $33 with Solarplex Studios. Lita Ford has a bid for $20, and Dokken is a $65 start. Now Lita Ford at $25. Also in here, I have Guns N' Roses live, Marquee Bart, live in the UK, 1987, red vinyl, $39.99. I've got 2 of those. Led Zeppelin live, Texas International Pop Festival, that's $39. And AC/DC live in Johnson City, Tennessee. It's a 2 LP, $34.99. Jim Sedal has Accept for $35. Dokken already has a bid for $80. And Lita Ford has a bid for $25 of Michael Hamburger. So Dave C., it's up to you on Lita Ford. Accept is at $35. And we have Dokken at $80. What was the Chris Isaac? This is Chris Isaac. Wicked Night, 1995, live at the Bimbos Club, San Francisco, $29.99. All right, Jeremy Bryant wants the Cramps bootleg. That's sold to Jeremy Bryant. Let's go ahead and put that away. And I'm going to read through these very quickly one more time. And we're about to sell some auctions. Waiting to hear back from some people. Dawkins a final call for $80. Solar. Jim Sedal has Accept for $35. Final call. And now Dave C. is back in on Lita for $26. Okay? 1 second over here. Give me 1 second, please. Okay, so first thing we have is Lita Ford's at 33 with now 34. Michael Hamburger, you just got outbid, except Solarplex went out, and that means that sold to Jim Sedal for $35. Thank you. That is sold over here, and this is done. Let's put that away, and we're going to put that in there. That's going to be my last record. Dockin is also sold for $80. Great price on that 4LP box. That was sold to Solarplex for $80. I'm going to wait on that to put it away because I got to get a new crate. And this new crate is right there. And let me grab a new empty one because we're going to start with Dockin. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in on Thursday Night Metal Night. Very busy tonight. It's been so far pretty much nonstop action. And we have a lot more to get to. I mean, combined, we still have a whole crate of auctions we can possibly run. I'm actually walking in circles trying to find an empty crate. I think all of our crates are filling up with sold records for the week, which always happens, and stuff that didn't sell. So it sounds like I need to do some blitz and half off tonight. Lita's now at 35. This Dockin is sold. Let's put up all new auctions. I'm going to quickly read through these. Don't forget, a little bit later tonight, I'm going to try to do cassettes and maybe even put up some more here when auctions slow down. I still got more I can put up, and that's probably what we're going to do for a part 2. Let's go ahead and put up an OG Def Leppard Hysteria. This is an 87 U.S. Specialty OG with the original sleeve, and it has a ticket stub. I don't have any metal CDs tonight. I got a couple of autographs we still hadn't sold, but that's it. This is an 87 OG VG, a $20 start, and somebody has an original ticket stub they have glued to the inner sleeve. Wow, that's pretty cool. It was unused. The stub isn't torn off. At the Omni, 1987. Wow. Def Leppard. That's pretty cool. All right, no metal CDs tonight. I got metal cassettes, but no, we've already blasted through all the CDs. We found a few, last week? We sold almost everything. I mean, I do see some cassettes in here. Like, I can go ahead and put some up right now. There's a lot of rock and classic rock that will be worthy of buy it nows. And then here's one right here I can put up by itself. Yeah, let's just do this one by itself. This is Firehouse, Hold Your Fire. Okay? That's going to go up for a $10 start. We've already done the one and only Lore crate. That has already happened tonight. We have Eminem Recovery for $39.99. Kiss Hotter Than Hell is $33. Beatles Revolver $36. Prince Live $29. Aerosmith was $44. R.E.M. was $34. The Clash $49. Pearl Jam $38. Phil Collins was $29. The Sisters of Mercy $29. Metallica is $59. Caius is $33.99. Chris Isaac is $29. Guns N' Roses $39. Led Zeppelin Live at the Texas Pop Festival $39, and AC/DC Johnson City. What is the track listing? Heat Seeker, Shoot to Thrill, Dirty Deeds, Back in Black, Who Made Who, Jailbreak, Hell's Bells. That's the Way I Want to Walk Road. The Jack, You Shook Me, High Voltage, Whole Lot of Rosie, and Let There Be Rock. A classic lineup, okay? So first thing was Lita Ford. It was at 35, and then he got a bid for 37. And then Michael Hamburger went out. Def Leppard 25. And then over here, Lita Ford 38. And then Def Leppard 33. What's the vinyl? VG condition. Def Leppard's at 33, and Jay Neutra wants Caius, okay? AC/DC sold to James Young. There's one left, and let's do another crate. Do you believe in magic in a young girl's heart? The do-do-do-do-do, bop-bop-ba-da-beep-bop. Yippity sheepity bop bop, ba dee 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 bum 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 bum, boom bum boom bum, bop bop beep bop bop bop, do 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 do, sheepity bop bop, bum 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 bum. All right. First is, what Clash was it? Sandinista, new and sealed 3LP remaster, $49.99. Def Leppard is VG, nice jacket, and original ticket stub. Stuck to the original inner sleeve. Def Leppard 35. Troy wants a Phil Collins. Brian Thurman on AC/DC. And the generator is plugged and going. Thank you for the reminder. It is plugged and going. And then over here we got Prince. And we got, Phil Collins and AC/DC. Phil sold to Troy. AC/DC sold to Brian Thurman. No bid on Firehouse. It's a $10 buy it now if anybody wants it. All right, Lita Ford is officially sold to Rich Krulak. Is that a new bid? That was a new bid. No. Kaiser, you got outbid. John Kaiser. Rich Krulak bid $38 on this. You have been out for bid. And then over here, Def Leppard. Def Leppard, the last bid was Greg Smith at 35, and now there was another bid on Lita Ford, and now it's at 42, okay? We got this new expanded Chicago. That's a 2 LP. This is the last crate of new releases for tonight. And then I've got nothing but another Paul crate, which is mostly vintage stuff. Here we go. Chicago, 50th anniversary, 2 LP. $39.99. Dream Theater, that's on clear vinyl. Dream Theater, $33.99. Rubber Souls, $30. Look, they've changed the hop sticker. So this was a Rocktober exclusive. Now they've just put it as a standard imprint version. It's got a different hop sticker on it. Dream Theater, $33.99. There's Rubber Soul. It is $36.99. Stereo remaster. Stevie Ray Vaughan, live, 1980, Norfolk, Virginia. I have 5 of them. They are $24.99 each. AC/DC Let There Be Rock is $29. Grateful Dead Terrapin Station, green vinyl, Grateful Dead $33, and the Best of Bauhaus Crackle, $38.99. Our next auction, 2 Twisted Sister cassettes. Stay Hungry and Love Is for Suckers. Those are going to go up for a $10 start. 2 for the price of 1. That's now up for bid. Our next auction is Ozzy Osbourne, John Michael Osbourne, Ozzy, the Randy Rhoads tribute album. This is an 87 U.S. Carrollton OG, both inner sleeves, VG condition, just a $25 start on that. Let the bidding begin. Justin Poirier wants a Dream Theater sold. Def Leppard's at 44, Lita Ford's at 45. Yes, live in Knoxville, Tennessee, November 72, $59.99. Over here, Led Zeppelin, live in Charlotte, 1972. This is one of those Volume 1, Volume 2 deals, but you will get a complete, high-quality Led Zeppelin that's never been officially released live concert. Charlotte, 1972, $44.99 for each vinyl. The Stevie Ray Vaughns are unofficial. Yes, Stevie Ray Vaughn's unofficial, Led Zeppelin's unofficial, and AC/DC live in Nashville, 1978 with Bon Scott. I've only got 1. I saw this and I was like, whoa. I've had the Johnson City, but I've never seen this before. It's a 6-track. Of course, they didn't do long set lists back there anyway. That's $29.99 on that. Ozzy's at 24, 25, 25, 25, 20, 25, 20, 25, 20, 20, 20, 25, now 30. Scott Arnold on AC/DC. He's out on Lita Ford. Lita Ford is sold to Rich Krulak for $45. Thank you on that. And then Def Leppard. Def Leppard over here. Patty has it for $47. Everybody else is out. James Young, I can put you on a waiting list for AC/DC. Solarplex, I'm also going to put you on a waiting list for AC/DC. And then over here, I have only 1, 2. This is Ozzy live in Kansas City, 1986, white vinyl, a double LP, $44.99. That's Ozzy. It's a 2 LP live in Kansas City. It's just a 1 volume deal, $44.99. Nobody bid on Twisted Sister. Those can be bought for $10. Okay. Over here, I have the following. I got Ace Frehley, Frehley's Comic. This is now going up for bid. Frehley's Comic is an 88 USOG SRC pressing with the original inner sleeve, VG++, a $30 start. Also, we have Smashing Pumpkins. This is also an unofficial. It's called Live Acoustic or Unplugged Pure Acoustic. And that is a 2 LP, $39.99. $39.99. Also, we have claims for Ozzy. First one's Solarplex. The other one's Alonzo. If anybody else wants on a waiting list, Dave C., you'll be number 1. Dead Kennedys live at the Old Waldorf, 1979. The Dead Kennedys is $39.99. That's another unofficial. I've got 3 of those. The Beatles, Past Masters. You got to have this, $49.99. That is all the non-album singles and B-sides. Let me give you some songs that the Beatles never did put on any studio albums. Day Tripper, We Can Work It Out, Paperback Writer, Rain, Lady Madonna, The Inner Light, Hey Jude, Revolution, Don't Let Me Down, The Ballad of John and Yoko, and then some of the early stuff. I Feel Fine, From Me to You, Love Me Do. Those were not on any of their U.S. original studio albums, $49.99. Over here, Dave C. does not want on the waiting list for Ozzy. Solarplex Studio gets the 2 Twisted Sister cassettes for $10. Michael Hamburger, number 2 person wait list for Ozzy in Kansas City. Gregory Solarplex already bought the 2 Twisted Sisters. And then James Young can have AC/DC if he wants it. Ozzy's at $55. Def Leppard's at $65. And then over here we have Ozzy at $60 and Ozzy at $60. The Randy Rhoads tribute album, this album's never been reissued unless you get the Ozzy box set. That is now at $60. Def Leppard's at $57. Ace Frehley does not have a bid. I'm looking for a $30 start. Now Yearbook 1987. Orange Vinyl 3 LP. $54.99. Caius Live, a bootleg unofficial, Cologne, Germany, 1995. That's $29.99. The Very Best of Talk Talk. That's Talk Talk's Greatest Hits, a 2 LP, $39.99. Stevie Ray Vaughan, Don't Mess with Texas, live, $36.99. That's an unofficial. We have 3 of those. That's available. Boy, I think I've wore out everybody this week on new vinyl. There might be I don't think I really ordered any yesterday either. We have sold so much new vinyl this week. I mean, that first night I did the sale, we did 13 crates, and it was all new vinyl for a whole 8-hour show. And I think I've never went through so many great new arrivals that had so much great stuff still left in the bins. So let me go through this Paul crate, and maybe next week it will reset. Somebody told me, there's like, Chad, you have sold me so much new vinyl this week. We're going to have to reset for next week before I buy anything else. And I'm like, okay. So I really held off ordering the last 24 hours. There's been so much. But, man, everything in here was nothing in here that was part of the sale. That's what I ordered. I ordered stuff that was not in the sale, especially a lot of bootlegs I've never had before. But, yeah, maybe next week we'll resell. I can't start ordering 5 crates a night and only about 5 titles sale. I'm going to end up with another 50 crates of inventory. Stephen Tuttle on the Beatles. That is that. And now Def Leppard's at $58. Ozzy is still getting bids. The last bid on that was Lothel at $60. And Ace Frehley, an 88 USOG. Nobody bid. It's a $30 buy it now. $30 buy it now. That's over here. We have a waiting list going for an Ozzy unofficial. It's a 2 LP, Kansas City, 1986. And that's, of course, from the No Rest from the Wicked tour. And if anybody wants that, I have it on a waiting list, okay? Janet Gray put 65. Now, Janet, I don't know what you're bidding on. You put Janet Gray 65. Can you let me know what you're bidding on? Def Leppard's at 58. And maybe you're bidding on Def Leppard. Brian Thurman wants on the Ozzy list. Ace Frehley sold to Shannon Lee for 30. And Janet Gray's been on Ozzy. Okay, so Janet has Ozzy at $65. Def Leppard's at $58. Final call, $58 and $65. I can't believe no one bid on Ace Frehley. That had to go to a buy it now. Here's our next auction. It is Wasp, and this is the last command. It's an 85 USOG. It is with the original lyric insert, and it's in VG condition. It's a pretty beat-up copy, maybe even VG minus, a $20 start on that, okay? So put back Scott Arnold's AC/DC and give it to James Young instead, okay? Stanley Richmond also on the wait list for Ozzy and Christopher Onzo. We're not done with this crate. Yes, we are. I'm going to read through this one more time. One more time on this. Ultimate Centaur. I don't even know what I said, okay? Now, over here, Def Leppard is at $58 with Greg Smith, and then Randy Rhoads is at $66. That just came in. All right. Oh, yeah. That was my neck. Sorry if you had to hear that. That felt pretty good, though. Okay. We got another new arrival crate from Paul to read through as well. So let's do that. And let's grab 2 more cassettes right now. I might have to start doing some buy it nows, literally, so I can clear up some space on the top layer. And let's do that right now. These are all $6.99 each. And I'm first going to start with Firehouse. Firehouse, Hold Your Fire, $6.99. King Cobra, Ready to Strike. Van Halen, OU812. Bruce Dickinson, Tattooed Millionaire. Cinderella Night Songs. And Aerosmith, Just Press Play. Just Press Play. $6.99, okay? Very quickly, this comes out Friday, tomorrow. It's a new, expanded anniversary edition of that Chicago iconic greatest hits. So what they've done, they've put the original track listing and they've added a total of 21 tracks for total. That is $39.99. I have 2 left. That was a big pre-order. That's all I have left. Okay, next thing was the only copy left of Images and Words. That's a very tough album to get an OG of. Clear vinyl, $33.99 on that. The Beatles, Rubber Soul. Is It Good? Norwegian Wood. Baby, You Can Drive My Car, $36.99. You Won't See Me. I'm Looking Through You. And then one of my favorite Harrison tracks, If I Needed Someone to Love, $36.99. That is a Beatles stereo remaster of Rubber Soul. I can't believe I have these still left for just $24.99. It's a Stevie Ray Vaughan live unofficial, early 1980, Norfolk, Virginia, just $24.99 on that. When I walked away, Def Leppard was a final call for $58. Ozzy had just got a new bid for $66. Janet bid $67. Janet bid $67. Wasp got a bid for $22. Ozzy got a new bid for $70. Grateful Dead is the next record. Jay Beach. Terrapin Station is a new remaster green vinyl, $33.99. Janet bid $75. How much is Ozzy Kansas City? The 2 LP unofficial. We're taking a waiting list for Jeff. It's $44.99. Edwin Riviera on the King Cobra cassette. King Cobra sold to Ed Riviera for $6.99. Andy Lane, you were second, but Andy Lane, you were first on Bruce. And then Kenny Stanley on Firehouse. Kenny Stanley on Firehouse, thank you. And then over here, Brian Call got Chicago. That's sold to Brian Call. Kristen Driscoll wants King and Sin. King and Sin. King Cobra's already sold, but I will sell you Cinderella, Kristen Driscoll for $6.99. Also, Paul Stevens wants one of the new Chicago. Jeff Hansen wants a Stevie Ray Vaughan. We have AC/DC, Let There Be Rock, $29.99. That means Def Leppard is sold for $58. Sorry, I wasn't trying to extend that. There's just so much going on all of a sudden. Greg Smith, that's sold to you for $58. $58, thank you. That is sold to you. And now Wasp is a pretty beat up copy, VG minus. Glenn got a Grateful Dead. There's now one left. The Ozzy is up to Travis Woods is out. Janet Gray has that for $75. The Ozzy Randy Rhoads tribute album. Let's go ahead and put up another auction right quick. Let's do another LP. The next LP I have is the following. Stryper, To Hell with the Devil. Stryper, To Hell with the Devil is with the original cover. It is with the merch insert. It is EX Plus. It has both inserts. It has a solicitation and merch. Gatefold original jacket, $35 start on Stryper. That's now up for bid. The only 2 cassettes that didn't sell was Aerosmith and Van Halen, $6.99 each. Okay, James Lavender wants a Stevie Ray Vaughan. So did James Lavender. Also in here is Bauhaus, the best of Bauhaus. It's called Crackle. It's a 2 LP. It is a gatefold jacket, $38.99. Yes, this was originally a Record Store Day title. The classic Yes lineup of Anderson, Howe, Squire, Wakeman, and Alan White. An amazing track listing. It's a triple LP, $59.99. Led Zeppelin, so I have a Volume 1, Volume 2, $44.99. Emmerga Song, Heartbreaker, Celebration Day, Black Dog, Since I've Been Loving You, Stairway to Heaven. And then their acoustic set, that's what's featured on the cover. They got out their bar stools, and they started doing Going to California, That's the Way, Tangerine, Bron-Y-Aur, Stomp. And then they come back out to Dazed and Confused, and What Is and What Should Never Be. Then John Bonham's Moby Dick. Whole Lot of Love takes up the entire side C. Usually the live cuts of Whole Lot of Love are about 20 minutes long. So is Dazed and Confused. Rock and Roll, and they end with Communication Breakdown. So a Volume 1's $44 and the other volume's $44. Essentially $90 total for a 4 LP, okay? Wasp is at $27. It's in VG condition. VG condition. Ed and Riviera got the Van Halen cassette for $6.99. Also, we have another set of that. Smashing Pumpkins is an unofficial. Unplugged, $39.99. And Dead Kennedys, live at the Old Waldorf, 1979. Dead Kennedys is $39. The Beatles Past Masters sold one left. Lothal wants a Led Zeppelin Volume 1, Volume 2. Now there's one set left. Now Yearbook 87, that's orange vinyl. It's a triple LP, $54.99. Caius, never seen a bootleg for them. Live, 1995 in Germany, $29.99. Give my Aussie to Onzo, and I'll go on a waiting list and says. So Alonzo Breezy Brinsnow Jr. Alonzo says give his Aussie to the next person on the waiting list which was the next person on the waiting list was Dave C. I think Dave C said no waiting list. He would actually be next in line. I'll have to figure out who got that, maybe on the replay. Ozzy is officially sold to Janet Gray for $75. Wasp is a final call. Striper has two $35 bids, Solarplex and Michael Hamburger. Past Masters is $49.99. The Very Best of Talk, It's My Life, $39. And then another live Stevie Ray Vaughan unofficial, Don't Mess with Texas. Don't mess with them, folks. All right, let's get some more cassettes. I've got 6 more cassettes here. And wow, here's a cassette I've never seen on. These are all $6.99. I've never seen a PJ Harvey cassette. PJ Harvey, Rid of Me. Dokken, that is Beast from the East. Van Halen, Fair Warning. Aldo Nova, Blood on the Bricks. David Bowie, Let's Dance. And Dokken, Under Lock and Key. Those are all $6.99. Dave C says he'll take the Aussie. Past Masters, $49. Hamburger, you're out on Striper. Solarplex came in first. And then the last bid on Wasp was $27. JP Kane, if you're done, just say out, okay? There's a good stack of cassettes there, all $6.99 each. Well, I got another crate of new stuff that Paul has marked for tonight. New arrivals that have never gone through before. We have never, ever, in the history of Collecto, gone through this crate that we're about to go through. So I hope you're ready. It's all pre-owned, mostly vintage stuff, but there is some modern pressings in here as well. So here we go. I've got a tub over here with 3 full layers of cassettes. Okay. First thing we have is this. We've got Travis Wade on PJ Harvey, sold for $6.99. Andy Lane got Aldo Nova, sold for $6.99. Wasp has a new bid for $28. Solarplex says he'll take all the cassettes. 1, 2, 3, 4, sold to Solarplex. Gregory, you were next asking about the Van Halen. Now Striper's at $36. Okay. Next thing we have is another auction going to go up right now. It looks like we need to do another one of these box sets. How about the Van Halen box set? And if you bid on this, you're going to get the Laura box set and high-end auctions sticker. That's pretty cool. Thank you, Laura. This is Van Halen Part 2. You get 5150 OU812 for lawful carnal knowledge and balance. Now, as of right now, the 5150 album is not being pressed. It's only an Argentinian version. We have them. OU812 is still not being reissued. Unlawful Carnal Knowledge is a deluxe edition. That's $100. Balance comes out next week. And then I don't know if they'll ever release the Studio Rarities disc individually. But here's the 5 LP Van Halen box. Everything's near mint. $255 start. $255 start. Van Halen Part 2 box, okay? Now Striper's at 36, Striper's at 38. First record here is Mayor Hawthorne, A Strange Arrangement. 2009 US, that's $24.99 for Mayor Hawthorne. Tony is a 1988 US promo, full album, gold stamp promo, $14.99. Best of Cream, UK import, $24.99. The opening bid on Van Halen is $333. Wow. You're going to have to go through Solarplex. He has it for $333. Striper has a new bid for $40. Travis Woods gets Tony. And then Wasp is at 28 with Andy Lane. He outbid Solarplex. Solar, you got outbid on Wasp too. It has a new bid of $28. Next is the Doors, the best of the Doors. 2 LPs, $49.99. This is the Civil Wars Barton Hollow, 2011 US, $124.99. $124.99. Here are 5 more cassettes. I hope you're ready. These are $6.99 each. Tom Petty, Full Moon Fever. Van Halen, Fair Warning. Sammy Hagar. What is that one? I've never seen that before. And the Rabortias, Red Voodoo. Never seen that before. Sammy Hagar, Standing Hampton, and Then and Now, The Best of the Monkees. Those are all $6.99. We have Bully, Feels Like, Boylie's $24.99. Wasp has a new bid for $33. Striper has a new bid for $45. And the Van Halen box is a final call, $333. Gregory, quick on that Van Halen. Fair warning, so did Gregory Roberts. Also, we got Soundgarden, Bad Motor Finger. Bad Motor Trucker, $29.99 for Soundgarden. Chris Cornell. Outshined is on that one. Also, David, whoops, I just smacked the Monkees cassette with the David Gray record. David Gray is $24.99. It's a 2014 2LP. What is this one called? Mutineers? Mutineers, I think. David Gray is $24.99. Also, Pantera, the Great Southern Trendkill. Pantera is sealed, white and orange marble vinyl, $39.99. And congratulations, I'm sorry, Gin Blossoms. A 2017 reissue. That was the first time this was ever on vinyl, which came out in 1996. $59.99 for that. Eric Van Leuven on Soundgarden. Andy Lane's out on Wasp. And Striper is also out. So we're about to sell Wasp for $33. Van Halen for $333, and Striper for $45 to Andy Lane. The cassettes that still left are Tom Petty, a classic, Sammy Hagar I've never seen before, another Sammy Hagar, and then the Monkees, all $6.99. I was waiting for Solarplex to say, I'll take all of them. That's what I like to see. We got Keith James, One Tree or Another. That's a 72 Psych folk rock album for $14.99. Also, Billy James, 6s and 7s. Billy James is sealed, $9.99. And what is this? Jiva, J-I-V-A, Still Here, Still Life is a 78 Polydor, that's $9.99. And Glenn Hassard, Didn't He Ramble, and that's $19.99. Something just fell out one of those records. No, that was me knocking over a Monkees cassette. That was me knocking over the Monkees cassette. Give me the rest of the cassettes, I'll take those. Great! Do you want the Aerosmith too? I can't believe no one got that, because that's like a $500 record. It's never been reissued. But those are all sold, and now the board is cleared. Let me show one more record. Ish, I-S-H, Ish, a 79 Disco Funk, $14.99. All right, so Solarplex gets the Van Halen box for $333. I'm going to tuck the lower crate sticker underneath the shrink so nothing happens to it. That's sold for $333. Striper is sold for $45 to Andy Lane. Whoops, you might want the disc with that too, Andy. There we go. Thank you on that. And now we're ready for 3 new auctions. Wasp is sold to Solarplex for $33. So you got Van Halen for $333. That, and now we have over here a new auction. And this is Motorhead Bomber, which is one of the last box sets of the night. It's another 40th anniversary binder style 3LP. Beautiful Motorhead, a $45 start. Motorhead, $45 start. Next auction is going to go up right now, and it's Judas Priest, Sad Wings of Destiny. It's a 1980 USPRC Richmond reissue VG minus. $10 start on Judas Priest. And we also have this, a pressing of Right Out of the Cellar. Unfortunately, this one's not autographed, but it is OG. It's a specialty retail copy, Round and Round, a $25 start. Next is Great White. That's Hook. That's that newest reissue on blue vinyl, $34.99. I have not sold Slave Raider yet. I'll get it on deck, though. MH, How Do You Do? MH is a 2011 US, $39.99. And Etta James, At Last, a 1987. This is a pretty desirable pressing. 87 Chess Masters, gold stamp promo near mint, $49.99. All right, let me take this stack of sold cassettes into the operations room before there's an absolute disaster and you hear a bunch of cassettes hit the floor and it sounds like this. There's that, and then we take some of these other that sold these single, few of these 45s we sold tonight. Go ahead and put those in there. All right. Awesome. I have a feeling we're going to sell a bunch of them tonight. We got a couple people that's recently got some new cassette players, and they're like, Chad, I need the hookup. And I'm like, I can do it. I can do it. All right, no bid on Motorhead Bomber box set, looking for a $45 start. No bid on Rat, looking for a $25 start. How much was Pantera? Josh, that was $39.99. $39.99 on Pantera. Over here, we have Judas Priest 20, now 30, now 35. Gregory on Etta James. Thank you on that. And then Stone Temple Pilots Core, a remastered copy, $24.99. Carole King Tapestry, nice copy, no condition notes, $14.99. The Motorhead is Bomber. It's the binder style anniversary box set. Opens up, it has a book, has 3 LPs. Very cool. Has pictures of the master tapes, has pictures of their promo stuff. It is a 2019. It has 1 bid. Everything's nice. $45 start. Next auction is going to, or actually, let me grab a handful of cassettes here. These are all $6.99. I have first, let me move that over, this over, and that over. I got Eric Clapton From the Cradle, Jay Giles Freeze Frame, The Best of the Allman Brothers, Stevie Ray Vaughan in Step, Stevie Wonder Talking Book, Stevie Ray Vaughan Sky's Crying, and Stevie Ray Vaughan Double Trouble Texas Flood. Those are all $6.99. So that was Clapton, Jay Giles, Allman Brothers, Stevie, and Stevie. Next is Ben Harper, By My Side. Ben Harper's a 2012 US, $59.99 on that. And Everlasting All Right, $24.99. Great Southern Trendkill, yeah, $39.99. This was the 2023 white and orange marble for $39. Rat does have a bid for $24. The minimum bid was $25. Now there's a bid for $25 with Andy Lane. And then Josh Brown says he'll take the Pantera. And then over here, we got Judas Priest at $40, and we got 2 $50 bids on Motorhead. Jay Neutra was in first, and Trent, you tied him. Also, we have another Everlasting All Right, Michael Bridges. And did I even show what that was? It's an 82 gospel rock, folk rock, $24.99 on that. No claims on these cassettes. One more time. Clapton, Jay Giles, Allman Brothers, and then 3 Stevie Ray Vaughans and a Stevie Wonder. I'll go ahead and grab another handful. But first, Jake Holmes, So Close, So Far to Go. That's VG Plus $14.99. And this is Icky Thump by the White Stripes, and that's a 2007 U.S. original, and that's VG Plus $39.99. Eagles Hotel California is VG $14.99, and the Grateful Dead, Working Man's Dead. Grateful Dead is a mid-70s U.S. EX $27.99. We got Motorhead at $51, we got Rat at $26, and now Judas Priest is at $44. Those auctions are still going. Here's some more opportunities for some cassettes at $6.99. First thing we have is Songs from the Big Chair, Tears for Fears. That is part of the Bruce Springsteen box set, but it's sealed. Which one is that? You know, that's part of a box set. There's like a 4 cassette, but that one's still sealed. And then Bruce Hornsby, that's just the way it is. Melissa Etheridge, Brave and Crazy, and UB40, self-titled. First thing we have is Scott Arnold wants Stevie Ray Vaughan, Texas Flood. The cassette, that's sold to Scott Arnold for $6.99. That is cassette number 1. Joey Fino on the Eagles, Hotel California. Mark Pierce, your second. Greg Smith, third. Rat has a new bid for $30. Judas Priest has a new bid for $50. Motorhead has a new bid for $56. And Tears for Fears is sold to Ninja Pony for $6.99. We have Split Ends, True Colors, VG Plus $14.99. This has the really cool laser etching on the vinyl. True Split Ends is VG Plus $14.99. Go-Go's Beauty and the Beat. That's VG Plus $11.99. Genesis Invisible Touch with a WLOL. What a radio station call sign. LOL. WLOL EX $17.99. That's before it actually meant LOL. It was just LOL. Now it's LOL, and we know what LOL is. And then Dan Jinks, Say No More. This is a 1981 Private Press folk rock. He's playing a flute, and it looks like he signed it. VG Plus $14.99. Over here, Motorhead is at $56. Judas Priest is at $50, and Rat's at $30. Those are all going once, going twice. Next thing is The Illusion. That's VG minus $9.99. Sheldon Bergenhauer gets the Go-Go's. That's so does Sheldon. Over here, we have Hard Rope and Silk and Twine, Incredible String Band. VG $9.99. Also, Heart, Dreamboat Annie, EX $22.99. Motorhead has a new bid for $57. Jay Neutra out. Whoa, Led Zeppelin 2. An original 69 Bob Lugwood OG Hot Mix First Press Near Mint Minus. I'm totally joking. This is a 1974 PRC VG condition, $19.99. Led Zeppelin 2 is a 74 PRC press. It is still a 4-digit with a Rockefeller address, and that is $19.99. Also, Heart, you just seen that. Also, we have Queen's Greatest Hits, VG Plus $24.99, and Miles Davis Bitches Brew, that's VG $24.99, and the Incredible String Band is VG Plus $11.99. The last thing I said over here was Motorhead, $57, then another $57, then another $58. Scott Arnold first on Led Zeppelin, price on Genesis. That was Invisible Touch, EX condition, $17.99. Joy was next on Led Zeppelin and then Riviera. Last bit on Rat, that came in was Andy Lane at 30. Before him was Jeff Hansen. Jeff Hansen has not set out. I'm assuming he's done bidding. The last bid on Judas Priest was $50 with Scott Arnold. The bidder before him was John McPatriot, and John McPatriot hadn't set out. Wait for a couple people, make sure I hadn't missed their bids or make sure they hadn't tucked any invisible bids that didn't hit Restream. I always make sure I see an out because you could have bid and it didn't go to Restream, and then we're in the situation where you think you're the high bidder and you're not. So make sure you say out, and then I'm going to sell those. Wow, Tora, $6.99. George Harrison, $6.99. David Lee Roth, $6.99. And Dimensions, which is a K-Tail comp, that's all $6.99. Gabe Valles gets the Miles Davis. That's sold to Gabe Valles. Jeff Hansen gets the Genesis. We have an out on Motorhead. That's the first out I've seen. That means Nick Bargeron, you're also out. Jay Neutra has it for $58. Jeff Hansen's out on Rat. That means this Rat is officially sold to Andy Lane for $30. Thank you, Andy. That's sold to you. And then what about Judas Priest over here? Scott Arnold, 5. He has it for $50. 4. He's out. That's sold to Scott Arnold for $50. Okay. Kristen Driscoll got the David Lee Roth cassette. Not before Ed Riviera got Tor. That was a steal. And then over here we got Kristen Driscoll on David Lee Roth. He gets that for $6.99. Okay. He gets that for $6.99. Motorhead's at $60. Let's put up another auction. Next auction I have going up right now is Steeler. Yeah, we sold one earlier. Here's another one. And this one's in shrink, near mint minus with the original Tower record price tag. $30 start on that. I'll take all the cassettes for $5 each. If you're talking about all of them, I'll sell them to you. You're talking about what's left right there? The Clapton, Jay Giles, the Allman Brothers, the 2 Stevie Ray Vaughns, the Stevie Wonder, the Springsteen that was sealed, the Hornsby, the Etheridge, the UB40, Harrison Dimensions. I'll do all those for $5 a piece, no problem. The other ones, some of them already got grabbed. Okay? And Shoe Fly. Oh, man, I'm going to bring out my flamethrower. Okay, so we'll make sure he wants all those. Steeler already has a bid for $30. We'll grab another handful in just a second. Motorhead is still getting bids. Steeler's at $30. It's also time for another new auction. And that was asked about earlier. We still got Slave Raider. Slave Raider is called Youngblood. And Slave Raider is a 1988 U.S. promo only. It is a $10 start, and I think it's a 12-inch single. It is, and that's going to go up for a $10 start. Sell the rest of these to Solarplex, and that was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. $60 for the rest of those. Those are sold to him. Thank you. And now we're down to 3 auctions, but not before I show another handful of cassettes. And these are all $6.99 each. First thing we have is Footloose, Cut Loose, Sade. Look, they gave the phonics. Sade, Diamond Life. That's $6.99. I wish they would have done that on the vinyl. The Best of Sting, Eric Clapton. That's August. Roxette, Tourism. And Bruce Coburn, The Charity of Night. Those are all $6.99. Steeler 35, Slave Raider 10, Steeler 40, and Slave 10. I'm going to quickly read through these one more time. And when I mean quickly, I mean like quickly. Okay? When I say quickly, I mean quickly. And then we're about to get into some discounts, recaps, and I think it's about time for a Cosmic Brownie. I mean, I don't know about y'all, or some chips or something, Funyuns, onions. I mean, I don't know about y'all, but maybe some salt and vinegar kettle cooked something, okay? Something to give me a little bit of a boost. Okay, a little bit of a boost over here. All right, first thing we have is Paul Stevens wants Sade. Paul Stevens on Sade. That is sold to Paul Stevens for $6.99. Thank you, Paul Stevens on Sade. And then Travis Woods wants the Split Ends out of here. Split Ends was right in here. That's sold to Travis Woods. Slave has a new bid for $12, okay? What about Motorhead? The last thing that happened was Trent Peasley. You were outbid. I'm waiting for you to bid again or say out. Okay, the high bid is with Jay Neutra for $61. The last bid that came in on Steeler was Justin Poirier at $40. That's the second one we've had tonight, okay? Over here, this is Mayor Hawthorne, A Strange Arrangement. That's $24.99. And then Best of Cream is a UK copy, an amazing compilation, $24.99. Made in England. You got to have this. Sunshine of Your Love, Badge, Crossroads, White Room, Swallow Bar. That one side is what made me fall in love with the work of Eric Clapton and Cream. And then Born on a Bad Side Spoonful, Tales of Brave Ulysses, Strange Brew, and I Feel Free. That is amazing. $24.99. Steelers at $42. Brian Thurman wants Cream. Still got the Mayor Hawthorne in there. Motorhead has a new bid for $62. Steeler has a new bid. Slave is at $14. The Doors, the best of the Doors. Break On Through, Light My Fire, Crystal Ship, People Are Strange, Strange Days, Love Me Two Times. That's just side number one. Whoa. It's a gatefold, $49.99, okay? $49.99 on that. This is the Civil Wars Barton Hollow, $124.99. We have Bully, Feels Like. Bully is $24.99. He's out on Steeler. Motorhead has a new bid for $63. David Gray was $24.99. And we have Congratulations, I'm Sorry, Gin Blossoms, 2017 reissue of that 1996 album, first time it was ever on vinyl. That is the OG pressing of that Gin Blossoms album, $59.99. If you're an OG only, that's it, $59.99. Congratulations, I'm Sorry. Keith James, One Tree or Another. Keith James was $14.99. Billy James was Seal, that's an 88 US rock album, $9.99. And we have Jiva, a 78 pop rock for $9.99. All right, let's go ahead and grab another handful of cassettes right quick. These are all $6.99. First is a classic Billy Squier album, Don't Say No, $6.99. Wilson Pickett, the best of list. Wilson Pickett. Johnny Hates Jazz with Shattered Dreams. Doobie Brothers Cycles, Paul Simon, The Rhythm of the Saint, and another Melissa Etheridge, Never Enough. Those are all $6.99. Steelers still getting bids. Motorhead still getting bids. And Civil War, $100. I'm not supposed to take offers on these. What did I have this priced? $124.99. I better keep that sticker price right now. That's very fair, but I'm keeping all the new Paul stuff sticker price right now. We have Glenn Hanser, Didn't He Ramble? That's $19.99. Solarplex got Billy Squier for $6.99. That is sold to Solarplex. We have Ish, 79 Disco Funk, $14.99. Great White, can't believe no one got that. Hooked, blue vinyl, $34.99. This is Mayor Hawthorne, How Do You Do? Another Mayor Hawthorne, 2011 US, $39.99. Stone Temple Pilots Core Remaster, that's $24. What happened on Motorhead? Jay Nutra, $63. I was waiting for Trent Peasley. He hadn't set out. Angela has Steeler at $45. She outbid Andy Lane. Andy, you're out on that. And now Slave Raider is at $17 with Wade Lucas. Also, Carole King Tapestry, So Far Away, $14.99. Ben Harper is $59.99. By My Side. This is Everlasting All Right, Michael Bridges, an 82 gospel rock, folk rock, $24.99. Jake Holmes, So Close, So Far, what did I say? Jake Holmes, So Close, So Far to Go, VG Plus. I was about to say, yes, So Far or whatever. Jeff Hansen on GH or GW. That was Great White. That's sort of Jeff Hansen. OGs of that are tough to get. And OG White Stripes, Icky Thump, a 2007 OG, VG Plus, $39.99. The Grateful Dead, EX, $27.99, mid-70s press. Dan Jinks was VG Plus, $14. The Illusion is VG minus $9.99. Also, this was the Incredible String Band, Hard Rope and Silk and Twine, 74 promo, VG $9.99. Motorhead is sold to Jay Nutra for $63. That is sold. Steeler is up to Andy Lade. And then Slave Raider is at $18 with Jeff Hansen, okay? Over here is this. We have, we've already shown that. Heart is EX $22.99. Queen's Greatest Hits is VG Plus $24.99. And the Incredible String Band, VG Plus $11.99. Over here is going to be some more cassettes. Hope everybody's ready to claim them. Next, these are all $6.99. We got UB40. Labor of Love, The Golden Hits of Fats Domino, Indigo Girls. We have Supertramp, Famous Last Words, and Mariah Carey, Music Box. Those are all $6. What auctions are left? I was wondering if I should stay up. You should stay up. Slave Raiders at $20. Slave Raider has another $20. And Christopher Yoakum on BC. And BC was for the what? I'm not for sure on that, okay? Let's go ahead. And Richard Davis says he'll take the Gin Blossoms. Thank you, Richard Davis. Let's go back and pull that for him. All right, there's that. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And I might read through these. Trying to make sure Gregory doesn't go to bed, though. Don't want that to happen. We have Motley Crue, Girls, Girls, Girls. Also over here is an 87 U.S. Specialty OG Club, BMG Direct with the original sleeve, EX, just a $25 start. It does have a little bit of shelfware on the bottom, and that's going to go up for a $25 start, okay? Over here, Ninja Pony wants the Fats Domino for $6.99. Slave is still getting bids, but I think we're done on Steeler. And this was sold for $45 to Angela Ledbetter, okay? Sold for $45. Glenn, I will let you know about that Silver Wars. I'm going to keep everything sticker price right now, okay? Ask me tomorrow if I still have it. Motley Crue's a $25 star. Slaves at $24. Next auction is Anvil. And Anvil is going to go up. It's called Pound for Pound. And Anvil's an 88 U.S. Specialty OG, original sleeve EX edition. A $20 start on that. Okay, another handful of cassettes right quick. Trying to get to this bottom layer because I don't want to start doing like I did with this last tub and completely destroy it before I even have time to get to the next layer. We have Van Morrison, No Guru, No Method, No Teacher, ELO Greatest Hits, The Coasters, Coasters Classics, Rant and Rave with the Stray Cats, and Huey Lewis and the New Sports, $6.99. I plan on going through another 2,000-3,000 cassettes tonight, maybe 10 or 20,000 cassettes, maybe 30 or 40,000 cassettes. So I wouldn't go anywhere for that. And then Motley Crue is at 25, Anvil's at 20, and Slave is at 24. All right, first thing I'm going to do is do a little bit of crate condensing over here. Keep all the Paul records together. Keep all the new vinyl together. Got to do all that right quick. Plus, I could free up some space. Free up some space right quick. So let me do that. And I'm going to put all the Paul crates together over here. Toasters. Do you mean coasters? I think you meant coasters. I don't have any toasters, but I do have some coasters. All right. I said cream. I think someone's ahead of me. That was a bit ago. Yeah, you were second on cream, Todd. Todd saw you were second on cream. Let's see. There's new vinyl from last night. There's new vinyl from tonight. I've already condensed what I could in there. So those are still available. I feel like we're going to have a bunch of claims in the morning. Don't forget, if you don't have one already, I have the new Black Keys album in stock. If you need a new Black Keys that comes out tomorrow, this is the Black Keys. If anybody wants this, it is available for $33.99. Okay, it's on red vinyl, and that comes out Friday. That's the new Black Keys album. And then I still have Testament, The Gathering for $29, Black Sabbath, Never Say Die for $33, Alice Cooper for $34, and Iron Maiden is $44.99. Iron Maiden is $44.99. And I'm going to condense those. Now we have another empty crate over here. Give me 1 second. Stack up some of this stuff. And this is not supposed to be here. Okay. Also, we have, okay, the coasters is sold a Ninja Pony for $6.99. And next thing we have is Motley Crue 27, Anvil's at 20, and Motley Crue's at 27 again. All right, so where are we on Slave Raider? Slave Raider is at $24 with Jeff Hansen. Slave Raider is at $24 with Jeff Hansen. I'm going to say that again. Jeff Hansen has the Slave Raider for $24. The last bid on Motley Crue that came in was James Lavender at $27. Anvil has had one bid with Curtis Marachi for $20. Curtis, you tied Brian Thurman. He bid $20 about 4 minutes ago, okay? All right. There's that. Motley Crue's at 28 and 28, okay? There we have it. And now let's swap out crates. And let me put these. That was what was left of the Laura stuff. All right, so that's pre-owned, and that's pre-owned. And over here is this. Okay. And then there's an empty crate. And then Wade says, I need to review the chat because he thinks he bid 24 before. You probably did. There for a while, there was about 12 bidders, all within $1 of each other on Steeler, so it's pretty hard for me to keep up. Give me 1 second, and I'll double check it. Okay. Anvil is still getting bids. And let me go check on Slave Raider first. Let me put this pre-owned crate over here. And all right, I knew I had another one. Let's condense these two. Awesome. Getting all the auctions together. They're all about to be in one crate. Okay. These in here. And that just leaves me with this little handful, which I can put in this crate. Awesome. Okay, here we go. So let's take this right here. Awesome. Fantastic. These over here. Now I can walk through here a lot better. I had it pretty cleaned up yesterday. I told everybody, I was like, hey, just wait, give it 24 hours. I won't be able to walk around here because there's so much new stuff on the way. And I got to really figure out what the next crate we're going to do now. If I can get through here. Okay. Let's do this crate. Let's do a quick vintage crate, half off. It's a short, and it's kind of just right here on top, all right? We're about to do some half off vintage right quick. So, let's go down the line here, okay? First was Slave Raider. And I think there for a while there was about 7 different bidders within about $1 of each other. And ties, and we have, somebody says they have the bid before they did. Very good chance they did. Wade Lucas has Slave Raider at $24. Jeff Hansen, you are tied with him, so that means you're out, Jeff Hansen. Okay? Jeff Hansen, that is, the high bid is for sure with Wade Lucas at $24, okay? There's that. Let's put this right over here. And that's about to be sold, unless I hear back from Jeff Hansen. Motley Crue is an OG copy. Just has a little bit of cover wear on the bottom. But the vinyl is EX. And Motley Crue is with Joy Fino at 36. Nick Bargeron, you've been outbid. Anvil is right here. Anvil is pound for pound. An 88 US Specialty OG, original sleeve, EX condition. Anvil is with Brian Thurman at $25. Everybody else is out. Now Slave Raiders at $25. Okay, now earlier, before I forget, Ninja Pony has convinced Solarplex to sell him the Bruce Hornsby in the Range. That's the way it is, cassette, out of his bundle for $6.99. And now we got to change that. I don't mind doing that, but right now, whoever's tagging the show tomorrow is probably going to want to shoot me because they've probably already made a sticky note bundle and taped these up and set them aside, and now 20 minutes later, they're going to have to redo that. So that's okay, but whoever's tagging the show right now will probably want to shoot me after they've probably, at this point, tagged them, wrapped them, and already bagged them. Now they're going to have to redo it. That is sold for $6.99. After a bundle sold, we got to keep it sold typically. But I'll go ahead and break this up. That's why we do bundles. This is sold to Ninja Pony, and so take one out of Solarplex's bundle by $5 and redo the count, okay? But there's that. All right, so there's those 3 bids. They're all still getting bids. Motley Crue was EX on the vinyl, and that is with the original inner sleeve, and then it does have cover wear on the bottom. Anvil's at 26. Okay. I think we got all that worked. I'm going to go through some more cassettes. Make sure you have your fingers ready to claim them as fast as I show them. Otherwise, they're either going to get claimed or Solarplex is going to buy the rest of them. First thing, half off vinyl, no more, no less. I have The Ballad of Easy Rider by the Byrds, a Terre Haute OG 360 sound, VG Plus, $12.50. The Byrds, Ballad of Easy Rider. That is Ballad of Easy Rider, $12.50. Buffalo Springfield again, VG condition, $6.50. Purple and brown Atco label, that's VG, $6.50. Al Green, green is blue, EX for $10. Andy Lane wants the Ballad of Easy Rider, that's sold to him. We're about to sell Motley Crue. I haven't heard back from Nick Bargeron on that. I'm about to say Anvil for $27. Curtis, you're out. And Slave Raider, Jeff Hansen, you've been outbid again, immediately by Wade Lucas. He's bidding over on YouTube. Nick Bargeron was second on the birds. Here are the next cassettes for $6.99. I've got Toronto, get it on credit. The Dank Yankees, Don't Tread. The Kinks, Arthur. We got Fleetwood Mac, Behind the Mask, and UB40, Promises and Lies. Those are all $6.99. Nick Dahmer on the Buffalo Springfield. That's sold to you for $6.50. Patty K was next. Nick Bargeron says Motley Crue +1. Joy Fino, he has placed a bid for $37. You've been outbid. Joe Walsh with Smokery Drink, The Player You Get. VG plus $7.50. Mr. Jeff Hansen, let me know if you're back out there. Nick Bargeron, you were immediately outbid at $40. I would go ahead and bid $75 and we'd wrap this up. We have a Riviera's Let's Have a Party, VG condition, $15. The Riviera's Let's Have a Party. There is some writing on the cover. VG, $15. Brian Thurman on Joe Walsh. That's sold to him. Al Green still in there. Now Anvil's at $30. And now Patty wants the Dank Yankees cassette. That's sold to Patty for $6.99. We got Backdoor, VG plus $15. This is a jazz rock album from 1973. VG plus $15 on that. Ira and Charles Leuven, VG plus $6.50. Nick has bid $41 on Motley Crue. Joy, if you want to go ahead and bid $75, we'll wrap this thing up. I never did hear back from Jeff Hansen, so this is sold to Wade Lucas for $27. Wade, thank you. That's sold to you. Jeff just asked how much it was. You just missed it. And then conditional Rivieras. The Rivieras, the vinyl is in VG condition. The Rivieras is in VG condition. Yep, it's a 64 mono, $15. Next, if nobody bids on any cassettes, I'll take the rest for $5. I'm trying to stay awake. I've been up since 4. Preston wants Loggin. And did you mean Leuven or did you mean Loggin? There's Ira and Charles Leuven. Also, James Brown, Prisoner of Love, a 63 mono, VG $12.50. And we have Doug and the Slugs Rap at $7.50. Now Motley Crue's at $42. Nick, if you want to go ahead and bid $55, $75, that'd be great. And then Anvil is a final call. This is still getting bids, and Anvil's at $30 with Brian Thurman. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. Next auction is going to be this right here. It's Twisted Sister, Love is for Suckers. Twisted Sisters, an 87 US OG specialty press with merch insert, VG++, a $15 start. Next is Jay Castillo on Backdoor. First thing is Preston Rose wants the Leuven brothers, okay? That was a confirmation. Michael Freiberger, you were second. Jay Castillo got the Backdoor album. That's sold to Jay Castillo. The Rivieras is sold to Nick Dahmer. Motley Crue 45 and Steve Biddlecombe on JB. That was for James Brown, okay? We will do Russian roulette. First, I'm going to take all these sold cassettes in here that sold individually. All those were sold in here individually. I'm going to make that the next stack. I'm going to make that the next stack. And then this, I'm going to sign a contract with Nick, with Solarplex. And basically, he's saying he'll take every cassette that doesn't get claimed tonight for $5. I'll just sign a contract with you. And that means everybody will know if they don't grab them now that they're going to be sold. And so here's the other ones that Nick, I keep wanting to say Nick Bargeron. Solarplex, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Let's sell him those 22 cassettes at $5 each, okay? These are all sold to Solarplex. All right, let's go ahead and put those away. How much is Twisted Sister? What is the bid on Anvil? More information about Motley Crue. Chad, what is your favorite flavor of ice cream? I love chocolate. All right, thank you. Those are all sold. All right, here we go. More on the way. What's happening? I don't know. Who are you? Who am I? What is going on? First is Anvil has a new bid for $40. How much was Twisted Sister? It has bids for $15 and $17. It has the merch insert. It's an 87 USOG specialty press. It does have the merch insert with it, and it has a high bid of $17. Motley Crue, Nick Bargeron's out. Joy Fino has bid $46, and that is sold. All right, Jeremy Johnson missed the release info on Girls. I just sold it to Joy Fino for $46. Over here is Anvil. Twisted Sister, and Bulldog. We're doing a half off bin, no more, no less. This is $7.50 for Bulldog. And area code 615, that's $15. Trip in the country. Let's go ahead and put up another auction, and that is accept Russian Roulette. This is an 86 USOG with the original sleeve, VG Plus. We're going to put that up for just a $10 start. That's up for bid. And we have Mountain, Flowers of Evil. Mountain is now $10. This is a half-off vintage bin, no more, no less. New Riders is $10. New Riders of the Purple Sage. And Dave Edmonds is $6.50. Twangin. Dave Edmonds, $6.50. That is called Twangin. Next is some more cassettes. These are all $6.99. Hope everybody's ready. First thing we have is Kim Carnes, Romance Dance, Eric Clapton, Unplugged, Huey Lewis and the New Sports, Elvis, Today, Sealed, Kansas, The Spirit of Things, and Dazbad on the One. Those are all $6.99. $6.99 on that. Next half off is the Four Seasons recorded live, $7.50. The last bit on Anvil that came in with Brian Thurman at 40. The Mirachis, y'all are out. Lisa says she's done. Accept is at 15. And Twisted Sister is at 25 of Joy Fino. Also, Eric Clapton, Money and Cigarettes, that's $17.50 for Clapton. Odds of March, World Woven. Odds of March is $10. The 72 Indianapolis Press. And Easy Street, that's $7.50. Easy Street. Jorge Santana is $10. Jorge Santana. And the Best of Tim Harden, a 69 white label promo in shrink with promo sticker, $12.50. Accept 15, 15, 16, 18, 20. That is the high bid right now on Accept. Anvil is officially sold. Anvil is sold to Brian Thurman for $40. Twisted Sister. Twisted Sister. The last bid was Jerry Rock. And then Joy Fino bid $25, okay? We're in a half-off bin right now. Jeff Hansen wants the Four Seasons. That's sold to him. My crate's getting really full, so let me go ahead. And Elvis Today is sealed. Yep, it's sealed. It does have some old retail price tags on the back. The shrink is a little torn down here, but it is a sealed cassette for $6.99. Yep. I'm going to go ahead and tag that for you. Joe Kolosky on the Jorge Santana. Now, I've really got to swap out my crate. This is really full. I'm going to read you some of the auctions that's left right quick. And I'm going to grab a new empty crate right over here and keep this show on the road. Wow, lots of cool stuff going on right now. We got plenty of metal auctions still. There's like a big handful right over here. Hadn't even got into my miscellaneous reserve crates. Don't make me get into the miscellaneous reserve crates. Okay, I'll get into the miscellaneous reserve crates. Here we go. We have Accept 22, Accept 25, Accept 25. Just We Two, Eddie Layton and Buddy Morrow. That is $7.50. Also over here we have Grassala Oliphant. The grass is greener. And that is a 67 mono for $15. New Riders over here is sold to Adam Bernardi. Thank you on that. And then this is Ohio Players Graduation, $17.50 on that. We have Ricky Skaggs Country Boy. That is $5. And Lou Christie Lightning Strikes, $5. We have the Connells Bowling Heights. That's $10. And Moody Blues Long Distance Voyager, $7.50. Next auction is King Cobra. This is King Cobra Ready to Strike. It's an 85 US Jacksonville OG with the original under sleeve, VG. King Cobra, a $10 start. There you go, Dwayne. And Dawkin. In the auction bin, I've still got Rat and Dawkin. I've got White Snake Anvil, White Snake King Diamond, Raven Ingve, Rat Dawkin, Keel Poison, Mark Edwards Def Leppard, and then, like I said, I've got some emergency records too. I got emergency records too, which seems like at some point I usually end up needing. All right. Give me 1 second over here. There's this, there's that. And okay. And we have Twisted Sister. Okay, Twisted Sister was a weird one. I think there was 2 or 3 bidders that never did say out. So, Joy, I got to go ahead and sell that to you for $25. That's sold to you for $25. All right, and then King Cobra is at $25. And the last bid on accept was Jim Sedal at $30. And then I think there was a claim, Joe Sontag on the Skags, yeah. And let's read through these half-off records one more time. We got a lot more to get to. First thing we have is a Dockin promo. I'll see. This Dockin is a white label promo. Dockin breaking the chains with hop sticker. We have an 83 U.S. Specialty OG white label promo with company inner sleeve VG condition, a $25 start. Gregory fading fast. Gregory gets sleepy. And it's way too early to be getting sleepy on a Thursday night. He'd be like, I'm getting sleepy, Chad. You got to put up something else. And I'm like, dude, you need to drink some coffee. You need to get on some monsters. You miss all the late night action. You should see what we do on here after midnight and after 1 a.m. Your mind would be blown if you stayed up one night. You need to stay on here one night till 2 a.m. with us and see what we do. It's mind-blowing. It's absolutely mind-blowing. Dawkins at 27, King Cobra's at 35, and that accept was the final call, okay? We have Al Green. Green is blue, EX $10. Al Green on the original label for just $10. Doug and the Slugs Rapid, that is $7.50. Also, we have Bulldog. Bulldog is $7.50. Area code 615 is $15. We have Mountain Flowers of Evil, $10. We have Central Time. It is 11:07 Central Time right now. Dave Edmonds is $6.50. Adam Bernardi on Al Green. I mean, crack open a monster. Coffee, do something. Peels, maybe even something illegal, whatever it takes. Eric Clapton, $17.50. Hiram Aponte on Mountain Flowers of Evil. And then we have Ides of March, World Woven, 72 Indianapolis, $10. Easy Street, $7.50. Also, the best of Tim Harden, $12.50. A WLP. A WLP. Eddie Layton and Buddy Morrow, $7.50. Graciela Oliphant, Mono, $15. The Ohio Players, Graduation. Don't see that one too often. One of their, of course, risque covers, legs and other body parts exposed. We'll leave that for the imagination. Lou Christie, $5. And the Connells is $10. And Moody Blue, $7.50. How about another stack of cassettes? Goodness, what else do we have over here? These are all $6.99 each. $6.99. We have UB, Labor of Love 2. Bonham, as in Jason Bonham. Lou Reed, New York. Tom Petty, Let Me Up, I've Had Enough. Ingve Malmsteen, Eclipse, and Ingve Malmsteen, Rising Force. Those are all $6.99. Except is sold to Jim Sedal. That's sold to Jim Sedal over here. Jim Sedal, he gets that for $30. King Cobra was next. King Cobra over here. Andy Lane has that for $38. And we have Dockin. Dockin is at 30 with Dwayne Sevilla. He has it. Dwayne has Dockin. Dwayne, Dockin. Dockin, Dwayne. Dwayne, Dockin. Dockin, Dwayne. Danzig had already bid $40. I was waiting for somebody to say something, or no one has said something. Danzig has had the high bid for $40 for the last 3 minutes. Everybody's out of order. Everybody's out of order. Danzig has this for $40. $40. Dockin Breaking the Chains is a white label promo. It is at $40 with Danzig. Everybody else is out. King Cobra is an 85 Jacksonville VG with the original inner sleeve. King Cobra, Andy Lane has that for $38. Okay, $38. The first cassette was Edwin Riviera on Ingve Malmsteen Eclipse. How much was the Ohio Player? $17.50. Kenny Stanley got Ingve Rising Force for $6.99. Now we have Dockin at $44. Now Dawkins at $550. Goodness gracious. Gregory says, I got to go to bed, folks. Let's wrap this thing up. I'm in at $550. And then Ed Riviera wants Bonham, $6.99. Now King Cobra's at $48. And now over here, we're going to put up another auction. And now Dawkins at $60. Now Dawkins at $60. Now King Cobra's at $43. Kristen Driscoll. Now MT Matt has it for $48. Now MT Matt has King Cobra for 48. More bids out of order. It's because a lot of people, by the time the lag or by the time they're looking at Facebook chat, the wrong bid is placed. I encourage high bidding, but sometimes you don't even know what the high bid is until 30 seconds later. Over here is King Cobra. MT Matt is a new bid at $48. Now Dawkins at $65. Nat Reynolds wants the Ohio players. The Gracilla condition, Jay Castillo, no condition notes. It's actually really clean on this Atlantic label, $15 on that. All right, Dawkins taking big jumps all of a sudden. Let's put up another auction, and that is Def Leppard On Through the Night. This is actually a really beat-up copy. That's why we're going to start it for just $1. Def Leppard On Through the Night. It's in G-plus condition. It's a 1980 OG Presswell, $1 start. It is low grade. Low grade. How much is the Moody Blues? $7.50. $7.50. Gracilla is pending. Maybe he'll bind it, and then I'm going to do a bundle deal on everything that's left. I don't know about y'all, but I'm ready for some bundling. Oh my gosh, half off and bundles. Here we go again on my own. Man, it's hot up here. I think that's what my mom was talking about. They was fixing the air conditioning. Holy moly. Where's my ruffles at? All right. Man. A lot of action tonight. Take a bite of the Slim Jim. Nothing wrong with that, huh? Good old Slim Jim. Joe, you were second on Mountain. Joe, you were second on Mountain. Hiram beat you to that one. All right. I can't break too long. Can't break too long. King Cobra. I'm going to go get a Diet Coke now. Diet Coke. Who has this? It was at 48. Was there a new bid? 56. MT Matt, you're out. This is at 56. Jay Castilla gets Gracilla. Okay? Dawkins. Solarplex, you were outbid. Dwayne bid 66. No. Solar bid 77. Solar bid 77. Okay? I have not seen a meat puppet show up for sale, Stephen. Okay? And then Nick, somebody just claimed Gracilla and he'd already asked about it. King Cobra and Dawkins is still getting bids. And Def Leppard's at 9. And Scott, you passed on Moody Blues, right? I'm assuming, okay? Here we go. Bundle deal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 records in there. 12 records. I'm going to sell you everything that's left for $45. 45 divided by 12 is $3.75 a piece. Let's sell the rest of those, and I'll blow the mini air horn. I'll blow the mini air horn. 12 records, $45, $3.75 a piece, bundle deal. Bundle deal. Surely you need those. If not, I might have to threaten to end the show. Okay? And sometimes I start handing out threats. Like, you got two decisions. You can buy this bundle or the show's over. Sometimes people have called my bluff. And usually they win. But I'm just saying right now, if you don't want to risk it, you might want to go ahead and buy this. Probably should think about it. Chad is snacking up right now. I was very low energy Chad. I'm trying to get back up to high energy Chad. Whew. Blood sugar dropped. It's been about 5 hours of nonstop talking and reading. I mean, I'm not a robot, folks. Come on. There's not a hatch in the back of me where we replace batteries. That's what this Slim Jim and Reese's Fast Break is about to do. So that way we can keep doing half-off records. Okay? Got to get a Reese's Fast Break in me. I feel like I've been reborn. Like a phoenix rising from Arizona. Wow. Holy moly. Man, I feel so much better. That little sub. I had a 6-inch Subway earlier from Subway. It was like this. Okay. The show is back on track. I do have a few more chips to eat, but we're good to go. This is a completely trashed Def Leppard on Through the Night. This is in G+ condition. G+ condition. Now I'm going to be burping for the next 5 minutes. The last bid was $9 with Jerry Rock. No inner sleeve. G+ condition. Jerry has it for $9, okay? Dawkins was the white label promo. Sorry these have took so long. Dawkins was a white label promo with Dwayne Sevilla for $81. He still has it for $81. Dwayne Sevilla. $81, okay? Now Def Leppard's at $10. Now Dawkins at $84. And then King Cobra's at $140, now $155. We also, during all that, had an offer for the bundle because I threatened the end of the sale. And Solarplex said he would take everything for $35 sold. All right, so the bundle deal was sold. Somebody just asked how many there were and what was in there. I'm not going to spend any more time on them. He was way ahead anyway. We're going to go ahead and sell those to him for $35. Now let me find my sticky notes so we can tag these. And we should be back at a pretty normal pace, okay? So let me tag all this. And here we go. Let me grab some sticky notes. And we're ready. We're ready for some more. We're ready for some more activity. Probably more half off and all new auctions because I think these are now closing. All right, part 2 has officially began. This is the final stretch of the show. Chad's 8. Chad has had a Diet Coke. Chad's had a tremendous amount of junk food right then. That wasn't a healthy snack whatsoever, but it was delicious. And we are ready for the second wing of tonight's show. We still got metal auctions, and probably for the rest of the night, you're going to be seeing nothing but records that are stupidly discounted, okay? Stupidly discounted. And that's why people watch. They like to see me do stupid stuff. All right, MT Mac gets King Cobra for $155. Dawkins is still getting bids. And now Def Leppard's at $10. We're about to sell it. G plus condition. Next auction is going to go up right now. We have Rat Reach for the Sky. Rat is an 88 USOG Allied press with the inner sleeve VG plus, a $25 start, okay? Let's find another half off crate. Sorry, I drank a Diet Coke way too fast. That's not usually not a good thing to do if you're going to be trying to give a speech or do a lot of talking like I have to. Got a few cassettes or CDs over here to put up right quick too. I think I have a really solid crate of just great check condition stuff from John, and we're about to blow these out at half off, okay? We call all these kind of crates nonsense bins. Nonsense bins are records that are pretty recent that should not be half off. We went through a pretty picked over half off crate right then. This is probably a crate or 2 crates that's only been shown once. I do this at least once a night. At least once a night. It's like a recent crate that I don't even take offers on. We just go ahead and say they're half off, no more, no less. Okay? Half off, no more, no less. That's the rule on that one. Dawkins. Danzig went out, so Dwayne, that's yours for $85. Thank you, a promo copy. And then Def Leppard is sold for $10 to Scott Arnold. That's sold for $10. And now Rat is at $25, $30, and now $35. Let's go ahead and put up another Dawkins, and this is Back for the Attack. And Back for the Attack is an 87 USOG specialty, VG condition, a $15 start. Half off, no more, no less, and we got tons of cassettes to do as well. First thing I have is Black Oak, Arkansas, Mother Live, $10. If I don't mention Grail, then the vinyl's EX Plus or better. Ultravox, Vienna. Ultravox is now $10. No condition notes on that. B-52's Mesopotamia, $15 now on that. And Moon Mulligan, Sweet Rock and Music. Moon Mulligan is $10. Bruce Springsteen, his debut album, Greetings from Asbury Park, has a barcode on the back, $10 on that. Rats at $45 on that. And now our next handful of cassettes are coming. These are all $6.99 each. $6.99 on these cassettes. I have Eddie Money. I have Elton John's Madman Across the Water, Neil Young, Harvest Moon, Whitney Houston, Whitney, Olivia Newton-John's Greatest Hits 2, and Louis Armstrong, Louis, which is a compilation. Over here, Dawkins at $25, Dawkins is at $17, Dawkins at $15, Rats at $45 of Matthew Sherrick, though. Next auction is going to go up right now, and this is Whitesnake. Slip of the Tongue, an 89 U.S. Club, Columbia Clubhouse copy with the inner sleeve, VG++, a $25 start on that. Next is a Shakedown on NY for Neil Young Harvest Moon. I was about to say, I don't see that too often on cassette. Thank you on that. Rat has a new bid. Also on the half-off bin, nice. Stevie Wonder, Music of My Mind. Stevie Wonder's at $15. Music of My Mind, $15 on Stevie. Herbie Hancock sound system. Whoa on that too. $15 on that. Does Ultravox start with Sleepwalk? Let's check the track listing of Ultravox. Vienna, first track is Sleepwalk. Yes, Mix Amy on Stevie Wonder. That's sold over there. Thank you on that. Cassettes are $6.99 each. Now, I think we're done on the Rat. Rat out. Boy, a bunch of people went out all of a sudden. Ryan Mustaine has that for $50. And now Dawkins, a final call with Isaiah Lopez for $25. Isaiah has that for $25. White Snakes at $26. And Andy Lane getting the Herbie Hancock. Thank you on that. And then over here, White Snakes at $25. We got Cheryl Ladd, Dance Forever. Cheryl Ladd is $7.50. And Tina Turner, Private Dancer. Tina's $12.50. Ultravox is sold to Bob Cobb, the Maestro. Thank you, Bob Cobb. That's sold to you for $10. Julian Lennon, Mr. Jordan. Julian Lennon is $7.50. And the Easy Rider soundtrack, $17.50 for the Easy Rider soundtrack. All right, White Snake is at $25 now. The first bid, though, was $26. James Turner on Tina Turner. James Young on Tina Turner. I think I said James Turner. James Young on Tina Turner. Rat then is sold to Ryan Mustaine for $50. Brian Thurman wants the Easy Rider soundtrack. Dawkins now at $28. And Jeff Hansen, you're out on White Snake. Right over here, let's do these as a lot. I forgot about these. Hold on a second. Let me show you all some stuff right quick. What is this here? I've got aha. All right, let me knock the dust off this. There we go. All right, I've got 3 Tool CDs. I think this is the original Lateralis CD release. It has the dust cover. It has the kind of transparent artwork. I think that's how that original packaging looked. So there's Tool Lateralis CD. Right behind that is, this is a DVD. This is Tool Vicarious DVD in shrink. I forgot. I don't really know the details on that one. And then there's a Undertow that came from the same collection. That's probably an older version based on what I'm seeing, but I can't verify it. Those 3 Tool CDs, a $10 start. And this is a fake Keith Richards autograph, okay? This is a very fake Keith Richards autograph. I got to put that over here in my box of forgeries. There we go. All right, and I don't know what all this stuff is, but we'll figure it out later, okay? A lot of tchotchkes right there. So, where did I leave off? Let's go over here to these. I left off with, we sold Easy Riser, Doc in 28, Doc in 29, and then Danny Thomason on ER, and ER was for, Danny, what was ER? ER? I'm not for sure. White Snake 30, White Snake 32, Ginger Lynch on Julian Lennon. Tool has a bid for 10, another bid for 10, Tool 15, White Snake 35, White Snake 40. Over here, we have the Birds, Never Before. The Birds is with booklet, $15 on the Birds. Also, we have Hall & Oates, Along the Red Ledge. Hall & Oates is $10, Along the Red Ledge. Naz is a 68 Presswell, $25 on Naz. And Vital Information, Global Beat. Vital Information is $10. So Tool right now is with Steven at 15, then Burt just bid 17. Dokken has a new bid for 30, and White Snake is at 40. Ryan Mustaine, you're out. Now Tool's at 20 with Stephen Parton. Also over here, we have the Pope Smokes Dope. David Peel on the Lower East Side, $30 on the Pope Smokes Dope, and that's on the Apple label, $30 on that. And we have Jermaine Jackson, $10. Somebody kept the hop sticker and taped it to the back. $10 on that. Adam Bernardi on the Birds. Going through a great half-off crate here, by the way. That's sold to Adam Bernardi. Next is Bill Nelson's Red Noise. $10 in shrink wrap. Bill Nelson. A House. Call Me Blue, that's $5. Dawkins now at $20 again, now 20 and now 22. Dawkins at 32 and Whitesnake's at 42. And then the Bird and the Bee, this is actually a huge discount on this. This is a 2010, half off, which makes it $60. It's called The Bird and the Bee, Interpreting the Masters Volume 1, a tribute to Hall & Oates. That is now $60. Wow. Tool 22, Tool 22, Tool 24. And let's do another handful of cassettes. These are all $6.99. The first one I have is James Taylor's Greatest Hits, The Best of Eric Clapton, Dr. Hook, Pleasure and Pain, Roy Orbison, Mystery Girl, Mary Chapin Carpenter, and Paul Revere and the Raiders, Good Thing. Those are all $6.99, okay? Whitesnake's at 45, Tools at 25, and now Dawkins at 35. We have the Miracles, Smokey Robinson and the Miracles, Going to a Go-Go, and that is now $17.50. $17.50. It's on Tamla Motown, $17.50. Jim B, Bird and Bee on colored vinyl. The Bird and Bee is on black vinyl. Blue Note, it is now $60. Jim B's making his calculations. He's about to figure out if he should strike on that or not. Love's a Prima Donna, Steve Harley and Cockney Rebel, $7.50. Ars Nova, a 68 Monarch, $15. Whitesnake 46, Whitesnake 46. Caldera, that's now $15. And we have Steve Hunter, The Deacon. Gold stamp promo, Steve Hunter is $10. And Hall & Oates, War Babies. Hall & Oates is $10. $10 on that. The last bid on Whitesnake was Sheldon Bergenhire at $46. Doc, a new bid, just came in at $37. And Tool is at $29 with Burt Jordan. $29. Tracy Songer wants the Pope. The Pope smokes dope. That is so to Tracy Songer. Thank you on that. Journey, Looking to the Future. That is now just $20 on that. Ryan Mustaine on Caldera. That's so to Ryan Mustaine. Also, Al Cooper and Shuggy Otis. Cooper Session. It's actually Al Cooper introduces Shuggy Otis. Columbia 2i Original. $17.50 on that. And we have Procol Harum Live. $10 on Procol Harum. Jay Giles Band, Freeze Frame. That's now $10. And we have Culture Club, From Luxury to Heartache. That is a gold stamp promo, $12.50. Whitesnake is at $50 with Travis. Tools at $33 with Stephen Parton, and Dawkins at $37. All those are still getting bids. No claims from that last hand of cassettes, which was Paul Revere, Mary Chapin, Roy Orbison, Dr. Hook, Clapton, and James Taylor. Now we have Whitesnake at $50. Now we have Dawkins at $37, and Michael Peveler on BOA. And BOA was earlier in the crate. You meant Black Oak, Arkansas Live Mother, right, Michael Peveler? Thank you. That's so to you for $10. Miss Procol, which title? Procol Harum Live. $10 on that. Christopher Yoakum's going to get the Naz. I was about to say, that's a great record left behind right back here. That's sold to Christopher Yoakum for just $25 now. And then first thing is Whitesnake is at $51. Go West is now $10, and the Human League Red. The Human League is $7.50. Also, Hub, H-U-B, Hub is $6.50, and Linda Ronstadt, Get Closer. Linda Ronstadt is $5. So, Whitesnake 51, Whitesnake 53. What about Dawkins? Jeff Hansen, $37. You tied Isaiah's, though. Isaiah's already has it for $37. Isaiah already has it for $37. And then the 3 Tool CDs has been with Stephen Parton at $33. The bidder before him was Burt Jordan. So Burt Jordan, it goes back to you. All right, Bob Cobb on HL. Human League, that's sold to the Maestro. And then Hall & Oates, H&O, that was back here, War Babies. That's sold to Adam Bernardi. And then Bob Cobb got Human League, okay? Whitesnake is at 54. We have a tie. Hanson, you're out on Dawkins. You tied somebody. And Bird, it's up to you on the Tool CDs. Next is Cliff Richard. This is $5. It's All in the Game. And then Matthew Southern Comfort. That's $10. Now Dawkins has a new bid for $38. Bob Dylan and the Band. That's a 2 LP. No condition notes. Bob Dylan and the Band's $22.50. Isaiah is right back in on Dawkins at $39. And the CDs, the 3 Tool CDs are at $33 with Stephen Parton. And I've had some people tell me about Facebook ads lately. Now, Facebook ads were turned off a long time ago. I hadn't heard anybody mention it up until the last 48 hours. Our page is monetized, but I have ad revenue turned off for live streams. So you should never get an ad on a live stream. So they might have reset something or a new user agreement. That happened the last time. You know, it's one of those things. New user agreement. And basically, when you click that, I found out it resets a lot of your settings because you're agreeing to something. It's the size of the Declaration of Independence, and obviously you're not going to read it. You just click agree and hit accept. And I think that's what happened the last time. My page got monetized. I turned off ads, and then there was a new user agreement. And I probably need to go in there and turn those back off. Because listen, it's not worth the money I make off of it. I actually earn from posts and other videos we post, but I don't want them during the live stream because the money we're making that could possibly affect bids is not worth it. So I need to go make sure all that's turned back off. It's not like I'm trying to force y'all, feed y'all ads so I can make money from Facebook. It's not worth it. Now, if we had about 98,000 people watching and our page had 2.3 million followers, I'd probably make just as much money trying to just post videos instead of going live and selling records. So I'll have to turn all that back off. It's probably what's happened. I've probably agreed to a new user thing, and that's guaranteed. So, all right, give me 1 second. I don't know. Like, I never even post video. I don't know the money we make off our page. I don't even know how it. Like, it's like from post, and I'm like, how do you see ads on post? But like, we got a pretty good payment last month, and I was like, wow, where did this even come from? So, yep, when you see people on there really pushing like this quote influencer thing, these people have millions of followers. They make a lot of money just promoting products for companies. That's why they're on there with all these people, and they're always trying to sell you something. They make a lot of money off ad revenue. That's basically Facebook's business model. So, okay, let's go back to the top. Dawkins at $39. He's out on Tool. Linda Ronstadt, the half off price on that. Linda Ronstadt was $5. And then Tracy Songer on Jay Giles. That is sold to Tracy Songer for $10. Dawkins has a new bid for $40. Christopher Yoakum on AN. And AN for Christopher Yoakum was Ars Nova. Thank you, Christopher Yoakum. That's sold to you. And then over here we have, is Whitesnake a full album? Yes. Yes. Okay. Anytime you exit the feed and come back to the feed, a 10, 15 second ad. Oh man, that sucks. Yeah, I'll try to figure out how to turn that off. All right. So Stephen Parton, you get Tool for $33. Our YouTube is also monetized, and I'm getting payments on stuff, and I'm like, man, I hadn't even posted a video. I still don't know. I guess it's from old videos, but it's not like I have anything that gets a lot of views. But anyways, okay, so Whitesnake is Slip of the Tongue. This is an 89 US Original Club full album, VG++ EX. And Whitesnake, the last bid on Whitesnake that came in was Travis Woods at $57. Sheldon asked if it's a full album, and now we're going to wait for his word. And then Dawkins is an 87 US Specialty OG VG. And the last bid that came in on Dawkins was Jeff Hansen at 40, and Isaiah went out, okay? There's that, and there's that. Let's put up another third auction right quick, and then more cassettes. I have Anvil, Metal on Metal. Anvil is a Canadian club reissue, no year given, but it's a nice copy, EX Plus, a $20 start on that. Monster needs to sponsor the show. That'd be great. They don't even have to pay me. I just want free monsters. You know, that'd be great. They just send me a bunch of rehabs. But if they do want to send me a check for $10,000 a month, I'll take that too. All righty, here we have the Rolling Stones Goat Head Soup. That's now $20. It's a gatefold jacket, goat head soup insert, no condition notes, clean copy. You should probably think about that. A little bit of cover wear at the bottom. 20 on that. Ted Nugent is now $13.50. That's early Ted Nugent with the Ambroid Dukes. Marriage on the Rocks, rock bottom. That's $13.50. And that means Dawkins is officially sold. And that is sold to Jeff Hansen for $40. Thank you on that. Anvil has two $20 bids, and there's new bids on Whitesnake. And now Travis is right back in. And now Brian Thurman on the Ted Nugent. Thank you on that. Also, we got Steve Perry Street Talk. Steve Perry's $10. And Rick Springfield, Success Hasn't Spoiled Me Yet. And that is $7.50. See, I'm selling monsters. Steven bought one today just because of me. See, I'm selling monsters. I need to send him an email. Hey, we have, wow, this is expensive. This is a 2019 U.S. limited edition, opaque white vinyl with black splatter, sealed, numbered to 200 copies. And it is only one listed for sale right now for $250. It's King Diamond, Songs for the Dead Live. There's only one for sale right now on Discogs. It does have a little bit of a corner crease up here. You can see the little ding on the corner. It's caused a little bit of a shockwave crease. And then one sold 5 years ago for $50, okay? So one sold 5 years ago for $50. The only one listed for sale is $250. So kind of our reasoning for this, as far as price, is maybe meet in the middle. But we'll go less than that. We'll say $125 start for King Diamond, Songs for the Dead Live, and that's the only way that's really been reissued. It's not in print any other way right now. $125 on King Diamond. There's only one for sale when we tag that for $250, okay? Now, we have Whitesnake at $60. Anvil has a new bid for $30. Ed Riviera on SP for Steve Perry. Scott, you were second. Whitesnake, $62. Travis, you're back out. Jeff Hansen on Rick Springfield. Farmer Redman, second. Travis White back in on Whitesnake at $65. Chicago 17 is $7.50. Hall & Oates bigger than both of us. Hall & Oates is $10. Also Scandal, Love's Got a Line on You, $10 on Scandal. Also Survivor, Vital Signs. Survivor is $12.50. And Bad Company, Desolation Angels, clean copy, $10 with Rock and Roll Fantasy. All right, let's grab another handful of cassettes right quick. Let's grab that, and this one's kind of protruding out. We're into this now second layer of cassettes, and these are all $6.99 each, okay? The first one I have is Pat Metheny Group Off Ramp, Turn Left, Moody Blues in Search of Lost Chord, Eric Clapton Journeyman, The Who's Greatest Hits, Eagles Greatest Hits Volume 2, and Shy, Access All Areas. Those are all $6.99. Whitesnake, $65, now $70. Ed Riviera on Chicago. Bad Company is $10 after the discount. Steven, if you don't want it, Scott Arnold does, and then Ryan Mustaine. Anvil's moving to a final call with Scott going out. Cindy Yarborough has that for $30. Nice. Grateful Dead in the Dark with the original Inverted Eyes cover. That's now $27.50. That was $54.99. Wow. $27.50 on that. So Bad Company is sold to Steven, then Scott, then Ryan. Ed Riviera got Shy for $6.99, and Clay Moore was second. A little bit of hair metal mixed in there. We have the Stones, another one. This is an 86 pressing of It's Only Rock and Roll, and I like it. That's would have been a 10th anniversary edition. Back in the day, they didn't have anniversary editions. That would have been exactly 10 years. No, it would have been 12 years after its original release. They didn't do that back then. It was just a reissue they put out on a shelf. Rolling Stones Black and Blue, $17.50 on the Rolling Stones. And Rick Springfield Beautiful Feelings, $7.50 on that. $7.50 on that. Anvil is over here, and Anvil sold to Cindy Yarborough for $30. King Diamond, if anybody wants it, it's a $125 buy it now. $125 buy it now if anybody wants King Diamond. Next, almost grabbed another Whitesnake. My bad. Poison. Open up and say, no, excuse me. Poison, Look What the Cat Dragged In. OG, 86 US Allied with poster. VG Plus, $30 start. With poster. Not bad, conservatively graded at VG Plus. It does have kind of a poster. It's more like a lyric insert. But it could double as a poster. You could hang it up and look at the lyrics to Talk Dirty to Me, or whatever it's called. Yeah, Talk Dirty to Me. $30 start. And there it is. That's now up for bid, a $30 start. Whitesnake still getting bids. Michael Freiberger. I love that opening lick to It's Only Rock and Roll. If I could sneak my knife in my heart. Rick Springfield sold to Farmer Red Band and Farmer Red Man. Red Band. That's the guy on Kill Tony. And then what is the Hall of Notes there, the one in the beginning of the crate? Bigger Than Both of Us is still available for 10. And Michael Freiberger, which stones did you want, actually? Or did you want Rick Springfield? There was Rolling Stones, and Rick Springfield. RS, RS, RS. All right, so he didn't want this. He wanted this. All right, so no Rolling Stones claims. So Michael Freiberger gets Rick, Farmer Redman, you were second. Poison 30, Poison 30, Poison 34. The other Hall of Notes that's in here, I think might have got claimed. We'll go back and find out, but yeah, I think it got claimed. No, we still have Along the Red Ledge. That's $10, okay? $10 on those, $17.50 on those. All right. Carlos Santana, Maha Vishu, John McLaughlin. Love, Devotion, Surrender, $10. Amanda Darby wants the bird and the bee from earlier. That was another Hall of Notes tribute type deal thing. That's sold to Sick Amanda Darby for $6. $60. Half off of $119.99. That's pretty. That's why we call this a nonsense crate. Somebody might be saying, Chad, that was a bunch of nonsense. And I'm like, I know, I'm well aware. That was a bunch of nonsense. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Poison, $45. Stones are $17.50 each. They're both very clean copies, half off of that original sticker price. Amanda got Bird and Bee. Poison, $50. Brian Colsar got Hall of Notes and Hall of Notes for 10 and 10. White Snakes at 76. Sheldon's out. Poison's at 60. And the Grateful Dead is an 87 original club copy, $27.50. Patrick, if you don't want the Stones, Renee does, and that will also leave Black and Blue. We're doing more half off, including the Beatles live at the Star Club in Hamburg, 1962, where they perform in its entirety Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. I'm joking. They never did play they didn't play any of that stuff live. This is early Beatles, Hamburg, $20 on that. $20 on that. Renee gets It's Only Rock and Roll. That's so to Renee. Thank you. White Snake is a 77. And John Lennon, speaking of the Beatles, live in New York City. Here he is actually live. And he's doing this in New York City. It's $12.50. Poison is about to be sold to Ed Hickey for $60. I was going to make sure Isaiah was done. Next auction is this, and it's called Mark Edwards' Code of Honor. The drummer from Steeler in his own band. Mark Edwards, former drummer of Steeler and Third. Stage alert. Now has started a new project. Members of the band include Claude Schnell from Dio, Tim Bogart from Vanilla Fudge, and Beck Bogart of Peace. Eric Scott from Alice Cooper. Code of Honor, engineered by Bill Fresh, and his instrumental record and one of the best pieces of vinyl representing progressive metal to date. 85 US, EX condition, a $10 start. Mark Edwards. That sounds pretty cool. White Snake 77, 78, 80. Adam Bernardi on the John Lennon. What is he playing? Is he doing any Beatles? He surely. Yeah, he's doing Come Together. Beatles never did play that live. The Beatles stopped touring after 66. The Beatles stopped touring after 66, so there's no live cuts of pretty much anything from that whole era. They just retired to the studio. Kaleidoscope, 1750. Kaleidoscope, 1750. Willie Nelson and his friends, $10. Also, Tina Turner, Break Every Rule, $12.50. Have you heard the Duprees? That's a 63 mono for just $15. Neil Young, nice. A clean copy of Everybody Knows This Is Nowhere, $17.50. $17.50 on that. Mark Edwards has bids for $10 and $13. And Eloy Inside. And this is now $20. And I think I turned down an offer the other night for $25. This is Krautrock from 1974. I'm going to shoot myself in the foot on that one. All righty, so first thing we have is Whitesnake. Travis Woods has it for $80. Mark Price passed on dead. He says, you know what, I'll go ahead and take it. Great decision. Thank you. That's an amazing price for that album. He's out on Poison, so this is sold. This is sold to Ed Hickey for $60. The Krautrock is $20. If you don't want it, Adam, Christopher Yoakum does. Mark Edwards is now at $15. Okay? Next auction is Raven Stay Hard. And Raven is in shrink wrap. It's an 85 US Specialty OG. Atlantic inner sleeve. VG++, possibly EX. Just a $10 start on Raven. Okay? Adam Minardi will take the Eloy. Christopher Yoakum, you were second. Great half-off crate. A lot of nonsense in there. All the nonsense stuff got grabbed except for a few. And let's do another handful of cassettes right quick. These are all $6.99. Some great-looking titles here. First is Rod Stewart, Every Picture Tells a Story. Maggie May. Kenny G Silhouettes. Nice. The Joshua Tree, U2, and U2 War. Those are all $6.99. Now, Whitesnake, Sheldon Bergenheyer, you're out on Whitesnake. I see you already bidding on Mark Edwards, but it's up to you on the Whitesnake. Travis has it for $80. And Mark Edwards is at $20 with Brian Thurman. Sheldon's right back in on Whitesnake at $81. And Raven's a $10 start. Let's remind you of some of the stuff that's in here right quick. Let's do that. Maybe we can get a few more things sold and shown and sold. Might be some new people on since we first started this crate. It feels like it was a half hour ago. I bet there is. Let's read through these again and see what happens. I got 2 damaged records here if anybody wants them. Meant to show these earlier. So this is a brand new Opeth, The Last Will and Testament. It's got a bent corner. I think this retailed would be like $45. I'll do it for $28 if anybody wants it. It just has a small bend in the corner. But that's not a cheap record new. It's on Southern Green colored vinyl. Opeth for $28. This one's really crazy. This was supposed to be a new sealed record. They shipped it with major cover damage, and it wasn't even sealed. But the vinyl is okay. It's on clear vinyl. It's a brand new Sonny Rollins album. I mean, the disc is brand new. $10 on Sonny Rollins. It's supposed to be $24.99. It's supposed to be new and sealed $24.99. So damaged cover, just considered a used copy now, but it's near mint. But $10 on Sonny Rollins. And Opeth is $28, which is a green vinyl, a 2LP. And Grog wants Sonny Rollins for $10, okay? And Preston, you were sixth, then Greg Brock. Whitesnake's at $85. Sheldon, you've been outbid. Sheldon, you've been outbid. The last bid on Mark Edwards that came in was $20 of Brian Thurman. He still has it. And now Raven's at $16. Okay? Awesome. Let's read through these again. Quick half-off recap. You might want to claim them because there's a chance I'll do a bundle with everything that's left. B-52's Mesopotamia. $15 on that. Moon Mulligan, $10, Sweet Rockin' Music. Bruce Springsteen, Greetings from Asbury Park. That's $10. Raven has a new bid for $18. Mark Edwards has a new bid for 22, and Whitesnake is still at 85 with Travis Woods. Cheryl Ladd, Dance Forever. Cheryl Ladd is $7.50. Vital Information, Global Beat. Vital Information is a Steve Smith album. Steve Smith, who was the drummer for Journey. $10 on that. Raven has another $18 bid. Mark Edwards is at $25. Jermaine Jackson's $10. No Condition Notes. Has a duet on here with Michael Jackson. Somebody kept the hop sticker. Jermaine is $10. Bill Nelson's Red Noise. Sound on Sound. Bill Nelson is in Shrink. $10 on that. A House. Call Me Blue. That's now $5. And we have Smokey Robinson, The Miracles, Going to a Go-Go, $17.50. John Anderson from Jethro Tull, guest on the Opeth album. Ian Anderson, but I did not know that. Wow, Ian Anderson's guest on this? That's pretty cool. I did not know that. I haven't listened to much Opeth. I think some people have told me I need to, but I haven't really listened to a lot of Opeth. Patrick Lear on Smokey Robinson, The Miracles. Mark Edwards is now at $25, and Sheldon's back in on Whitesnake at $86. He's got a heck of a lag, but there it is. He's got a heck of a lag, but he's back in, and you've also have been outbid immediately by Travis for $90. We have Steve Harley and Cockney Rebel, $7.50, and Steve Hunter and the Deacon. Steve Hunter and the Deacon. Well, I need to put this in a new sleeve. This sleeve is already dirty. How did that happen? Steve Hunter's a gold stamp promo. That's $10. Journey, Looking to the Future, is still available. That's $20. Sheldon, you have been outbid on Whitesnake immediately. Travis Woods has it for $90. Raven is at $20 with Andy Lane, and Mark Edwards is at $25. Also, Al Cooper introduces Shuggy Otis, the Cooper Session. Columbia 2i label, $17.50. Culture Club is still available for $12.50. And Procol Harum Live is $10. Also, we have Go West with Call Me On It, $10. And Hub, H-U-B, $6.50. Ravens now at $21. Sheldon's out on Mark Edwards, so we're about to sell it to Brian Thurman for $25. Eden Riviera is also out. Cliff Richard is $5. It's all in the game. Epic label. Matthew Southern Comfort is $10. Raven has another bid for $22 of MT Matt. Bob Dylan and The Band, as in like The Band, that's $22.50. There's a little bit of writing up there in the top right corner, but no condition notes on the vinyl. Rolling Stones Goat Head Soup is $20. The Introducing Shuggy Otis has no condition notes. I think it was really nice. And it's, of course, the first label. Yeah, very nice. Columbia 2i, that's $17.50. Whitesnake is still getting bids. It's now at $93. Looks like we're about to sell the Mark Edwards, though. Scandal, Love's Got a Line on You. Scandal is $10. Last Few Records, Survivor, Vital Signs, $12.50. Carlos Santana with McLaughlin is $10. Stones Black and Blue, $17.50. Let's see what's in here. Usually John notes it, but sometimes this comes with a poster. It does have the original inner sleeve, virtually no coverware, and beautiful vinyl. And this is mastered by Lee Holko. Who mastered this? LH? I think that's LH for Lee Holko. Whitesnake's at $95. Also over here, we have the Beatles at the Star Club for $20. We have Kaleidoscope for $17.50. Willie Nelson's $10. Longhorn Jamboree. Tina Turner's $12.50. Have You Heard the Duprees is $15. And Neil Young, Everybody Knows This Is Nowhere. A beautiful copy. $17.50 on that. Adam Bernardi does want that Shuggy Otis album. Al Cooper, Shuggy Otis. Sold to Adam Bernardi. Mark Edwards is sold to Brian Thurman for $25. And Raven, MT Mac 22, just waiting for Curtis Marachi. Whitesnake has hit 100. We need another LP. And the next LP is Rat. And this is Dancing Undercover. It's an 86 U.S. Carrollton OG Club, Columbia House Edition, EX Edition with the original inner sleeve. Rat is a $25 start. That is now up for bid. Rat is now up for bid. All righty. Here we go. Man, I don't know. There's way too many good records in here, I think, for a bundle. I may have to look through and just see what's left. All right. So, Jerry Rock says he wants to Neil Young, but send it to Guy Shard. All right. So sell this to Jerry Rock. He wants to pay for it, but send it to Guy Shard at no charge. Okay. And then Renee Baldwin on the Rolling Stones Black and Blue. Sheldon, you've been outbid on Whitesnake. It's at 101. Raven is sold empty Matt. And wait a minute. Curtis, empty Matt already had it for $22. So you tied him. He still has it for $22. Rat has one bid for $25. Okay. Man, there's some good records in here. I don't know if let me just kind of price these. Let me do this. Okay, let me do it this way. There's a couple in here that are really good. I can't believe it didn't sell, like the Stones and Bob Dylan, Dupree's. Now Ravens at 24. Journey. Let me think about this here. Okay. If you're going to buy everything in here, all right. $175 for everything that's left. $175 for everything that's left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. 27. Okay. Raven is sold to Curtis Marachi for 24. Rat had one bid for $25. We're about to sell it. And Whitesnake is sold for $101 to Travis Woods. All right, there's that, a final call on that. Somebody could consider that. So, that breaks down to $648 a piece. And the way I viewed it was pretty much, I kind of just put all those in for $5 and then a little bit more for these to make it the $175, or a little over a $5 on these. And then a little bit more for those because they're such better titles that I can't believe it didn't sell. Next auction is Keel, the Right to Rock. Keel is an 85 US EMDW OG steel and shrink. Near mint Keel is a $25 star. And guess what? Another Whitesnake. And that's right here. And that's Whitesnake 87. This one's really cool because it has the MTV hype sticker advertising in the Still of the Night. And that iconic music video, Here I Go Again on My Own. And that's going to go up for a $35 star. So another Whitesnake there. Matthew Sherrick, you need that bundle. I would love to sell you the rest of those. That would be amazing. Rat Dancing Undercover was a 1986 US OG Columbia Club with the original on her sleeve. Nice vinyl EX and maybe a VG Plus cover. All right. Here are some more cassettes for $6.99. These are all $6.99. I have Phil Collins, No Jacket Required, Prince, Purple Rain, Madonna, You Can Dance, Madonna Like a Virgin, Madonna True Blue, and Madonna The Immaculate Collection. Those are all $6.99. Matthews offered $150 for the bundle. Sold. All right, let's get those tagged for Matthew Sherrick. Everything in here is sold to Matthew for $150. I'm going to put a sticky note right in front of the Rolling Stones. Whitesnake is a $35 start. Keel has a bid for $25. And I'm going to pack the rest of these in here. And there's that. No new Funkos. Unfortunately not. One of the things I got to sit down and order, along with everything else. That's 7 full crates tonight. Wow. I feel like we can fill up at least one more, maybe another. All right. Guess that means we have to find another one like that. I still didn't go to bed as early as I wanted to. I did sleep pretty dang well because I was tired, but I still didn't go to sleep till much later than I was trying to yesterday. I did get enough sleep to be very energized for tonight's important show, but man, still didn't get to where I wanted to. I think as soon as I end the show tonight, I'm going to go ahead and film the morning videos, and I'm going to try to head straight to the gym and then bed so we can have a big Friday night. I'm even going to try to come here maybe early in the morning because I want to get a lot of new stuff ready and out for tomorrow as well. All right, so Rat just got that one bid. That's sold for $25 to Jeff Hansen, and Keel's now at $28, and now Whitesnake is essentially tied. Chad put Whitesnake start, but Josh had already put 35. So, Chad, you're essentially out on that. Do I have any Paranoids left? I do. Yeah, I'm looking at them right now. They're the 2012 remaster. I have them. Yes, I have them. Let's find another crate to go through, shall we? We're not done. We're not done. No, sirree, Bob. If you think we're done, you're in the wrong place. Far from it. Far, far from it. Well, actually, you might be closer than you think, but I'm just trying to get the rest of these auctions sold and figure out where we're at. Cassette claims have really, really slowed down, mostly because I've ran out of metal. So the cassettes claims have, or at least I can't find any more metal. I'm sure it's around here somewhere. There's this great titles, but it looks like it is Metal Night, so I'm trying to find them, but man, we've really blown through them. I'll be like, yeah, I've got a bunch of metal cassettes. 30 minutes later, well, they're all sold. We want more. We want more. And I'm like, man, we had like 200. Y'all bought them in 30 seconds. As fast as I go through them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sold, 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 sold. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sold, 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 sold. All right, I think I got another check condition crate here. Let's go through it. See what's in here. And let me see what's in this one. Okay. Here we go. All right, so Whitesnake is at $40. Josh Brown, you're out. Keel's at $32. Let me find him a copy of Paranoid. It's underneath all tonight's new vinyl. For example, there's one crate of tonight's new vinyl. There's crate number 2 of tonight's new vinyl. There's crate number 3 of tonight's new vinyl. Great stuff came back in. And then we had one copy of Paranoid left, and now we have 0 copies of Paranoid. This is sold to Lothel. All right, let's do some more half-off stuff before Burt Jordan falls asleep. Here we go. I wonder if Solarplex is still watching. I'm going to tag him all these cassettes for $5 a piece. I know he wants them. Solar, you still watching? We had a contract. Anything that didn't sell, he would give $5 for. So there you go. I'd buy them now if you want them. How about the Sounds of Vina? By who? This is some kind of Indian sitar album. $10 on this. Sounds of the Vina by Balanchander. That's now $10. Whitesnake's out. This is sold then for $40 to Chad Sauls. And Keel's at $32. Claymore, you're out. Next auction's going to go up right now. And it is Yngwie Malmsteen's trilogy. Yngwie Malmsteen is an 86 USOG, VG condition. $10 start on that. Pat Boone, Texas Woman. Pat Boone is $5. Gene Autry, Cowboy Hall of Fame. Mr. Gene, also $5. Roy Acuff, Columbia Historic Edition. Mr. Roy, also $5. The Jones Sisters, Singin' We Go. The Jones Sisters is $5. Mighty Fortress, Mahalia Jackson. Mahalia is $5. A Columbia 2-Eye record. Columbia 2-Eye clean. Jimmy Reed, Honest I Do. Jimmy Reed is now $10. That's in shrink wrap, no condition notes. Peter Goodwin, Correspondent, $7.50 on that. And Rock Roots Genesis. This is early Genesis compilation, as in prog rock Genesis from the late 60s. $12.50. Keels at 33. Adam Bernardi on Mahalia. Ingve has a bid for 10. We have Gene Autry live from Madison Square Garden. That is $5. Adam Bernardi on Jimmy Reed. This is a half-off crate. No more, no less. Easy peasy. Half off, no more, no less. Stringing along with Chad Atkins from 1956. An LPM, that's long play mono, 1236. That's the catalog number. $15 on a 56 mono Chad Atkins. Clean, no condition notes. Does have some cover chipping right up here. Torture, Chris Jensen sings. Chris Jensen is $10. And the keel is up to Hiram. Hiram, let me know if you want back in for more than 33. Jet Black Factory, Duality. Jet Black Factory is $5. 1987 is the date on the back. Jason and the Scorchers, Lost and Found. Shrink and Hop, that's $12.50. And Godfathers, Birth, School, Work, and then Death. Gold stamp promo, $12.50 on that. And we have Gene Autry sings South of the Border. Mr. Gene, $8.50. And Bellamy Brothers, Plain and Fancy. Bellamy Brothers is $5. Paul Cantor, Grace Slick, Sunfighter. There's their child, which is, I think, called China. That's her there on the cover. They were going to name her God. Boontar on GF, and GF was for the Godfathers. That's sold to Boontar. Over here, Ingve is sold to Lothel for just $10, and Keel is sold for Clay Moore for $33. Next is Keith. One of his albums called 98.6. This one's called Out of Crank. $5 on Keith. The Best of Jan and Dean for $5. And Jason and the Scorcher still standing. That's $12.50. And John K, $10. Dang it, Edwin, your bid on Keel came in late. Sorry about that. I've already sold it. All right, now let's go back over here to my backup auctions. Everything advertised tonight has sold. Everything. There's no bids except for that one King Diamond, which is $125. So I got other stuff to put up for auction. And what better way to get started than right now? Oh, wait a minute. Well, I guess I could still put this up. I could still put this up too. I still could put this up and this up and this up. And I still could put this up. All right, so let's put all these up. Here's 4 more. Here's what's on deck. You ready? This will keep you awake for a few more seconds. Thin Lizzy, Nazareth, Flash Gordon by Queen, Triumph, and Motley Crue. We'll do Motley Crue and Thin Lizzy right now. These are now going up for bid. First thing I have is Thin Lizzy Renegade. Thin Lizzy's an 81 USOG Jacksonville press with the original inner sleeve, VG Plus condition. We're going to start that at just $20 as well. We're going to start that at just $20. Whoops, wait a minute. Hold on a minute. That's Thin Lizzy. Thin Lizzy's an 81 USOG Jacksonville press with the inner sleeve, VG Plus. Thin Lizzy has the inner sleeve $20 start. And then Motley Crue is an 85 US OG Allied, and that is VG Plus, a $30 start on Motley Crue. First is Robert Warner on Keith, and Keith is sold to Robert Warner. Thank you on that. All right, I've officially got to get a fly swatter. Fly, prepare to die. Where was that thing? It was sitting over here for the longest. They put it over here on the shelf. Prepare to die, fly. I wonder what Tanner did with it. Where's my Glock at? That might be better as much as it's bothering me. This thing is about to feel a lot of pain. Actually won't feel anything if you shoot it with a Glock. Over here, we got Motley Crue at 30 and Thin Lizzy at 20. George Baker Selections, $5. Palomino, what is this? Palamo Blancha, $5 on that. Linda Ronstadt, Hasten Down the Wind, $5 on Linda. And Bobby Goldsboro, Broomstick Cowboy, $5 on Bobby Goldsboro. Emmylou Harris, A Collection. It's a German Warner Brothers compilation, clean. $10 on Emmylou Harris. Chet Atkins, Nashville Gold. Chet Atkins is $5. And Jelly Bishops, Kings of Barstool Mountain. Jelly Bishops is $5. Motley Crue's at 30. Motley Crue's at 30. And Thin Lizzy's at 20 with Lothel. 20, 30, 30. Adam Bernardi on Linda. Linda sold to Adam Bernardi. That is gone. We have Warm and Wonderful, Les Paul, Mary Ford. That is $10. And Linda Ronstadt, What's New? That is $5. Arnold Adams on CA. Chet Atkins, that's sold to Arnold Adams. Thank you on that one. And we have Dolan's Jones, Boyce and Hart, $12.50. Shrink Wrap, Spanking Our Gang is $10. And we have the original and authentic recordings by the great W.C. Fields, $10. Kickoff USA, the University of Michigan. There they are down in the big house, and that is $10. So right now, Jeff Hansen had the first bid of $30 on Motley Crue. Then Josh Brown tied him, and now Jerry Rock has bid $33. So Josh and Jeff are both out. Thin Lizzy has one bid for $20, and that's the final call. I'm going to go take this small batch of miscellaneous stuff I've sold in here, and then I'm going to count up these cassettes and sell them to Solarplex. And let me do that right quick. So there's that next little stack with the Tool CDs. And I keep pulling a record out. I'm about to end up accidentally smacking these cassettes and knocking them off. So let's tag these for Solarplex. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. All right, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 31, 32, 33. All right, 33. And that means 5 apiece on those, 165. I'm going to take these in here before like I said, before we have a catastrophe. And second thing is, I just cleared a walkway through here, and we got to get all this stuff out of my way. I've almost tripped multiple times. Multiple times, okay? Solarplex is buying stuff under our contractual agreement. The last week's contract was, Chad, I'll buy all the cassettes if you give me a cassette player. The new contraction was not to us, I'll buy every cassette for $5 that doesn't sell. And there's some good ones in here. I guess I need to start showing more, huh? I need to go ahead and show the rest of this entire box. There's a bunch of them. There's hundreds. Okay, over here we have Cats, and this is now $10. It's a double LP, no condition notes on that. Mahavishnu Orchestra of John McLaughlin, that's VG plus $9. So Thin Lizzy, what happened over here on Thin Lizzy? It was at 20, and now it's at 30, and now Motley Crue's at 38. And now Thin Lizzy's at 35. Styx, Paradise Theater, EX condition, $9. The Babies, Head First. The Babies is VG, $5. Robin Trower, Caravan to Midnight. Robin Trower is $6.50. Buddy Holly's Greatest Hits. And Buddy Holly's Greatest Hits is VG plus $15 on Buddy Holly's Greatest Hits. VG plus $15. Over here, this is Jackson Browne, Late for the Sky. VG plus $5. And we have Robin Trower, Victims of the Fury. EX, $9. Adam Bernardi on Robin Trower. That's sold to Adam Bernardi. Ed Riviera on Styx. Ed Riviera gets Styx. And now Motley Crue, the last bid was Isaiah's for 38, and the last bid on Thin Lizzy was Christopher Yoakum at 35. Jeff Hansen on the Babies. We've hit a batch of classic rock stuff here. That's why the claims all of a sudden have picked up. Richard Betts, Highway Call. In Shrink, VG plus vinyl, $10. Utopia, Oops, Wrong Planet. Todd Rundgren, VG $5. Over here is Pat Travers, Making Magic. EX $9 and EX $9. It was $17.99. Mitch Ryder, All Hits. Mitch Ryder is on this Blue Bell label, VG plus $5, and Uriah Heep, Sweet Freedom, VG plus $7.50. Climax Blues Band, Flying the Flag, EX $9. Robin Trower, In City Dreams, VG plus $7.50. What was the condition of Robin Trower you claimed? The Robin Trower you claimed was EX, about a VG plus cover, edge wear, but the vinyl was EX, okay? And now we got Hiram Aponte on Uriah Heep. We got Motley Crue, officially sold to Isaiah's for 38, and then Thin Lizzy is officially sold to Christopher Yoakum for 35. All right, let's put up new auctions then. Thank you on that. Still got plenty of other stuff that was unadvertised I could put up. Climax, sold to Lothel. And we got Outside Inside the Tubes, VG Plus, Gold Stamp Promo, $9. Our next auction is Hazareth, Nair of the Dog. Nazareth, Hair of the Dog. This is an 82 UK super clean copy. 82 UK, EX Plus to Near Mint Minus, a $20 start. A classic album. Flash Gordon by Queen. The soundtrack to the Flash Gordon album, and this is a white label promo, soundtrack to the Flash Gordon movie. has the Queen Hype sticker, gold stamp promo, EX, $20 start, a white label promo as well. Christopher Yoakum on PT for Pat Travers, yep. So to Christopher Yoakum, and we have the Ides of March vehicle. Should be on a green Warner Brothers label. That's OG, VG on that, $5 on that. And we have Donovan Fairy Tale. Donovan's EX, $5. Let's go with the Routers, VG plus $5. Elton John, Rock of the Westies, VG plus $7.50. And the Doobie Brothers, One Step Closer, was VG plus $5. Okay. Japanese pressing. Billy Joel, the nylon curtain. We sold one just the other night, I think, or last night. Billy Joel is a Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine. It has the insert, it has the original under sleeve, and I'm going to put it up right now for a $25 start. Billy Joel is now up for bid. Adam Bernardi on Donovan, and Arnold Adams on Elton John. Okay, there's a lot left in there for me to go back through those again in details. So let's not do that, but if you do want to see something again, go ahead and ask. Or, you know, in everything. So, you know, I mean, you get what I'm saying, right? Okay, good. Does anybody want to make an offer on that Damaged Corner Opeth album? Oh, hold on, I got to sit down and stretch my leg out for a second. Otherwise, Chad's going to be in a bind. Oh, man. I'm going to go get a new skeletal system next week. I've already wore this one out. The life of a record salesman on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, X, TikTok, and Twitch. I tell you, this live streaming business will be the death of me. Oh my gosh. My mom said she brought me back Cracker Barrel. There's jelly biscuits and steak up front with macaroni and cheese and turnip greens. And still got chocolate pie up there she brought me and burritos. Oh, man, all those Little Debbies up there I've got to eat after the sale. Usually I open up about 5 different Little Debbie boxes, grab one of each, and pour a glass of milk. All right, so first thing we have, was that an OG Motley Crue? Yes, it was. Okay, it was. Over here we got Flash Gordon at $22. Sorry, I had to retie my shoes. I've popped my legs back into place, and now I feel pretty good. Flash Gordon, $22. Amanda Darby on Jet Black Factory. Jet Black Flab, what? This is right here. This is so to Amanda Darby. Naz has bids for $21, $22, $25. Naz for $26, Flash Gordon, $25. This is an Opeth. It is with a bent corner, just lightly, but it is creased. It's on green vinyl. It's Last Will and Testament. This would be $44.99. It would actually be $28 now because of the damage. $28 on that. Can I get the Grateful Dead in the Dark $27.50 previous crate? The person who passed on it, about 30 seconds later, they actually said, I'll take it. And then we bundled everything in that crate and sold it. There's actually no previous crates left over tonight. All the advertised auctions are sale. Right now we're doing surprise and unadvertised stuff. And, well, the only thing that didn't sell was King Diamond. And I was asking $125. There's only one listed for sale for $250. It's a 2019 U.S. limited edition, white opaque with black splatter. It does have a light corner ding up here. And we was asking $125. One sold 5 years ago for $50, and there's only one listed for sale. So it's a pretty limited edition record to get a comp on, but $125 is probably not bad since that's half of the next cheapest one listed. But it's up to you. That's the only thing advertised that didn't sell. Everything else is gone, long gone. We actually been done with those for a while. I think I got a Kiss Japanese over here, but it's got a lot of extras. It's originals, and I don't want to sell it till we go through it, clean it, and make sure it's all there. The last time I tried that, there was some confusion and what was supposed to be included, and then everybody got in an argument, and some of these Kiss records have almost caused World War III. No, it didn't have an insert. Yes, it did have an insert. You don't know what you're talking about. Yes, I do. And then next thing you know, they're messaging each other privately, threatening to kidnap their dogs. We have Nazareth at $30, and then Queen over here, Flash Gordon. The last bid was Stephen Parton at $28. Now it's at $30. Nobody bid on Billy Joel. This is a $25 buy it now. Billy Joel, the nylon curtain. This is a Japanese pressing of Obi, $25 if you want it. How much? Just $25. That's it. Just $25. I know more about this than you do. All right. Greg Brock says he'll take it. Greg, are you a first-time buyer? If so, welcome. That's sold to you for $25. How bad is the odds? It's not bad. It's got some pretty nasty scuffing on it, like right there. Big slash across it. Nothing feelable, though. Nazareth is at $30. Opeth. Yeah, so I forgot about that. Opeth is sold for $25. How many King Diamonds were made? 200. Sunday first time. I'll message. Yeah, so if you're on YouTube, there's a link in the video. There's a link in this description. So if you're on the YouTube Live, I think you can go right here to More, and there's a link to our website, okay? So you can click on that. Wow, we need more likes on YouTube. What's going on? 65 likes? That's pretty weak, honestly. So yeah, you just click on that, and you can do that too on Facebook. And we're about to sell both these auctions for $30. I was just going to offer this crate as a bundle. I mean, I was just going to go ahead and just see if somebody wanted to step up and get a lot of records at a really good price. Some of these were back from May. Yeah, the first batch of the stuff was May, and then the rest of them are July 1st. So I'm about to just offer these as a bundle, and maybe we can go ahead and do one more half-off crate, maybe two more. If we definitely sell the bundle, I'll definitely head right over here to grab another half-off crate. And I'm going to do that after I sell these auctions and introduce new stuff. Flash Gordon is sold to Oso for $30, and Lothel got Nazareth for $30. And now we're going to put up Triumph. And Triumph is called Progressions of Power. It's a 1980 USOG near mint minus. Triumph, that's a $10 start. And then we had this record the other night in a half-off bin, and then I showed it last night when I was purging some stuff over here. And this is Jimi Hendrix Plays, Curtis Knight Sings. Jimi Hendrix, Curtis Knight, Capitol Records, a 68 Jacksonville press, starting bid, $15. We already have an offer for the bundle. I hadn't even counted them yet. Let me do some math. King Diamond sold for $110 to Chad Sauls. All right, let me count how many's in here. Some jazz CDs. I don't know where any more is. I know where jazz CDs are from that radio station, but you know how those are. Some of it's not even really jazz. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39. There's a lot left in that one. What do we have an offer for? $150. Lothel, I will bump you $5. That won't even help pay for the additional shipping this is going to cost. That's a lot of records to ship. Oh my gosh. $155. I won't even think about it again. We'll crate them. New half-off crate coming. You can make everybody very happy right now. You can be a hero just for one day. I wish I could swim like dolphins can swim. I'm going to see jazz CDs. Yeah, I don't know what that stuff is back there. I've got to do something with it. I'm waiting for somebody just to drive down here and buy my entire jazz CD radio station collection, because I was going to do that originally. As soon as the day we got them in, I was going to post them on Facebook and be like, hey, we've got an entire jazz radio station literally boxed up in the back on CDs. Does anybody want to come make an offer? Now, what happens is you'll start getting messages, just like if you've ever tried to sell anything on Marketplace, and everybody's like, can I see pictures or can I do this? But I make it very clear. It's one price. If you want it, you've got to pay for it right now, no refunds. And usually if I post a bunch of records, everybody's like, can I come look through them first? And I'm like, no, you just got to buy them. You just got to buy them and you got to pay for them, and there's no refunds. Triumph is Progressions of Power, an 1980 USOG Indianapolis press with the inner sleeve near mint minus. That's a $10 start. Still trying to get a bid on Hendrix for $15. It's been reduced about 4 times. Some Hendrix records I've sold for $500. Some Hendrix records I have to basically start begging for somebody to buy them. Wow, that was our 8th full crate. Of course, that bundle helped out a lot. There is a lot of bots too, yeah. That's why I usually just say, hey, you're competing with bots, so if you actually want these, you're going to have to pay money up front, because all these other people, I don't know if you're real or not. The last time I posted a bunch of Fred Goodwin records, it was all country and western, and somebody, I said, Tanner, a guy says he wants them, send him an invoice. We sent him a $500 invoice, and he paid for them, and he showed up in a car and packed them all in his car. So it was like 17 crates of records. I had no idea how he got all those in a car, but somehow he did. And then the last deal fell through. We had all that stuff from that Muscle Shoals collection, and there's 2 or 3 people that's like, man, I got to come look through them. And I was like, you got to pay for them. I mean, I can't hold them. And nobody would just, you know, I was like, you just, it's a mystery lot. It's 500 records. It's all kinds of different stuff. It's, you know, it's $500. It's 1,000 records, but that didn't work. I've actually had mystery boxes before, and somebody asked, could I open them, and could he pick out which one he wanted? That was one of the craziest things I ever seen before. And I was like, no, they're mystery boxes. They got to stay sealed. It's a mystery lot. No guarantees. Can't open the mystery boxes and you pick out which mystery lot you want. It wouldn't be a mystery then. Triumph is sold to Juanita Gagney for $10. And Jimi Hendrix is a $15 buy it now. 68 Jacksonville press. Okay. Did we sell that Billy Joe earlier? Yeah. Okay, good. Welcome to the final moments at Coletco. It could be another half hour. It could be another hour. It's going to be somewhere between that. And I'm going to go pick out some more auctions from the bonus crate. And you'll probably want to stay awake for them because there are a few more metal LPs over here. I'm going to go ahead and grab the next few. And hope y'all are ready. Still got some cool stuff to auction. I usually go auctions late on Thursday nights. We have AC/DC for those about to rock. This is an 81 Specialty OG. Looks like there's some heat damage spots that may affect playback. Yeah, right in here, it looks like a heat mark smudge. Can y'all see that? So we're going to put up AC/DC for a $1 start. Buyer beware. Okay, that's now a $1 start. Crocus, 1 vise at a time. Crocus is an 82 OG VG++ Terre Haute with the inner sleeve. Crocus is a $10 start. AC/DC, $1 start. Crocus, $10 start. It's the final countdown. Da-da-dun-dun. Da-da-dun-dun-dun. Lothel gets Jimi Hendrix for $15. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. Do you have Vain, No Respect album? I do not have Vain, No Respect album. Unfortunately not. No, I don't. All right, half off, no more, no less. Norman Greenbaum, Back Home Again, no condition notes. Norman is $10. The Joy of Cooking, that is $5. I love eating, not so much cooking. Wishbone Ash, Locked In. Wishbone Ash is $10. And we have Willow. Willow's is $73. That is $20 for Willow. We have Music. Music is $5. And we have the Chambers Brothers Greatest Hits. This is $10. The Chambers Brothers Greatest Hits. Woody's Truck Stop, a 1969 pressing. Woody's Truck Stop is $20. The last Paul crate from last night. Yeah, I still got to pull your yes, don't I? And I still got to find periphery. I see there's a periphery record right here behind me in one of these crates, I think. You'll have to give me a second, but I'm pretty sure there's a periphery record over here. Here's something else. I don't know what to do with it. It's about to go on Discogs. Any jazz buyers on? I know there is. This is Lonnie Liston Smith Drives. An original 1970 US EX condition, $134.99. This is a beautiful copy. It's still in shrink. Lonnie Smith Drives. Blue Note, EX and shrink, $134.99, okay? AC/DC's at $2 with Stephen Parton. Nobody's been on Crocus. This might be the cheapest auction we sell all night. AC/DC's at $2. Also over here we have, also We'll Take Europe Final Countdown is a song I met my wife to. I actually don't have that one in front of me right now. And then Adam Bernardi wants Locked In. Is that a Wishbone Ash? Yep, that's sold to Adam Bernardi for $10. Do you have Willy Nilly's new album, Parlor Tricks? Willy Nilly Parlor Tricks. I'll have to check on him. That's new to me. We have Chili Whack, and Chili Whack is $5. Also, Hoodoo Rhythm Devils, all kidding aside. Hoodoo Rhythm Devils is $7.50. Priscilla Coolidge Jones, that is $5. And we have Bertha. Bertha's a 72 Hard Rock, $20. And that's $20. We have another bid for $4 and then another bid for $5, okay? It looks like the $5 bid's going to get it. Bertha is in this horrible die-cut cover. Golly, the static charge on this is crazy. There's so much static on this, you can't even slide it in here. There we go. You're going to have to clean that one and de-statically charge it. Nat Reynolds on the Chambers Brothers. Nat Reynolds on the Chambers Brothers. That's sold to Nat for $10. AC/DC, final call for $5. Nobody bid on Crocus, one vice at a time. It's now a $10 buy now for Crocus. Wow. Also, we have Welcome to Fat City. That's $5. We have Eddie Robinson, Reflections of a Man Inside. Eddie Robinson's now $10. Myrrh, $10 on that. AC/DC has a bid for $3, but Stephen R. has it for $5. It's an 81 U.S. specialty. So when you play this, there's probably not going to be anything happen much. But it has a heat damage bump right here. See that? It's got a heat damage bump, okay? There's that. And then we have a $90 offer on Lonnie. This is sold to Grog for $90. Thank you on that. I'm going to keep Crocus at $10. It is the Cracker Band for $10. Supercharged Flash Crackers. Crackers, a white label promo. That is $10. $10 on that. Also, we have Brewer and Shipley down in L.A. That is $10. And we have Mamas and Papas Soul Train Classic 4, $5. Adam Bernardi on ER for Eddie Robinson. That is sold. And then our next auction is going to go up right now, and that is Keel, the Final Frontier. Keel is an 86 USOG Pickneyville EX Plus clean vinyl, just a little bit of cover wear. Keel's a $20 start. We have Crocus, and Crocus is sold for $10 to Trent Peasley, and I've already took $100, and Lonnie was $125 at $135. Man, John was going to offer $135. I've already sold it to Grog for $90. I shot myself in the foot over that. Grog, you owe me $35. We got to make up for that somehow. Oh my gosh, I knew I said 90 sold too fast. Probably everybody was researching it. My gosh, there went $35 down the drain. Holy moly. AC/DC's at 6. You might be surprised. If you put that record on, I'm going to give this an 80% chance. Still beware. But I'm going to give this an 80% chance when you put this on, it plays with no problems. I've seen those kind of marks before. That's just me. It may not. It may have an. I'm just saying. Little Richard's greatest hits. $10 on Little Richard. Also, Frost, Through the Eyes of Love. Frost is $17.50. We have Graham Parker. This is Parker Gorilla or Gorilla Rocker or something like that. Graham Parker's $10 and Bandstand is $15. Lothel wants one each of every Periphery record. I don't have them new and sealed like brand new inventory. I think I've got a pre-owned Periphery something over here. If you give me a second, like I said, I'll try to find it unless you've already left the chat. Over here, I got a sealed Charlie Daniels Saddle Tramp for $10. Sealed Charlie Daniels Saddle Tramp. It does have a clip corner, but it's only $10 if anybody wants it. Next is Mason Williams is $5. That's Share Pickers. The Association is $7.50. And Jebediah Rock and Soul, $10 on Jebediah. So Isaiah gets the AC/DC for $6. Jerry Rock is the only bidder on Keel. Final call for $20. Next auction is The Clown Died in Marvin Gardens, VG plus $7.50. As soon as I said sold, Paul bid $7 on AC/DC. It is gone. Isaiah, I think, just got a steal for $6, but that's okay. Here's a 2014 remaster of Dress to Kill. That is the 1975 Kiss album. 2014 remaster, $15 start. $15 start on that. We're going through a half-off crate right now. The next half-off record is Triangle by the Beau Brumbles. That's VG plus $7.50. Annie, a new musical. That's a white label promo. VG plus $9. The Week That Was. 2023 Record Store Day. Clear vinyl. Remastered. 15th Anniversary Edition. $15. Keel has a new bid for $21 with Trent Peasley. Now there's a new bid on Keel for $21. Now Kiss is a $15 start. Now Stephen Parton wants Annie. That's so does Stephen Parton. Also, we have for $12.50 Dark, Dark, Dark. And the name of the album is Bright, Bright, Bright. That is $12.50. Soft Machine Arlo Parks, sealed on green vinyl, $7.50. Also, Skyway Soul, Gary, Indiana, sealed. This is $12.50. Jerry Rock, you're out on Keel. Final call on Kiss. If anybody wants that for a $15 start. We have Lizzie, limited edition yellow vinyl. That is sealed, $7.50. Terry Callier, this is called Speak Your Peace. Terry Callier is sealed on green vinyl for $12.50. Also, Los Papaleros, Born Free, an 82 Canadian New Wave Power Pop EP with a promotional press kit, $10. Amanda Darby on The Week That Was. And that was right back here, so to Amanda Darby. Kiss has a bid for $15. Chatty have a variety of salvage jackets. They're good to get you to sell like the ones from last night. No, that was pretty much it. The reason I had those is those were new sealed records that were shipped to us without any disc in them. Now, all of our other empty jackets, especially if it's like good records, like, you know, anything good, John has a whole collection in the back. But honestly, we never sell them because he matches up stuff all the time. At the end of last year, he had all these discs and all these jackets and all these inserts. I mean, we have a whole box of just like White Album posters, Dark Side of the Moon stickers, Chicago inserts, lyric inserts, and every once in a while, he'll give them to me, and I'll kind of know if we have one up here, and I'll try to match them up, or he'll find a White Album, and he'll be like, well, I have a poster for it. So we got boxes full of stuff like that, but we usually don't sell it. We kind of need them whenever we run across them. Unless we just find a really rare disc, okay? If we find a really rare disc, you know, we'll just go ahead and sell it. We have with the 13.4 elevators recently, Danzig, Led Zeppelin, Plum. We will say Kiss is at 15, now 16, Kills at 25. And over here we got first Mason Price. Mason, was that Share? What was Mason? Mason. What was Mason, Stephen? And then over here Boontar on DDD. And DDD was the Dark, Dark, Dark. That is so to Hiram. Charlie Daniels for $7. I will say Charlie Daniels for $9. If not, I'm going to open it, put it in a sleeve, and mark it for $19.99. So $9, or I'm going to open it and mark it for $19.99. I have the Ray Rock Should Be Outsider, an 84 U.S. Private Press Hard Rock, $17.50 for that. You're probably talking about Dave Mason. Yeah, or Mason Williams. Share pickers. Mason Williams is $5. Sealed. Once again, the curse of a sealed record. Sealed, worth much less than if it was opened. This is sold for $9 to Bart Knoxville, Dale Sanders. We got Mark Zodiac, a 77 U.S. Private Press, $7.50. Dark, Dark, Dark was sold to Boontar, yes. Dark, Dark, Dark was sold to Boontar, that is correct. Now Kiss is at 20. And now over here we got the Mason, which was right here sold to Stephen Parton. Thank you on that. We got Magic Carpet Ride, the Northern Illinois University Jazz Ensemble. That is an 1980 U.S. Jazz record for $10. Also, Rob Rio, Hot and Nasty. Rob Rio is $5. Masada Joe Thomas, EX 1150. The Poppers is VG $5. And we have that old guy there. Look at his bicep. Look at his tricep, I mean. Goodness gracious. Sealed. It's a 2006 remaster, $17.50. Kiss is sold for $20 to Trent Peasley, and Keel is sold to Trent Peasley for $25 as well. All right. Those are sold, both to Trent Peasley. All the Metallicas are long gone. And Justice for All promo sold for $850, I think. The Injustice for All promo, was it $750? $850? $950? I forgot what it was. Pablo Cruz. Those are all stored up front. I have 4 crates full of them. So many records I want the end to hear because I don't know them. Maybe you should buy the bundle deal then. Maybe I'm going to read through them one more time and see what's left, and then maybe you should consider the bundle deal when I do them because they're going to get really cheap if they don't get claimed right off the bat. Mutton chops. I could try to do some. Craig, by the way, your package got delivered today. I hadn't opened it, but I'm probably just going to take it to Laura and Paul and tell them to have at it. And let's read through these one more time. What else was talking about? And so, oh man. Oh, neck adjustment. Hey, there's some great deals out there on sealed vinyl. So you have a sealed record, and most people don't want to open them, even if they pay $5 for it. It's just like, there's no way I can open this. And there's a lot of ways you can get mint records by opening sealed cutout records from the 70s and 80s that no one can bring themselves to cut open and open it up. Now, some, I've told you before, I do not advise opening some sealed records. It makes no sense financially. But if that doesn't matter to you, then you might want to open some up. But I've heard some people opening like sealed Tool Animas that were like $1,200 or $2,000. And I'm like, oh my gosh. Now that's pretty crazy. But, so, yeah, so John, you got the last Injustice. Now the club copy is Master of Puppets. And it had a lot warp, and that's the reason it didn't sell for big money. It just got one bid for $175. The Injustice for All sold for big. It was mint, Brown Lucent, and then Whiplash. Whiplash sold for $110. I think that was the 3 big ones. And then the Helping Hands concert, it sold for nearly $200. And then the Blackened sold for nearly $100 too. So, as usual, big demand for Metallica stuff. But that Injustice for All promo is amazing. So, there's that. Now, the Metallica Master promo or club copy is actually one of the best versions you can get. All right, let's read through these again. I still believe that the majority of club copies selling for less is a phenomenon with Discogs, an odd phenomenon with Discogs, and I still stand behind that. Club copies, unless it's truly been confirmed as lesser quality, should not be any more than a retail copy. So that's a club. The club copy selling for less is a Discogs phenomenon. Okay? The reason is, if you're going to go on Discogs and look up a record, most people are going to buy not the club edition. For what reason? I think just because they just don't want it. And then that makes the OGs worth more and the clubs less because people's buying more of the OGs. But far as quality, there's no difference. But if you look them up, just based on what's happening over there, the value tends to be higher. But it technically makes no sense. So it's now I think it changes up maybe in the late 80s and 90s because of the way, but a lot of that stuff from the 70s for sure, and early 80s, I think that's just a bizarre pricing phenomenon on Discogs. Because if you're going to go say, I'm going to go buy a club copy of Loverboy, okay, then there's probably, of Loverboy, Keep It Up, there's probably no difference. There shouldn't be. But you'll probably click on and see that club copies are generally cheaper. But those shouldn't really matter. I don't know of one of a good example where there's a huge difference and there shouldn't be. A lot of the metal stuff is for sure. A lot of the metal stuff there is. But you also, there could be, because you might want to check out the mat, there could be a huge difference in sound quality. So, but I'd say most of them, but it could be. So just do your research. Okay, we have one more read through here. Norman Greenbaum back home again. Norman Greenbaum is $10. The Joy of Cooking was $5. Willow, and this was from 1973. It's now $20 on that. We have Music. Music is $5. Also, we have Woody's Truck Stop, a 69 press for $20. That is $20 on Woody's Truck Stop. And Chili Whack is $5. Now, I've had some people say, oh, is that a club copy? I want to put it back. And then I'm like, why? Why? What has led you to believe that you shouldn't need this? Because it's a club copy. And I think it's just because of the way pricing is reflected on Discogs. And I'm like, well, there's actually no difference. Okay, here's another Keel. This is the Right to Rock. Keel is an 85 USOG super clean EX Plus condition. Another Keel, $15 start on that. And I have Triumph Surveillance. Triumph is an 87 USOG VG++, a $15 start. Triumph Surveillance. Tracy Songer on Willow. That's so to Tracy Songer. Thank you on that. Next, we have Hoodoo Rhythm Devils. That's $7.50. Priscilla Coolidge Jones. That's $5. Flying. Bertha, and now Bertha was a 72. That's classified as hard rock from the early 70s on ABC Dumhill. That is $20 on that. And then Fat City, I think at one point they were the backing crew for John Denver. If you have the original 7-inch single of Take Me Home Country Roads, it says John Denver with Fat City, and I think that's who that was. It was this duo here that hung out and played with John Denver. Fat City, $5 on that. And then this here is Cracker Band or Cracker Brand Supercharged Flash Cracker. So this is technically called Cracker Brand, and the name of the band is Cracker. It's a white label promo for $10. Also, Brewer and Shipley down in LA. Brewer and Shipley is $10. This is the Classic 4, has part of the shrink wrap with the hype sticker that says Stormy. $5 on that. Trent is in on both auctions for $15.15. $15.15 on that. Over here, Little Richard's Greatest Hits is $10. Amazon $135, $160. Doesn't surprise me. Let me tell you about a collection I bought one time. I bought a guy's collection one time here pretty locally in Murfreesboro, and he only bought sealed records off Amazon. He only bought sealed records off Amazon. So what would happen, he didn't use Discogs. He really didn't use eBay. He just bought sealed records on Amazon. So there was some stuff that he wanted, and when he would scan it, you know, a lot of people's not listing like OG sealed stuff on Amazon Marketplace. Most dealers, and like myself, they're either selling it in their store or Discogs, and then probably eBay. Probably Amazon's the last resort for sealed OG records if you're listing them on a marketplace. So some of these records that hadn't been reissued, I remember he'd be like, man, that cost me $78 on Amazon. And it was like a sealed, you know, like 80s kind of common record. And sure enough, like if you scan some of those on Amazon, they're expensive because if you go to new sealed, and it's like the only one listed because it's never had a reissue. So a lot of the stuff that hadn't been reissued, you'll see them on Amazon, and they sell on there for that too. I mean, people be like, man, you can't get that on Amazon for less than $200. And he was showing me some of the records he'd bought, and I was like, man, you should have been on Discogs. But he's like, well, I'd get on there the next day and it would be gone. And so, other people's obviously buying them. And I was like, man, I need to look into selling on Amazon then. Over here, we have Chuck Haley on Fat City. I used to, but the fees were crazy when I first started selling on Amazon. It was like 40% or something. It was crazy how much they would charge you for fees. But yeah, that's true. Every once in a while, you can find a sealed out-of-print record on there going for big money on Amazon. An 85 USOG EMW press. It is very nice. It's EX Plus condition, and the jacket's also nice. It has one bid for $15, and Triumph has one bid for $15. Frost Through the Eyes of Love, $17.50. So the key on Amazon is to not buy on there if you're looking for a out-of-print record. Well, actually, the key is to never buy on Amazon, right? Don't ever buy on Amazon. Buy from Coletco. Frost is still available, and that is $17.50. We have Graham Parker for $10, Parker Gorilla. Family Bandstand. Family's now just $15. Also, we have The Association for $7.50. Gayfo Jacket, original Warner Brothers 7 label, $7.50 on that. Jebediah is $10. Also, the Clown Dot and Marvin Gardens, VG Plus, $7.50. Triangle, the Beau Brummels, VG Plus, $7.50. And now, getting into some of the sealed stuff, Soft Machine by Arlo Parts, that's sealed for $7.50. This is, this label here, Numero Group, this is like, I forgot, these are like comps, and it's kind of like Light in the Attic, I think. Skyway Soul, Gary, Indiana. I forgot the whole story on that, but that is sealed for $12.50. I'm going to go ahead and sell him Triumph for $15. And we had Lizzie Yellow Vinyl sealed for $7.50. We have Terry Callier sealed for $12.50. Los Papaleros is $10. New Way VP. The Way Rock Should Be Outsider, that's $17.50. Mark Zodiac is $7.50. This is Magic Carpet Ride with the Northern Illinois Jazz Ensemble, $10. And the last few was Rob Rio Hot Nasty for $5. Masada Joe Thomas is EX $11.50. Adam Bernardi's going to go ahead and try the Skyway. This one right here, right? Yeah, that's sold to Adam for $12.50. Keel has a new bid for $25. And the last two was the Poppers, Magic People, VG5, and Beauregard, B-E-O-U, like Bow, and then an R, and then an E, and then a G-A-R-D-E. And that was sealed for $17.50. Now, I think that's a reissue of something pretty rare from back in the day. Oh, two good times I remember. That's a Chicago song. Oh, no, what's the one? Old days. It's old days. Old days. Good times I remember. Bum, bum. Drive-in movies. Comic books and blue jeans. Old days. Okay, I'll stop. Keel's at 25 and Keel's at 26. I'm going to offer these as a bundle. Okay? A big, fat, juicy, cheesy bundle. Just like a cheeseburger from Dairy Queen. The cheese is melting off the side. You bite into it, grease all over your face. You're trying to drive. You got your hand in the bag, grabbing out French fries, trying to dip them in ketchup. What is the Soft Machine? It's not Soft Machine. It is Arlo Parks, and the name of the album is Soft Machine. Sealed for $7.50. All right, let's count these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Even 30. Even 30. We're going to price this bundle right now for $115. $115 divided by 30. And Adam Bernardi, all you got to do is say sold. Keels at 31. Hiram Aponte, unfortunately, you have been outbid. Unfortunately. Trent says, no, fortunately, I have the high bid. I mean, look at the value there. Sold! Adam Bernardi for $100. Folks, we are emptying some crates tonight on Metal Night. That's going to make our 9th full crate of vinyl sold. 45-minute warning. I know I was supposed to start at 5 again today. I got here at 5:15. I didn't know I was going to have a family reunion up front. I thought it was an intervention at first. My mom's never here. I walk in and my mom's here. I was like, uh-oh. She's going to get on to me about eating all the Little Debbies. And sure enough, she was offering me more food. How am I going to catalog all this? You're going to have a lot of fun cataloging all of it. And now we have a final warning on Keel. So what shall we do? Let's find another short but sweet crate. I was supposed to stop regardless of what time I started tonight at 1. And now it's 1:02. And here I am being talked into another discount crate. Maybe this one right here. It's short and sweet. It's short and sweet. Okay? And we can knock it out. Sold to Trent Peasley for $31. Hiram's out. Yeah, our shipping team is only 3 days out. Tomorrow morning when they come in, they're going to start shipping the 4th. The 4th, I think. Yeah, here's an update from Ed. Oh, I wonder if Mike, do you want me to go through that Paul crate from last night? Best offer. Tomorrow morning, they will be shipping August. No, right now they are shipping August 3rd in the morning. August 3rd is being shipped in the morning. Okay, they're only 4 days out, 3 days out. What is today? They are 5. Well, now it's after midnight. They're only 4 days out, 5 days. I don't know. They're doing great. There's 5 crates of new vinyl tonight. We had a whole crate of Japanese. That's for tomorrow. No, wait a minute. This is yesterday's. This is yesterday's update. I think Wednesday shipping. Yeah, my bad. I'm wrong. Where's today's at? This says Wednesday. Wednesday shipping update. Today's Thursday. I knew something was wrong because I knew we had more, and I knew we tossed that. I might have already tossed it in the trash. Ed, I've already threw away your Nate. They were shipping the 4th. Yeah, they're shipping the 4th. So Today they were only 3 days back. Now it's the next day. Now they're technically 4, but yeah, we stopped on the CDs. Exactly. Yeah, that's helped them out tremendously. We're actually selling more vinyl, but vinyl ships faster. If we start doing other stuff, CDs, cassettes, posters, we have to store them. We have to organize them. They have to go find them. And it really slows down the logistics. You take it off from Paul Crates tonight. What are you thinking? What are you thinking? What are you feeling, Boontar? What is thou record you shall seek? Or seek? Or chic? Only if you make your offer in an Old English format, language, okay? You've got to make an offer where I have to read it in the Old English. Ye wants the following thou record. Trent wants more auctions. I don't have a lot more to give you from those genres, but I'll go over here and see what I can get, okay? Or just do half off and pull out my requested. Well, you got lucky by going ahead and letting me know a long time ago you actually want it. That saved you a lot of trouble from actually missing out on it. Here we go. Thursday shipping update. And Mike, right here, Mike Bartlett would like yes close to the edge. I got to pull it for you. Right now we got 146 overdue invoices. 146 overdue invoices. We got to change that. There's Thursday shipping update. They are shipping Monday, August 4th orders. That's amazing. They have completely turned that thing around. All right, so what are we looking for? A Paul crate from last night. I guess the stuff that was not put in... You must be talking about the stuff that was not put in the video this morning, because I did a video this morning where I posted the leftovers from that Paul crate. Let me figure out if I can track these suckers down, okay? Let me see if I can track down all this stuff. Hear thee. Court is in session. Court is in session. Here comes the judge. Here comes the judge. Judge. All right. Mike, since you've been very patient and such a loyal customer, I'm going to say the yes for $17, okay? If you're good with that, I'm good with that. And if for those that didn't watch, he snagged up another beautiful top copy Yes album, and I'm even going to give him a slight discount on it. Beautiful jacket. Look at this thing. It is a reissue, but it's a vintage one. But I'm going to sell it to him for $17, okay? This is brand new stuff. Buy it now, best offer, okay? Brand new stuff from last night. We're going to do it. Buy it now, best offer. Buy it now or best offer, okay? And there was really good titles. The other Paul stuff and Laura stuff, there was a video posted today at noon. A bunch of it got grabbed already as sticker. That's what I was going to do with these, but I forgot they're pricing even more today, okay? So these are buy it now, best offer. And Grog is... Grog is cracking his knuckles. I just did too. Thank you. You're welcome. Thy silver wars hath been storeth in a black crate. Thou assess $79.99. I shall offer thy good sir a counter of 60. Okay, now there was one earlier too that was $1.25. Okay, and there was a young knight that offered 100 shillings, and I should have took that earlier, but it was going to break my tradition of no discounts. Okay, I don't know what all this is, like returns and putbacks. I don't know what all that is. Okay, now what happened to those records Thou was talking about? I think they're right here behind me. You're talking about a Paul's crate from last night? A Paul crate from tonight, right? A Paul crate from the night. A Paul crate from tonight, right? Okay, so where is that stuff? Paul crate, that's new vinyl, new vinyl. Ozzy or Black Sabbath. Are you talking about OG? Are you talking about originals or reissues? Originals or reissues? Originals or reissues? Where is all the Paul stuff from tonight? What's for tonight? Okay, what happened to that stuff? New. I must have moved it over here. I must have took it somewhere completely out of my range, so it was out of my way. That's the stuff from tonight. Did Tanner? Let me see if Tanner pulled those. Give me 1 second, okay? OG. All right. Okay, OG stuff is gone. Right, OG stuff's gone. So first thing is OG Ozzy stuff and OG Black Sabbath stuff. If we have any, it will be sold here at auction on Thursday nights. Tonight was Thursday night. Of course, we've been live for over 7 hours now. All that stuff is long gone. The only thing I have in stock are some new sealed Black Sabbath reissues. The OG stuff is high in demand and will be sold at auction, and it's always instantly sold out. There will be no Black Sabbath in the crates. There shall be no Ozzy in the crates. That would be like the equivalent if we found an Ozzy record in the back right now in storage. It'd be the equivalent of finding a $100 bill. It's all immediately sold. It looks like Tanner did pull some of the claims out of the lower crate from last night. Okay, that's good. Okay, so yeah, all that's gone. If we do have some, we had a Miracle Man picture disc tonight. We had the Randy Rhoads tribute album tonight. We had Sabbath Bloody Sabbath tonight. All that stuff has been claimed and auctioned and gone. Okay, now I'm crazy. I already know that. But I have literally lost like 4 crates from tonight. Is that them right here? Nope. I must have took them like out of the way. Gosh, this is bizarre. Okay, there's sealed records. That's an empty crate with 2 Japanese pressings left. That's new vinyl, new vinyl, new vinyl. This is a vintage crate from John from yesterday. New vinyl, new vinyl, new vinyl. This is what's left over of a flip crate. That's new vinyl left over from on sale. Here are auctions I hadn't put up yet. I think I have found it. I have found the Paul crates. Okay. I have found the Paul crates from tonight. And let's do it. I have found such records. And this is sold to Boontar for $60. Okay? All right. This is sold to Boontar for $60. Civil Wars. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. Okay? I'll put up 2 new auctions in 60 seconds. Isle of Man, 1965, $19.99, LP 575, Thunderclap Newman, Hollywood Dream, $24.99. The Alpha Band, $9.99. Backstreet Crawler, that is $9.99. Michael Bacon, Bringing It Home, $9.99 on Michael Bacon. Road Music is $14.99. $14.99. Thank you, Boontar. We have Def Leppard, Yeah. That's a 2 LP, $24.99. Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon, a sealed remastered copy, $34.99. Sealed remastered copy. Weather Report, Sporting Life, a sealed OG from '85, $19.99. And Foghat, Girls to Chat, Boys to Bounce, Gold Stamp Promo, Foghat, $14.99. All right, next auctions. I only have 2 full crates over here. I'll try to do something remotely metal or hard rock. Here we go. Let's do Van Halen and Def Leppard. How could you get more 80s hard rock than that? Def Leppard, Pyromania. Def Leppard is an 83 USOG VG++, a $20 start. There is a little bit of something going on back here, but that's a $20 start on Def Leppard. Van Halen, 5150. Is a 86 USOG with the original under sleeve, VG++, $30 start. Jay Nutra gets Pink Floyd for $30. Thank you, Jay Nutra. That's so due for $30. Trent Peasley got Foghat, and Adam Bernardi got Weather Report for $15. All right, next thing we have is the Lumineers. The Lumineers is $24.99. Paul Simon self-titled, $19.99. Me and Julio, Down by the Schoolyard. Jefferson Airplane, Flight Log. This is a 66 to 76 2 LP compilation, $24.99. Also, Mozart. What if Mozart wrote Have Yourself a Merry Little Christmas? $9.99. The Descendants, Everything Sucks. That's a 2017 deluxe edition with a bonus 7-inch, $34.99. Def Leppard, Yeah, was $24.99. Frank Zappa, Hot Rats. Zappa is in VG condition, $24.99. That's on the Bizarre label, which was kind of subsidiary he used. King Crimson, a 74 Richmond press, VG, $24.99. In the Court of the Crimson King, 21st Century Schizoid Man. I talk to the wind. Also, quadraphonic mix of Bob Dylan's Nashville Skyline with Johnny Cash appearing on here. That's a quad mix, VG plus $24.99. Def Leppard is sold to Trent Peasley for $22. That's sold to Trent. And Billy Joel's 52nd Street. Shrink wrap, VG condition, $9.99. That is a big shot, didn't you? Def Leppard, $25 start. Van Halen, $30 start. Final call. Those might be the last 2 auctions of the night. Just saying, just throwing that out there. Also, we have Nitros. That's NYTRO, Return to Nitropolis. A disco funk album from '79, VG $9.99. Charlie Feathers, that Rockabilly Cat. Charlie Feathers is a 79 US, EX condition, $27.99. Steve Miller Band, I Want to Fly Like an Eagle. Take the money and run. Bobby Sue took the money and run. Do, do, do. Billy Jack is a detective down in Texas. You know he knows exactly what the facts is. He ain't going to let those 2 escape justice. He makes his living off of the people's taxes. Well, Bobby Sue, I don't know the rest of it. I probably could, but we got to stop. The Temptations, do the Temptations. EX, $12.99. The Temptations, don't recall seeing that one too often. Jimmy Hughes, Why Not Tonight? That's the question. Why not tonight? 67 mono, EX condition. That's from Atlantic Atco, $27.99. Jimmy Hughes, looks like a soul album maybe. It's on mono. It's in mono, on mono. In mono is the proper verbiage of that. Adam Bernardi on the Temptations. Paul Simon, Still Crazy After All These Years. Another Paul Simon classic. EX, $16.99. Have a Good Time is on there. Freedom Express. This is a bizarre one here. It's a pretty obscure but desirable private press. 75. Hard rock country, has a few really solid tracks, is the note from Paul, $59.99. Van Halen has a bid. Paul's going to pay me $20 to stop singing. Okay, dang it. Shoot. All right. Well, I just made a quick $20 then, but now I can't. Especially Steve Miller. Dang, I'm getting beat up right now. Some people call me Chad Williams. Some people call me the Space Cowboy. Okay. The Descendants is John Kaiser. I will sell this to the Dependents or the Descendants. The Descendants or the Dependents. This is the Descendants. It was marked $34.99. Can't do 18, but if that's the record, I'll give you a counter offer. And I'll take the Steve Miller there for $20. Matthew Sherrick. This one was actually only VG plus $14.99. Maybe they're offering more because I'm singing it. And then we have the Moody Blues on the Threshold of a Dream. VG $9.99 for the Moody Blues. All right, so Van Halen is sold to Stephen Parton for $30. And now y'all can pick up the Def Leppard for $20. $20 on Def Leppard. Man, but in all seriousness, even though I was being very serious singing, this is a classic album. I mean, okay, first of all, Fly Like an Eagle, Wild Mountain Honey, Serenade, Dance, 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 Mercury Blues, great song. Take the Money and Run, and don't forget about Rockin' Me. I mean, that's a classic album there. But also, he just canceled. Did y'all see where he just canceled his tour? He says there's too much crazy stuff going on in the world. Hurricanes, tsunamis, extreme heat, extreme cold, fires. He said he just can't travel due to extreme weather phenomena. I was like, wow, never heard that before. Def Leppard 18, Def Leppard 20. John Kaiser, okay, so the Descendants, this was $35, a 2017 Deluxe with bonus 7-inch. I will sell this to you for $28. $28, and we have an offer for $20. You offered $15. I'm at $28. And then Def Leppard, Pyromania. Steven, it's yours, but it would be $20, okay? And then, $9.99 on Steve. All right, sell that to Matthew Sherrick for $9.99. And then Patrick Lear on Hughes for $20. Jimmy Hughes, Why Not Tonight? Sell that to Patrick for $20. Thank you on that. Don't recall seeing that one too many times. All right, and then we have Balance, and that's VG $9.99. So Paul Brothers gets Pyromania for $20. Sold on Descendants. That's only if John Kaiser passes, since he made his offer first. If he passes, it's yours. And John says he'll take it. So that does go to John for $28. What else do you have back there for auction? That is pretty much all I want to run tonight. Yeah, that was probably the last auction. It's awfully late, okay? Some of these were supposed to be getting bids for like 20, 25, 30, 40. So I better stop there with auctions. No more auctions, okay? Over here we have Illicit Beach Band. Illicit Beach Band is EX $12.99. My cousin texts me because he really loves Steve Miller Band. And I think he was maybe going to play in Nashville. And he said, man, did you see where Steve Miller canceled his tour because of hurricanes and fires? And that's the first time I heard of it. I was like, do what? And tornadoes. And he's like, it's just too dangerous to travel. I can't travel if I'm with all this bad weather. And I was like, wow, I've never heard anybody do that. Pink Floyd is VG $24.99. Shine on You Crazy Diamond, VG Condition $24.99. We have Man, Welsh Connection. Man is in VG Plus condition, $14.99. And the Beach Boys, Surf's Up. VG Plus, $24.99 with insert and cover wear, $24.99. And Bobby Bear sings Lullabies, Legends, and Lies, EX $12.99. Pink Floyd 20 and Pink Floyd sticker price. Trent, it's yours, but if you want it, it's going to be $24.99. You basically got out offered by Jay Nutra. We have the Robert Cray Band, Don't Be Afraid of the Dark. That's EX $12.99. And we have Genesis, Selling England by the Pound. With insert, it does have some cover wear. VG Plus, $16.99. VG Plus, $16.99. Neil Young Harvest with the insert. Old Man, Take a Look at My Life. VG Plus, a Terre Haute, $21.99. Bobby Bear is sold to Joe Sontag. That's sold to Joe. Thank you on that. We have Man, a 72 US pop-up map gatefold. I remember this one. I remember this one from last night, but I never did open and show it. Yeah, look at this. Wow, here, let me do this from the overhead cam. Look at this. This is amazing. A map, Man's Map of Wales. There you go, the Man's Map of Wales. You don't want to ever you don't want to crease that wrong, because if you ever crease that wrong, it will probably never close correctly again. That's pretty amazing. A lot of cool stuff to look at. What's going on? Gig at American Air Base. Neath Crockett. Panthers, 10B. What is going on here? Devil's Bridge. So, that's Man, and that was 1972, VG Plus, 1999. Man, VG Plus, 1999. Cool cover. All right, so Jay Nutra, you do get the Pink Floyd at sticker price. Joe got Bobby Bear. Topographic gets Genesis for $12. Thank you. And we have good to go. All right, this is the Doobie Brothers taking it to the streets. VG condition, $9.99. Nazareth in shrink wrap. That's an 80s reissue, but that is their debut self-titled from 72. EX, $22.99 on Nazareth. Very cool record here. One of the first groups. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm still on the wrong camera. I'm on the wrong camera. Doobie Brothers taking it to the streets. VG condition, $9.99. Nazareth and Shrink. This is their debut, but it's a barcoded early 80s pressing. EX, $22.99. And then, like I said, this is pre-Cream. This is Eric Clapton, pre-solo, pre-clean, pre-cream. That's hard to say, pre-cream. Blues Breakers, John Mayall with Eric Clapton. VG Plus, $29.99. Can you believe I used to have one of these signed by Clapton and Mayall and I let it go? Or, hold on a second. Yeah, Mayall and Clapton, and I let it go. I can't believe it. I had one signed. VG Plus, $29.99. Trent gets Nazareth for $20. Keep On Singing, the Cathedral Quartet, a 79 gospel folk, sealed, $34.99. Tom Robinson in Sector 27, that's $9.99. John Mayer, Heavier Things, a 2015, $24.99. Candy Staton, House of Love, yeah, Candy is $9.99. That's in shrink. No Doubt, and that is the band No Doubt, a 2002 12-inch promo. It is Hey Baby? Yeah, Hey Baby by No Doubt, Gwen Stefani, featuring Outkast and Killer Mike. It's VG Plus, $14.99. John Mayer is sold to Ada Bernardi for $18. Canned Heat, a 67 US stereo, uncensored cover, VG Plus, $24.99. Canned Heat. Tim Harden 2, does have some cover damage, water damage on the back. EX, $12.99. Slim Gaillard, Gail, Lard, Rides Again, a 59 US mono, VG Plus, $29.99. The Philwoods Quintet, Bop Stew, VG Plus, $14.99. Odetta at Carnegie Hall, VG Plus, $14.99. And White Lady, Badger. And this has Jackie Lomax on rhythm, guitar, and vocals, and Tony Kaye, who was one of the keyboardists in Yes at one point. And this is VG Plus, $14.99. Does have some cover staining. All right. 2 Japanese pressings from this week that hadn't sold. I will entertain offers on. Roxy Music, Japanese, $35, and Doobie Brothers, $35. If anybody wants to make an offer. Canned Heat and Crimson for $35. Let's go ahead and sell those to Dale Sanders. Canned Heat and Crimson. And that was probably the last crate. I'm probably going to show you a few maybe random things laying around me that I can try to sell, some of its records. So let me try to find some of these random things laying around me that maybe I can sell. John Kaiser on Mayoff for $20. That's sold to Kaiser for $20. Thank you. I would love to sell those only 2 Japanese pressings because we're about to start a new batch tomorrow. New batch is going up for tomorrow. Y'all have already seen everything over here. We went through all that last night. Y'all have seen all those. There's an empty crate. Anybody else? If not, I'm going to use some of these for the discount crate tomorrow morning. You might see them a lot cheaper. You might see them a little bit cheaper, but right now everything left in the crate is at discount. So don't hesitate to make an offer, okay? I've got like 3 crates of new vinyl left over from tonight. I could run through one of those really quickly. Might sell a couple things. That would be worth my time. Do you have any Rickard Petrofilm in stock? I do. I think I've got a couple up front. They're $14.99, I believe. Did I miss a Doors album in there? No Doors, no. No Doors in here. Nope. And, yep, thank you, Mike. Couple people, I can count on couple people buying out of the 9 o'clock crate every morning. And I hate when I forget to do it or don't actually have a discount crate ready because I'm like, man, there's some people right now waiting for that video and I don't have it uploaded. The other day, I was trying to upload it at 9 o'clock and the Facebook servers were just terrible. It took 22 minutes for it to upload. That's why I always schedule it. Plus, sometimes I'm not awake at 9 a.m. I'm probably have just went to bed or trying to go to bed, so I want to go ahead and just schedule it. And it took forever to upload. I had to get off Wi-Fi. I had to cancel it, save it as a draft again. So I just try to have it scheduled because at 9 o'clock, it just automatically posts. This is some new stuff from tonight. Bauhaus, Bela Lugosi's Dead, black and red vinyl for $33. Cosmos Factory on red vinyl for $33. NXS Kick, Need You Tonight. Gatefold clear vinyl, $33. There's a Cosmos Factory again, red vinyl. 3 Doors Down's Greatest Hits is $34. The Misfits Collection Volume 2, $34. The Oh Brother, Where Art Thou soundtrack, $39. The Cramps is $29. Big Beat from Badsville. And Bad Religion Suffer was $29. 3 Days Grace, that is their self-titled debut for $29. The Breakfast Club soundtrack, $34. Men at Work, their Ultimate Collection is $29. Kind of surprised I didn't sell out of these. This is the 13.4 Elevators, a half-speed master mono for $34. Of course, y'all know clean OGs of that in mono are 500 plus. We have AC/DC Highway to Hell for $39. Megadeth Euthanasia is $39. We have Sabbath Bloody Sabbath, one of the few Black Sabbath albums I have in stock. 180 gram remaster, $29. Stranger Things Seasons 1 and 2, $33. Cramps Date with Elvis is $29. Greta Van Fleet is $34. There's a new sealed Van Halen 5150 for $39. Napalm Death, Utopia Banished, $38. And if you don't have a new Black Keys, that comes out tomorrow. I have indie exclusive red vinyl, $33.99 on the Black Keys. And if there'll be nothing else, I'm going to open the window for final questions, calls, comments, concerns, and complaints. If you have any requests, concerns, comments, or complaints, you can send them right now in the chat, and I'm either going to respond or ignore you. One of the two. And thank you, Hiram, and thank you, John Kaiser, and everybody else has said good night. I'm about to go eat some food from Cracker Barrel, I think, that my mom dropped off. And I'm about to shoot these videos. And after I shoot these videos, I'm going to start digging out autographs for tomorrow night. Tomorrow night, Laura's already sent me auctions. I think there's some great stuff she's already sent me pictures of. And, man, Metal Night Part 2. Look at all this stuff. Holy moly. Oh my gosh. Circuits of Power. More Metallicas, Def Leppards, Ozzy's, Iron Maiden, Diamond Rex, Exciter. Look at all this. TSOL, Sabbath, The Metal Years, The Ramones, AC/DC Promo, Tank, Tesla, Metal Night Part 2. Was Canned Heat Stereo Uncensored. Stereo uncensored. It was a 67 US stereo uncensored, yes. And final Greta Van Fleet was From the Fires, $34.99. So it looks like tomorrow, and Paul Brothers wants 2 record frames. Yeah, let me go ahead. I was going to go grab them and just after the sale. But you know what, Paul? Let me make sure I've got them. I do. I got 4, Paul. I've got 4 in stock. And yes, they are $14.99. I've got 2 more. And I never show these. I know Paul is picking up his order. We don't ship these live because it's glass and the risk of them getting broke during shipping. So, but I know he's going to be picking these up. And Stephen Parton gets Greta. So those 2 to Paul, and then Stephen once again trying to get the last claim of the night. One question, can we request used records prior to auctions? I have a list of records I need to complete my collection. And then if you have the 2 Greg came down for last night, I'll take them. Otherwise, thanks for everything. No, the promo already sold, and the other one sold in the video this morning. The other one sold in the video this morning, I'm pretty sure. I'll go see. I got the leftovers right over here next to me. If I can find it, I will pull it for you. Actually, is that them right here? Nope. I'll see if I have it. If Jerry, if so, I'll give it to you. But I think those sold. And what are the 2 Japanese pressings? Roxy Music, the High Road, Matthew, is $35. Somebody just asked the best price. And the Doobie Brothers is $25. And Steven, how about, I'll go ahead and sell it to you for $25 if you want it. Roxy Music, $25 if you want it. I'm going to set these frames in here for Paul. Thank you, Paul. Okay. You'll be picking those up. If you change your mind, I've got a couple more, or whenever you come pick up. Roxy is sold to Steven for $25, and that just leaves the Doobies. Buy it now, make an offer, or if not, it's going to go up for a low start tomorrow. Got Black Keys in stock. Man, they pump out a lot of new music. I could have swore they just had that one album, Ohio Players, out. Gosh, they put out a lot of music. They don't mess around. Their discography now has got to be how many albums? They have put out a lot of music. Black Crowes discography. Not Black Crowes, Black Keys. Black Keys discography. I remember watching them on David Letterman. David Letterman always used to ask people. They have now 12 studio albums. Wow. 12 studio albums. I remember El Camino, like in high school, and that was a big one, yeah. And they hadn't, oh no, now that's not even on the list. So now they have 13 albums. They have 13 albums, 2 EPs, 2 live albums, 36 singles, and 24. But I remember watching them the first time on Letterman, and of course Letterman would do that thing, and he would say, "What's are those drums yours? Those are nice drums. Is that a rental? Is those rentals?" That was Letterman's thing. He would always ask the drummer. If the drummer had a really nice set of drums, he'd go, "Are those your drums? Those are nice drums. Are those rentals?" E.T. on Buckingham Nicks. I think that's 1st of next month. 1st of next month. Yep. Should be. All righty. Sayonara. I think that means goodbye. I am in the feed. Good night, everybody. Thank you as always. Chat is being closed. Y'all are amazing. For the faithfuls that's still watching, which is a grand total of probably more than I realize, 128 people. Wow. Thank y'all and good night. I'll see you back tomorrow, 5 o'clock-ish, 5:30-ish, around 6 o'clock.